Dark Desire. Dark Series, Book 2. By Feehan. Part 2. Chapter 8. The storm moved in slowly, blanketing the land in a peculiar, dreary drizzle. All day it blotted out any chance of sunshine and hid the mountain range in sheets of silvery rain and a shroud of thick fog. In an abandoned shack, 3 men huddled by the fire and tried to escape the water leaking through the cracks in the roof. Don Wallace sipped at the scalding hot coffee and stared uneasily out the window into the gathering dusk. Unusual weather for this time of year. His eyes met the older man's in a long, knowing stare. Eugene Slavinsky hunched his shoulders against the cold and regarded his nephew with reproach. The weather is like this when the land is unsettled. How could you allow the woman to slip through your fingers, Donnie? Well, you had her when she was a mere baby, he retorted. You let her escape you then. You couldn't even trace her mother between Ireland and America. I was the one who did that nearly 20 years later. Don't act like I'm the only one who bungled this. The older man glared at him. Don't take that tone with me. Things were different all those years ago. We didn't have the advantages of all the modern technology you have now. Maggie O'Halloran had people help her escape with her little demon whelp. He sighed and glanced once more out the window at the fog and rain. Do you have any idea the risk we're taking coming into their territory? I believe I was the one who tracked and killed those vampires we got a few years back while you stayed safe in Germany, Don snapped, irritated. You weren't very discriminating about who you marked as vampire, Don, Eugene pointed out waspishly. You enjoyed yourself whenever the mood struck you. I was the one taking the risks. I should be allowed to have some fun, Don snapped back. Well, this time concentrate on why we're here. This is dangerous work. Don's eyes flattened, hardened. I was with you when we found Uncle James's body, remember? Happy 15th birthday, Donnie. Instead of a real live vampire to stake, I get my uncle's body buried in a pile of rubble. I know how dangerous it is. Never forget that sight, boy. Not ever, Eugene cautioned. 25 years it's been, and we still don't have his murderers. At least we made them pay, Don pointed out. Eugene's eyes burned. Not nearly enough. It will never be enough. We have to wipe them out. All of them. Wipe them out. Jeff Smith stirred and glanced at Don Wallace. The old man was crazy. If there really was such a thing as a vampire, Jeff wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to become immortal. They had killed 14 so-called vampires, and Jeff was fairly certain a couple of them had been the real thing. No human could have taken the kind of punishment Wallace had so eagerly dispensed and survived so long. Most of the victims definitely had been human, though, Wallace's enemies. Don had really enjoyed those sessions. Jeff was also certain Shea O'Halloran was no vampire. He had researched her very carefully. She had gone to a regular daytime school, had eaten in front of other children. She was a bona fide surgeon, respected in her profession. A child prodigy, all her professors spoke highly of her. Jeff couldn't get her out of his mind. Her voice, her eyes, the fluid, sexy way her body moved. The crazy old man was obsessed with finding her, and Don always did what his uncle said. Don's uncle, old Eugene Slavinsky, held the purse strings and the money was considerable. If they found the woman, Jeff was not going to let them kill her. He wanted her for himself. Why do you think she's in this area? Slavinsky demanded. She always uses cash, so we can't follow a money trail, but she often leaves her signature behind anyway. Don grinned, an evil facsimile of a smile. She just has to help people in these isolated villages. It's kind of amusing, really. She thinks she's so clever, but she always makes the same mistake. Eugene Slavinsky nodded. The brilliant ones never have any common sense. He cleared his throat nervously. I sent word to the vulture. Don Wallace's hand jerked, and hot coffee spilled over his wrist. Are you crazy, Uncle Eugene? He threatened to kill us if we didn't leave the mountains the last time he saw us. The vulture is a true vampire, and he doesn't exactly like us. You killed the woman, Eugene said. He warned you not to. I warned you not to. You just had to have your fun. Furious, Don hurled the mug across the room. We're hunting a woman right now. We've followed her for 2 years, and now that we're close, you call in that killer. I should have put a stake through his heart when I had the chance. He's a no-good vampire like the rest of them. Slavinsky grinned, shook his head in denial. Not like the rest of them. He hates Donnie, my boy. He hates with an intensity one have never seen before. And that can always be useful for us. He wants a certain woman this time, the one with the long black hair. He wants her and those close to her dead. He has their trust, and he'll deliver them into our hands. He may be beneath contempt, a snitch, but he is powerful. All their women have long black hair. How am I supposed to know the difference? Dawn pouted. Do you remember the kid? The one about 18? He hated that kid. He really wanted that kid to suffer. He smiled with satisfaction. He did too. Most of all, he hated the last one we caught, the one with the black eyes. He ordered me to torture him, burn him. He wanted it to last forever, and I made sure it did. The vulture is evil, Uncle Eugene. Slavinsky nodded. Use him. Let him think you respect him, that he is the one in charge, giving the orders. Promise him the red-haired woman, too. Tell him we'll give them both to him if he will deliver James's murderers. My poor brother James. I thought you said we needed to study her, that she wasn't as strong as the others, and we had a better chance of controlling her. In any case, she doesn't have black hair. Don got up abruptly and paced across the floor to hide his expression from the others. It had been far too long since he'd had a woman completely in his control. His body grew hot and hard at the memory of his time in the basement with the last one. She had lasted 3 delicious weeks, and every moment of it she had known he would eventually kill her. She had tried so hard to please him, done anything and everything to please him. He wanted Shea O'Halloran in his hands for a long, long time. She would learn respect. The icy contempt in her vivid green eyes would be replaced with pleasing, begging. He fought to control himself, cursed the others sharing the small confines of the cabin, keeping him from indulging his fantasies. Don turned his head to catch Smith watching him. His mask slipped into place, his friendly smile. Smith was weak, always whining. He got off watching Don perform, but he rarely had the guts to do anything exotic himself. One of these days, Don resolved he would show Smith just how weak he really was. Their longtime partnership was coming to an end. Slavinsky dragged a blanket around his shoulders. In his 60s, he felt the chill of the rain seep into his bones. He detested these mountains and all the memories that came with them. 25 years ago, he had brought his younger brother, James, on a vampire hunt with other members of a secret society dedicated to wiping out the loathsome creatures. They had trapped a vampire, but it had killed James. Shea O'Halloran was the key to all of it now. He would use her to ferret out his brother's murderers and deliver retribution, as they deserved. Donnie would put a stake through the vulture's heart and rid the world of a detestable worm. And then the society could study the woman, obtain the proof they needed to be finally recognized as scientists, as they deserved. How long are we going to be stuck in this hellhole? Smith demanded. Wallace and Slavinsky exchanged another long, knowing look. Wallace shrugged, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and shook one loose. You should know by now never to go outdoors when the land is so unsettled. It means they're out tonight. Every time it rains, we're locked in? Damn, Don, the least we could have done was get decent accommodations. Stop whining, Slavinsky snapped. The last thing we want to do is advertise our presence here. They control the locals, bind them to them in some way so that the villagers are loyal to them. Jeff turned away from them, staring out at the darkening land. Slavinsky was a total wacko. Wallace he had met in college. Don had been everything Jeff was not. Cocky, self-assured, handsome, and tough. Wallace had cornered one of Jeff's constant tormentors, held him, and encouraged Jeff to beat the kid to death. The sense of power was incredible, and the two of them became inseparable. Don was sadistic, violent. He'd enjoyed watching snuff films, shared the experience with Jeff, and eventually became obsessed with the idea of making them. Jeff filmed Don's private performances, each of which became a classroom for torture. At first, they'd used prostitutes, but twice they were able to lure a student to their warehouse. Afterward, Don was always mellow for several weeks, a month or 2 even, if the sessions had been to his liking. Jeff knew that the need to kill was riding Don hard now, and anyone close to him had better keep a low profile. When the older man went outside to relieve himself, Jeff went to stand beside Don. You ever think what it would be like, the power we'd have if we forced one of them to make us like them? He whispered it softly to be sure Slavinsky could not possibly overhear what he would consider sacrilege. We'd be immortal, Dawn. We could have anything we ever wanted. Any woman we wanted. We could do anything. Wallace was silent for a few minutes. We'd need to find out more about them. Most of what I know, the old man and his freaky friends told me, and it's probably all bullshit. You sure? Superstitious crap. All the people around here are superstitious. They believe these vampires can direct your mind, even shape change. If they had all these great powers, Jeff, why didn't they use them when we were having fun with them? Jeff shrugged, disappointed. Maybe you're right, but they just hang on to life so long. He trailed off. Hate keeps them alive. Dawn laughed in anticipation. They're almost as much fun as women. He looked thoughtful. But there's the vulture. The sun gave up its feeble fight, the storm and the late hour completely obliterating its paltry light. The sky darkened still further, and the clouds grew heavier. The wind began to strengthen, driving the rain so that it pelted the ground hard enough to bruise leaves and vegetation. A low moan rose, echoed through grotesquely swaying branches. The wind raced northward, howled down a canyon, rushed through the darkened forest, and climbed higher into the steep mountains to find a cabin dark and silent. Inside, away from the sheets of silvery rain and the monstrous wind, two bodies lay motionless, entwined on the bed. Shea was curled up, small and slight, her wine-red hair spilled across the pillow like blood. Jacques' much larger frame was curved protectively around her. Jacques' arm was firmly locked around her waist, holding her to him. His heart began a rhythm, a strong, steady sound in the silence. He drew air into his lungs to inflate them, to resume their normal function. Jacques waited for the familiar rush of agony his awakening had triggered these last 7 years. It would surge through him with the first circle of life, blood heating every cell and nerve ending. The rush didn't come. Instead, he was sore, his muscles ached, but he felt strong and alive again. The healer's blood was incredible, his internal healing beyond Jacques' wildest expectations. Grigori. The Dark One. The words came floating out of nowhere, one of those elusive fragments he could never seem to hold on to. Jacques tried to do so, wanting the information, knowing it was important, yet pain exploded in his head. It didn't matter. He calmly allowed the fragment to drift away and slowly released his hold on Shea. Before giving her the command to wake, he scanned their surroundings to locate possible danger. There were others of his kind close by. It put him on edge. It was imperative for a Carpathian male to find a female, his true life mate. If he did not succeed in binding Shea to him, every male in the vicinity would be pressing his suit, hoping against hope his chemistry would match hers. As with all the knowledge that came to him, he felt the truth and rightness of it, knew it was real and not imagined. A silent snarl lifted his lip, revealing his white teeth. Deliberately, Jacques stretched, a slow, languid movement designed to reacquaint himself with his muscles, with his strength. His body was still a little sluggish, but it was alive again. As he moved, he felt the softness of Shea's body brushing along the hardness of his. His body responded, a sweet ache unknown to him for centuries, now ever present. He turned on his side and stared down into her still, pale face. His body hardened aggressively. His hand went to the buttons of her shirt, his fingers brushing against her cool, creamy flesh. His heart jumped, and his breath caught in his throat. Such exquisite torment. He'd had no idea anything could be so soft. As he pushed her blouse from her shoulders, he leaned close to her ear. Wake, little red hair. Wake needing me. He kissed her eyes, took her mouth, tasting her first breath, his hand closing over her breast to feel the way her heart raced into his palm. Blood rushed, a symphony of sensation sending heat and need and an urgent ache coiling through Shea. Jacques' mouth was magical, reverent, a slow seduction, while his hands traced the contours of her body. He could feel her awakening, her mind opening to his. Her emotions were mixed, longing, need, a reluctant caring for him, overpowering fear of what she was, and a deep sorrow. He brushed his hand down her face to trace every beloved line already committed for all eternity to his mind, to his heart. Her face was damp. Jacques bent his head and followed the trail of tears down the slender column of her neck. Her skin was warm honey flowing up from melting ice, the combination irresistible. His tongue swirled over her pulse, and needs slammed into him so hard that his body clenched painfully. Shea made a sound, a soft moan somewhere between despair and acquiescence. Her body was arcing into his, pressure and hunger building to drown out all good sense. "You are safe with me, little Shea." Jacques used his voice, a blend of heat and velvet. He was willing to utilize every weapon in his arsenal of centuries of experience to bind her to him. "I need you." His body moved restlessly, aggressively, his mouth finding the hollow of her throat while his hand slid down her narrow ribcage, fingers splayed possessively across her flat stomach. "I know you are afraid. I feel it in my mind. Let yourself feel what I am feeling. There is no doubt, no other love for me. I know you're my other half. Give yourself into my keeping." His beautiful husky voice rasped softly, slightly hoarse as the fire began to spread. Flames were leaping, hunger rising, and the beast inside was fighting for freedom. Dark purpose began to swirl as Carpathian instincts fought with the man. The effort to control the wild cravings, the need for dominance, a frenzied, heated mating, his stamp of possession, was riding him hard. He found her mouth a little desperately, pushed further into her mind, not waiting for complete acceptance, afraid it might never come. Her mind was a mixture of tears and sorrow and smoke and flame and burning desire. "Jacques." His name was a whisper echoing in his head. Her hands were on his, stopping him from pushing the jeans from her hips. He deepened the kiss, possessive, erotic, deliberately sharing the urgent hunger, the burning desires in his own mind. "You gave me back my life, Shea. Give me my soul. I need you, only you. Make me complete again." The tension went out of her hands enough that he could slide the jeans from the curve of her hips, down her legs, exposing the beauty of her body to him, to his exploring hands. Shea heard Jacques' swift indrawn breath, felt his heart jump, his body savage with need, his mind a red haze of burning hunger. The intensity of his emotion was overwhelming to her, threatening to her. She closed her eyes, her arms creeping around his neck, knowing she could not find the strength to refuse such a terrible need in him. Anyone else, but never him. He inhaled deeply, breathing her scent into his lungs, his hands moving slowly over her body, taking his time with her, fighting off the beast raging to possess her. He had already hurt her too much, taken from her parts of her life he could never give back. He wanted her first time with him to be beautiful, to be as right as he could make it. "Don't cry, love," he whispered softly into her throat, his mouth resting over her pulse, his tongue stroking the frantic rhythm. His body clenched, pain and hunger rose until it beat at him, at her. His teeth scraped her neck, a sweet torment for both of them. He nuzzled her breasts, marveling at how soft she was, how perfect. Her bones felt small beneath his seeking hands, yet her muscles were firm and her skin like satin. He was trembling now, a shudder of effort to hold back his wild nature, a fine sheen of sweat bathing his body. Sensations and textures danced with swirling colors and heat. After centuries of no emotion, no feeling, after 7 years of damnation and pain, Jacques would never forget the feel of this moment. The way she looked, smelled, and felt his touch, the reluctant love, the sorrow, the matching hunger and desire in her mind was forever etched into his soul. Shea felt the change in him, in the way his hands caressed her thighs, the absolute conviction in his mind. She felt his fierce hunger, the burning in his body, his urgent need. His body blanketed hers, imprisoned her, his knee effectively parting her legs. Her body clenched hotly as he pressed against her, hard and insistent. Her heart jolted in sudden rebellion, but his mouth was on her breast, driving out sane thoughts. With every hot pull of his mouth, moist heat throbbed and beckoned him deeper until he met innocent resistance. His mouth reluctantly released her breast, found her pulse, where his tongue swirled erotically. "You are my life mate. His teeth scraped her soft, creamy flesh. Liquid heat bathed him invitingly. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. His hands found her small hips, cupped her in his palms. His body was a relentless, savage ache of burning hunger. I give you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be placed above my own for all time. Stop it, Jacques, Shea whispered desperately, feeling every word, every breath weaving them so tightly together that she couldn't tell where he left off and she began. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care. His teeth sank deep, his body surged into hers. White-hot pain exploded over both of them, leaving shimmering flames leaping high and hot. Shea's cry was lost in her throat. She wrapped her arms around his head and cradled him to her. Welded together, body, mind, and heart, her life flowing into him, his body took command of hers. He moved, a slow, careful test of her response to him. She was hot and tight, the friction threatening to engulf him in the frenzied, uninhibited sexual mating of a Carpathian male. With effort he controlled himself, savoring the sweet, hot spice of her blood, the velvet fire gripping his body. He moved gently, tenderly, a long, sure stroke designed to coax her, to calm him. Her muscles clenched around him, and he surged forward, buried himself deep in her very core, his mouth drawing the essence of her life into his keeping. The world narrowed, receded, until she was his breath, his heart, the blood flowing in his veins. There was no darkness, no shadows, only Shea's body with its heat and flowing colors and leaping flames. Shea's soft little keening cries were muffled against him, yet they echoed in his mind. His body craved hers, more and more, harder and faster and deeper. He drove on, reaching for the stars, the universe, reaching for the meeting of their souls. Her blood fed his insatiable hunger, no taste ever better, so erotic and perfect that he indulged himself, giving himself up to lust and greed and wave after wave of unbearable pleasure. Her body gripped his, shuddered, clenched, and the earth itself seemed to roll and shake. Molten heat coiled around him like a volcano, and he was crying out, his seed spilling into her, his body going up in her flames. Jacques became aware of her blood trickling between her breasts. In the ecstasy of the moment, he had neglected to close the tiny pinprick he'd made. His tongue stroked gently, tracing the bright trail, and his body reacted as hard and as needy as ever. Her hunger was in his mind, her desire wrapped in age-old need. Yes, my love, he whispered against her throat. Need me the way I need you. Let me give to you everything that I am. Take from me what only I can give you. Her mouth moved over his neck, his throat, and his body raged at him, swelled and hardened to fill her completely. His heart jumped as her lips caressed his chest. Her tongue swirled around his flat nipples, moved over his heart in little nibbling motions. Jacques pulled back, waiting breathlessly, waiting while his body screamed at him to bury itself in her once again, to take her over and over. Just once, Shea, say you need me, too, he whispered. She lifted her head, her green eyes moving over his sensual face, meeting his black eyes. She smiled a slow, sexy, very wicked smile. Then she dropped her head down to his chest, stroked the heavy muscles with her tongue. Her teeth scraped once, twice, teasingly, then sank deep. Jacques' voice was hoarse in his mind, in the darkness of the room. The sensation was beyond his imaginings. His body plunged wildly into hers as she drank from him. His palm held her head to him, pressed her closer as his body took hers again and again. He could never get enough. Colors whirled and danced, and the earth shook, and he soared higher and higher, taking her with him in body, mind, and soul. In that perfect moment she was his, her life connecting wholly with his for all eternity. Two halves of the same whole, never to be apart again. His release was shattering, Shea with him every step of the way. They erupted into the heavens and floated together to earth, Jacques anchoring them safely. Shea's tongue closed the wound over his heart, and they lay spent, their bodies locked together, so close that their minds and limbs were still rocking with the aftereffects. Little shocks sent shivers of pleasure through them, in them. Shea lay very still, unable to grasp the wonder of what had happened. She knew it was forever. She knew he had somehow completed the ritual of binding them together. Her body felt as if it didn't belong to her, that he had taken possession of and failed to return some intrinsic part of her. She appeared outwardly calm, but panic was welling up, fear, sheer terror. She had always been alone, she knew no other way. Jacques' hand stroked the length of her hair, lingered on the curve of her bottom. "I have never experienced anything like this," he said softly, attempting to find the words to fight her panic. She swallowed hard, listened to the frantic pounding of her heart. "How would you know, silly?" she teased back, trying desperately to appear normal. "You can't remember your past." The pounding of her blood was a roar in her ears. Nothing would ever be the same again. She felt weak. Maybe Jacques had taken more blood than she had exchanged. It was affecting her mind, slowing her thoughts. Unless it was fear paralyzing her ability to think. That had never happened to her before. Her intellect had always dominated. But now her emotions had pushed aside all good sense, and she literally felt lost. Very cautiously, she eased her body away from his, felt the loss as if it were some terrible sorrow. She wanted him for all time. She needed him with her. She might actually love him. Her throat closed, and Shea felt as if she were suffocating. She had let this happen, let him take control of her. She was as foolish as her shadow of a mother had been. Love wasn't supposed to be a part of her carefully controlled world. Neither was need. "Shea." He said her name softly, gently, even tenderly, as if to a wild animal trapped in a corner. She sat up abruptly, gasping for air, her eyes growing enormous, wild, her heart thumping loudly. She leapt up, long hair swinging around her slender body like a cape. She ran on bare feet toward the bathroom. Jacques pulled on a pair of jeans, carelessly buttoned them up the front, and padded after her. His eyes never left her slim, fragile figure. Shea looked as if the smallest thing might shatter her. She was going through human gestures, movements. Brushing her teeth, standing in the shower, allowing the water to cascade over her, staring out the window. Jacques held the mind touch lightly so that she wasn't aware of his intrusion. Her fear didn't recede with these human activities. Instead, panic was building to overwhelming proportions. Jacques leaned one hip lazily against the wall, his dark eyes watchful, simply waiting for the inevitable. "I can't do this, Jacques." Her voice was so low, he barely caught the thread of sound. Shea dressed with shaking hands, donning jeans, cotton-ribbed shirt, hiking boots. She didn't look at him. Jacques waited silently, feeling her confusion and fear, wanting to comfort her but instinctively holding back. Shea was a strong woman, courageous enough to return to save a demon, a madman who had viciously attacked her. Yet the thought of loving Jacques, of needing or wanting him, terrified her. "I have to leave this place, go to Ireland. I have a home there." Shea twisted the length of red hair into a thick, haphazard braid. Her gaze was jumping from the window to her computer to the door and back again. Everywhere but at him. "You're safe now, with your family and friends. You don't need me anymore." He moved then, in the way of his people. Silent, unseen, too fast for the human eye. He was suddenly behind her, his body against hers, his palms resting on the wall on either side of her head, effectively forming a cage. Jacques leaned close so that his male scent invaded her lungs, until he was the very air she breathed. "I will always need you, Shea. You are my heart and soul and my very sanity. It has been many years since I have been to Ireland. A beautiful country." He felt her inhale sharply, fighting for air, fighting a tight, suffocating feeling. In her mind was a strangled denial of his words. She was desperately searching for a way to dissuade him. Not only was she shaking on the outside, even her insides were trembling. Jacques could literally smell her fear. Shea's arms crossed her stomach, holding tight against the internal rolling. "Listen to me, Jacques. This." She waved an unsteady hand, turned so that she leaned against the wall, so that it would hold her up. It was a mistake facing him. His hard, muscular body, his sensual features still ravaged by pain, the intensity of his black eyes. The hunger, desire, need. She tilted her chin at him, her sorrow so deep that he wanted to gather her close, but it was necessary for her to feel in control. Jacques crushed down his natural predatory nature, held himself utterly still, her body imprisoned between his immovable one and the wall. Shea cleared her throat, tried again. It can't work. I have obligations. I can't afford a relationship right now. And you're looking for something intense, passionate, forever, some eternal bond. I'm just not like that. I don't have all that much to give anyone. Her fingers twisted together in agitation. He felt his heart twist in answer. The smile deep in his soul at her foolish words never found its way to his face. Shea had a passionate nature, and her need for him was as great as his need for her. She knew it, and it terrified her. More than anything, that knowledge was what made her determined to run from him. She had taught herself to be a solitary person, had no idea how to share her life. She could never be like her mother. Are you listening to me, Jacques? He moved closer, crowded her slender body. His arms swept her to him, nearly crushing her. Of course I am listening. I hear that you are afraid. I feel it. His warm breath caressed her neck. The way he held her was completely protective, gentle, tender. I am afraid, too. I have no past, Shea. Only a living hell that shaped a madman. Those people you call my family mean nothing to me. I do not trust them. Any one of them could be the betrayer. He laid his head over hers, a soothing gesture of unity. I cannot always distinguish reality from the madness. There is only you, my love, to keep me sane. If you choose to desert me, I fear for myself and any who dare to come near. Shea blinked back tears, found his wrist with trembling fingers, the lightest contact, a connection between them. We make such a perfect pair, Jacques. At least one of us should be stable, don't you think? He brought her hand to the warmth of his mouth. You came for me, from thousands of miles away. You came for me. She managed to smile. A few years late. Something eased in the vicinity of his heart. He knew there was no escape for either of them. He might not understand fully, but he knew he had bound them irrevocably together for all time. Is there not a saying, better late than never? His thumb feathered over her wrist, found her pulse. Her mind was calmer now, more accepting of their union. She rested her head in the niche of his sternum. I feel so terrible that I didn't listen to my dreams. If only. His hand covered her mouth, stopping her words. You saved my sanity. You came for me. That is all that matters. Now we have to find our way together. She pulled his hand to her neck, held it tight against the satin texture of her skin. Those men are following me, Jacques. Without me, you have a better chance of escaping. You know that you do. The beast in him raised its head, fangs dripping triumphantly in anticipation. She could never possibly conceive of his wanting to meet the two humans who had tortured and imprisoned him. She had no concept of his immense power, of his rage, of what kind of dangerous creature he was. She was bound to him, yet she was so compassionate, she could not truly see his nature. She would keep running, avoiding confrontation for all of her life if need be. He preferred to be the aggressor. He would be the aggressor. Do not worry about what may happen, little one. Shea touched his jaw with gentle fingers. Thank you for watching out for me while I was unaware. You didn't let them put me in the ground. Again he brought her hand to his mouth. I knew you would not want such a thing. His dark eyes indicated the far side of the room. He raised his hand, and the door opened at his mental command. Instantly the wind blew rain into the cabin, a high-pitched moan rising above the scraping branches. Shea shivered, drew closer to the heat and protection of his body. It was wild outside, black fury, the rain driving down in silver sheets. Shea didn't need the flashes of lightning illuminating the forest to see clearly the deep, vivid greens and browns, the drops of rain like thousands of crystals reflecting the beauty of the trees and bushes. She saw with more than the eyes of a human. She saw with the eyes of an animal. She could feel the wildness of the storm in her own body. Jacques tightened his hold on her as he felt her try to reject such intense and foreign emotions. No, little one, look at it. This is our world. There is nothing ugly in it. It is clean and honest and beautiful. He murmured the words into her ear, his mouth finding the heat of her skin, his tongue caressing her pulse. A shiver of excitement, of sensual awareness, rushed through her blood. Everything in her seemed to reach for him. Her body, her heart, her mind. Fear crawled in as she acknowledged her need of him. Her life was different now. She was different. If her father had been like Jacques, his blood had run diluted in her veins. Jacques had somehow brought her fully into his world. She found herself inhaling deeply, drinking in the sights and smells, something wild in her rising to meet the fury of the storm. It is ours, Shea. The wind, the rain, the soil beneath our feet. His words brushed along her skin like a hand in a velvet glove. His teeth scraped seductively along her throat, sent her blood rushing, pooling. Can we leave tonight? Now. The wildness in her was growing, spreading. Her need of him was growing just as strong. She wanted to flee the woods, escape from whatever was inside of her and gaining strength with every moment she was here. We will have to make plans for shelter, he counseled softly. Running blindly without thought will get us killed. Shea closed her eyes tiredly. There isn't any place for us to run to, is there? The part of her that sorted data so perfectly told her she was trying to run from herself. He folded his arms around her, cradling her tenderly. You could not have existed for much longer in the half-life you were living. And you were never really happy there. You have never been happy, Shea. That's not true. I love my work, being a surgeon. You were not meant for a solitary life, little red hair. A doctor hardly leads a solitary life, Jacques. A surgeon does not need to interact with patients, a researcher even less so. I am in your mind, know your thoughts, and this you cannot keep from me. Her green eyes glinted at him. Has it occurred to you that I might not like you running around in my head? You're like a loose cannon. Neither one of us knows when you might go off. Amusement was creeping into her voice, and her body began to relax. Jacques held back his sigh of relief. She was coming back to him, meeting him hallway. It is the way of our people. She turned back to stare out the door into the storm. All the time. The information came easily this time, without the curious splintering pain in his head. No. All Carpathians can communicate on one common path if they desire it. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. I am not certain if I am able to do this. I cannot exactly remember the path, only that there is one. The others tried to speak to you, she guessed shrewdly. Each used a different path when they reached for me. I could feel their touch but could not tune it in. When Carpathians exchange blood, the mental bond becomes stronger. Each individual sharing creates an exclusive path that only the two participants can use. Another fragment of information came out of nowhere. Males rarely exchange blood unless they have a lifemate. Why? The question shimmered in his mind. Shea didn't even realize it. Jacques made the mental equivalent of a shrug. Once blood has been taken, we can track at will. The closer the bond, the stronger the trail. If it is an actual exchange, each can easily find and speak to the other. Males can turn after so many centuries alone. I don't understand what you mean, turn. After 200 years we lose all emotion, all ability to feel. We are natural predators, Shea. We need a lifemate to bring back feeling, to balance us. As the centuries go by, it is easy to give in to the need to feel something, even if only momentarily. A kill while feeding brings a rush of power. But it also turns one. Once a Carpathian turns, he can never go back. He becomes the thing of human legend. A vampire. An amoral killer, cold-blooded, without compassion. He must be hunted and destroyed. A grim smile touched his mouth, did not reach his black eyes. You can see why lone males rarely take the chance of a blood exchange. It is incredibly easy to be tracked after an exchange, and if one turns. Shea's white teeth scraped at her lower lip. Beneath his fingers her pulse was racing. I don't want to believe what you're saying. You saved me from such a fate. I know my mind is still in fragments, but I am saved from walking the earth as the undead. Those men, the ones who came after me. They are human killers. There was contempt in his mind, in his voice. Those they destroyed were Carpathian, not vampire. So the one you called the betrayer is a Carpathian, turned vampire. Chapter 9. A gust of wind howled, raced through the room, brought a spray of rain through the door. Jacques gently pushed Shea behind him. "The others come," he warned her. Shea groped behind her for the wall. These people were definitely a different species. Her father had also been one of them. A part of her was intrigued and excited. If she studied them as a scientist, she would be in her element. But she was stuck in the middle of the drama instead of being able to observe it from a distance. She caught Jacques' wrist. "Let's just go far away from here, away from these people, this place. It is important to know as much as possible." His voice was soft and mesmerizing, deliberately tender, wrapping her in the safe cocoon of his protection. "The healer comes with the one who names himself my brother. The woman is with them." He was uneasy not knowing where the third male was. He trusted none of them completely. Somewhere deep inside himself he knew his tormentors had ripped out something precious that he could never fully regain. Shea's hand crept up his arm. Her forehead rested against the middle of his broad back, a tender, loving gesture of solidarity. Jacques could not bear to withdraw completely from her mind, so it was easy for her to hear the echo of his thoughts when she wanted. She felt sorrow for him, sorrow for both of them. "Whatever was taken from you, Jacques, has only made you stronger. The one who healed you was a miracle worker," she whispered softly, meaning it. "I've never seen anything to equal it. But it's really your own determination that kept you alive." Jacques tried to hear that she was consoling him, but instead he heard the interest in her voice, the trace of envy that Gregory could heal so magically, so quickly. The Carpathian had accomplished, in one short session, what she could not. Before he could reply, tell her it was she who had saved his life, the wind was bringing rain and mist streaming through the open door. The healer, Gregory, shimmered into view, followed quickly by Mikhail, then Raven. Jacques narrowed his gaze, glimpses of memories instantly triggered. Flying in the body of an owl, running in the forest in the body of a wolf, becoming the mist and fog. Behind him, Shea's breath caught in her throat, and she stared at their visitors, at Jacques, awed and intimidated by the display of shapeshifting, the example of power so casually wielded. Gregory's pale silver eyes examined every inch of Jacques. "You look better. How are you feeling?" Jacques nodded slowly. "Much better. Thank you. You need to feed. Your woman is still pale and worn. She should be resting. If you like, I could heal her bruises." Gregory made the offer in his casual, indifferent way. His voice was so compelling, so beautiful, it was nearly impossible to deny him anything. There was a purity in his voice, a whisper of black velvet. He never raised his tone or appeared anything but calm and unruffled. Shea's heart gave a leap, then settled into a hard, rhythmic pounding. She found herself listening intently, wanting him to go on speaking, wanting to do whatever he asked. Mentally, she shook her head. Gregory's abilities intrigued her, but he was far too powerful. He had not used any kind of mental enhancement, no compulsion, no hypnotic suggestions. His voice was a weapon in itself. She sensed he was the most dangerous Carpathian in the room. She had not been in such close proximity with so many people in a very long time. She needed to be alone with Jacques, to give herself time to adjust. "We thank you for the offer, healer, but Shea isn't used to our ways." Jacques couldn't remember most of them himself. He was as uneasy in the presence of the Carpathians as Shea. His black eyes glittered like ice, caught and trapped the reflection of a lightning whip as it sizzled across the dark sky. "The other male is not with you." "Byron," Mikhail supplied. "He has been a good friend to you for centuries. He is aware that you completed the ritual and this woman is your true life mate. Search your mind, Jacques. Remember how difficult this time is on our unattached males." Shea's face went crimson under the unearthly paleness. The reference to the ritual had to mean they were aware Jacques had made love to her. The lack of privacy disturbed her immensely. She went a move around Jacques, strongly objecting to this woman label. She did have a name. She was a person. She had a feeling they all thought her the hysterical type. She certainly hadn't managed to show them her normal calm self. Jacques stepped backward and his arm swept behind him to pin her against the wall. He never took his eyes from the trio before them. He knew he was unstable, still fighting to hold on to reason when his every instinct was to attack. He trusted none of them and would not allow Shea to be put in any danger. Shea retaliated with a hard pinch. She was not going to cower behind her wild man like some 17th century heroine fainting with the vapors. So she was surrounded by a few vampires. Big deal. Carpathians. Jacques sounded amused. If you laugh at me, Jacques, I might find another wooden stake and come after you myself. She warned him silently. Well, for heaven's sake. Shea sounded exasperated as she addressed the group. We're all civilized, aren't we? She shoved at Jacques' broad back. Aren't we? Absolutely. Raven stepped forward, ignoring Mikhail's restraining hand. At least the women are. The men around here haven't quite graduated from the swinging through trees stage yet. I owe you an apology for last night, Miss O'Halloran, Mikhail said with far too much old-world charm. When I saw you crouched over my brother, I thought. Raven snorted. He didn't think, he reacted. He really is a great man, but overprotective with the people he loves. There was a wealth of love in her teasing tone. Honestly, Jacques, you can't keep her prisoner, locked up like some nun in a convent. Shea was mortified. Jacques, move. You're embarrassing me. With great reluctance, Jacques stepped aside. Shea could feel the instant tension in the room, the red haze building in Jacques' mind. To reassure him, she took his hand, kept her mind firmly linked to his. The moment she was exposed to the others, she could feel their eyes examining every inch of her. Raven glanced at Grigori, clearly worried. Self-consciously, Shea shoved at her hair. She hadn't even looked at herself in the mirror. Jacques tightened his hold on her hand. Do not. You are beautiful as you are. They have no right to judge you in any way. Jacques, Grigori said softly, your woman needs to feed, to heal. You must allow me to help her. Shea's chin went up, eyes flashing green fire. I am perfectly capable of making my own decisions. He doesn't allow me to do or not do anything. Thanks for the offer, but I'll heal with time. You'll get used to them, Raven said hastily. They're really big on women's health. It would help you, Shea. May I call you Shea? Raven smiled when Shea nodded. We'd be happy to answer any of your questions. It would be nice to get to know you. After all, we are in-laws of sorts, she pointed out. The rush of fear-based adrenaline in Shea's body at that simple observation of her commitment to Jacques triggered an aggressive reaction in Jacques. Lightning slashed across the sky, sizzled and danced, hit the ground in thunderous fury. The wind hurtled through the cabin, lashed at the windows and walls. A low, ominous growl rumbled in Jacques' throat. Shea felt the beast in him rising, felt him welcome it, reach for it with murderous intent. She whirled to face him, slammed her palms flat on his chest, and shoved him as hard as she could, walking him backward toward a far comber. You will not do this, Jacques. I need you sane right now. I'm doing my best to hold it together, but if there's a fight, I'll go crazy, I swear it. Please help me now. Please. There were tears in her mind, a vulnerability Jacques had never seen in her. Jacques' arms swept around her, cradling her close as he struggled to regain control. Her distress seemed to give him added strength. He lifted his head, black eyes moving warily over the two males. Mikhail and Grigori looked perfectly at ease, yet Jacques sensed their alertness. He forced himself to smile, then shrugged casually. I am afraid my mind has not healed as my body has. You will have to have patience with me. Please enter our home as our guests. The formal words came out of nowhere. Mikhail swung the door closed. Thank you, Jacques. We want only to help you and your lifemate. He deliberately seated himself, placing himself in a vulnerable position. Raven perched comfortably on the arm of his chair. Grigori moved across the room with a deceptively lazy stride. He walked with fluid grace and animal sensuality, but Jacques was well aware that the healer was subtly placing his body between the couple and Jacques. Grigori. The Ancient One. The Dark One. The words shimmered in his mind. Grigori was a very dangerous man. I remember little of my past, he admitted softly. Perhaps it would be better for all of us if Shea and I kept to ourselves. I am well aware I am unstable, and I would not want anyone to get hurt. Shea turned in his arms to face the Carpathians. We appreciate your help. It's just that this is all so new to both of us. Grigori's silver eyes studied her pale face, seeming to look right through her into her soul. You are a doctor? Shea shivered. The healer's voice was incredibly compelling. The man had far too much power. Yes, I'm a surgeon. A smile curved the healer's sensual mouth. He was charismatic, but Shea was well aware that his silver eyes had not warmed in the least. They were cool and watchful. You are very good. Carpathians do not respond well to human healing. Jacques was healing despite the odds against it. We are all indebted to you. You were able to do in an hour what several days of my care could not accomplish. In spite of herself, there was a note of admiration in her voice. How is it you found Jacques when we could not? Again, Gregory's voice was casual, but she sensed the question was a trap. Her chin lifted, her green eyes defiant. 7 years ago, while studying, I was overcome with pain. Pain there was no medical explanation for. The agony lasted for hours. From that night on, I had dreams of a man tortured, in pain, calling to me. Where were you? Gregory questioned. In the United States. Shea swept her fingers through her hair, found her hand was trembling, and put it behind her back. Those glittering pale eyes were disconcerting. They seemed to see right into her soul, see every mistake she had ever made. I know it sounds bizarre, but it's true. I had no idea there really was a man, that he was suffering. Guilt washed over her. I should have found him sooner, but I didn't believe. She trailed off, tears welling up. Do not do this, my love. Jacques commanded, his arms tightening protectively. They have no right to judge you. None of them came for me. You did, across an ocean. And I did not treat you gently. He touched the warmth of his mouth to her bruised throat. Yet you returned to me in spite of the way I attacked you. He said the last aloud deliberately, a warning to the Carpathians to back off from questioning her. You must have been terrified, Raven said softly. Shea nodded and sent Jacques a small smile. He was definitely something I had never encountered in my practice. She was striving for normalcy in a world that was turned upside down. You are young to be a doctor, Mikhail observed. Shea made herself really look at him for the first time. Jacques and Mikhail shared the same powerful build, the thick mane of hair, the ice-black eyes. They both carried the hard edge of authority, self-confidence, and the trace of arrogance that came with it. Jacques' finely chiseled features were more worn from his ordeal. You look young to be centuries old, she countered, remembering the feel of his fingers on her throat. Mikhail acknowledged her with a slight grin and a nod. Beside her, Jacques fought down the snarling beast the memory of Mikhail's attack triggered. Shea ignored him. A woman named Noelle had a child, a son, with a man named Rand. Do you know where the boy is? He would be 26 now, she asked. Mikhail's features stilled, became a mask. A slow hiss escaped, and Jacques instinctively edged around Shea so that she was behind him. Be very careful, Mikhail. Gregora warned. Noelle was our sister, Mikhail stated softly, murdered just weeks after the child was born. Shea nodded. The information confirmed what Jacques had already told her. And the child. I do not like this, Gregory. Why would she wish to know of Noelle's child? Humans murdered her. They have a network with far-reaching tentacles. Perhaps she is a part of it after all. Mikhail's voice shimmered in Gregory's mind. Jacques would know. Gregory was certain. Maybe not. His mind is shattered. He would know. She could not hide it. You fear for your brother. You do not look at her with your eyes and mind open. There is much sorrow, tragedy in her eyes. She is tied to a man she does not know, a man who is extremely dangerous, one who has hurt her on more than one occasion. She is highly intelligent, Mikhail. She knows what she has become, and she is struggling to accept it. This woman is no assassin. Mikhail inclined his head at his oldest friend's assessment. Noelle's son was murdered 7 years ago, probably by the same assassins who tortured my brother. If it was possible for Shea to grow any paler, she did. Her body swayed slightly, and Jacques gathered her close. The boy had been his nephew, but Jacques had no memory of the child or the man, so the pain he felt was Shea's. Her half-brother, her only chance at a family. I am your family. Jacques comforted her gently, his chin rubbing lovingly over the top of her head. He was the young man in the second photograph Wallace and Smith showed me. I know he was. Shea laid her head wearily against his chest. I felt such wrenching pain when I saw the photograph. I am sorry, Shea. So much has happened. You need time to absorb all this. Puzzled by her obvious distress, Mikhail glanced at Grigory, who shrugged his broad shoulders rather elegantly. What of Rand, his father? Jacques voiced the question for Shea, although the name sent pain splintering through his head, evoked a black, empty hole where memory should have been. Rand went to ground for a quarter of a century. He rose last year, but he keeps to himself. He sleeps most of the time, Mikhail answered. Shea's fingers curled in Jacques. He did not raise his own son? When Mikhail shook his head, Shea swallowed the hard knot of protest blocking her throat and glanced accusingly at Jacques. Children and the women who live with them seem to be left alone rather easily by your race. We are not Rand and Maggie. Jacques stated it firmly. Shea bit her lip as she studied Mikhail. What does go to ground mean? Carpathians rejuvenate in the soil, Grigory explained, watching her closely. The human sleep does not allow quick healing or real rest. We may go through human practices, showering, dressing, all the little habits to protect what we are, although there is no real need, but we sleep the sleep of Carpathians. The earth heals and protects us during our most vulnerable hours when the sun is high. Shea was shaking her head in denial, a hand going to her throat in a curiously defenseless gesture. Her eyes met Jacques in helpless fear. I cannot. You know I cannot. It is all right. Neither would I welcome another burial. And it was true. Jacques had begun to suffocate, to associate the deep earth with pain and torment. I would not force such a decision on you. Raven settled against Mikhail's shoulder. I sleep above ground in a very comfortable bed. Well, the bedroom is situated below ground, but it's a beautiful room. You'll have to come see it sometime. I don't like to sleep in the ground. I was human, Shea, like you. It feels too much like being buried alive. Rand is my father, Shea admitted suddenly. There was a stark silence in the room. Even the wind stopped, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Mikhail moved then, seemed to flow from the chair, his power unmistakable. His black eyes covered every inch of her. Grigory? If this is true, Mikhail, Rand has done what was thought impossible. Unless... Mikhail caught the thought. Grigory suspected that Shea's mother was Rand's true life mate. What you are saying is of tremendous importance to our race, Shea. Your mother is human. Was. My mother committed suicide 8 years ago. She couldn't face life without Rand. Her chin lifted defiantly. She was so obsessed with him, she didn't have anything left over for her child. She said it matter-of-factly, as if she hadn't suffered, hadn't been alone all her life. Did he convert her? Mikhail asked, furious at the unknown woman for neglecting her child, a female child at that. At the very least the woman should have brought the baby to the Carpathians to raise. Was she Carpathian? No, she wasn't like you, not even like me. She was definitely human. She was beautiful, Irish, and completely withdrawn from the real world most of the time. I knew about Rand and Noelle through my mother's diary. Did your mother have any psychic talent? Grigory asked thoughtfully. Raven glanced up at Mikhail. She had psychic ability. Shea's answer was extremely important to the future of their race. She would provide the proof of what they had long suspected, long hoped. Shea's teeth bit at her lip. She knew things before they happened. She would know the phone was going to ring or that someone was about to stop by. You have to understand, though, she rarely spoke. She would forget about me for days, even weeks at a time, so I didn't know much about her. She didn't exactly share lots of information with me. But you're certain Rand is your father? Mikhail persisted. When I was born, my blood caused quite a stir in the medical community. In my mother's diary, she wrote that Rand was my father and that he had a strange blood disorder. She thought I had inherited it. She took me to Ireland, hid me, because the doctors and scientists frightened her with their persistent questions. She was certain Rand was dead. Mikhail and Grigory exchanged a look. Their race was dying out. The last female child to be born had been Noelle some 500 years earlier. The men were choosing to end their existence or turning vampire without a life mate. Mikhail and Grigory had long suspected that a handful of human women, those with true psychic talent, had the ability to become a life mate as Raven had. There had never before been an instance of a child born half human, half Carpathian. The only explanation possible was that Shea's mother had been Rand's true life mate. Everyone had known he did not have real feelings for Noelle. Yet Rand had not turned Shea's mother. No Carpathian woman would have allowed her child to grow up alone as Shea's mother had. Why hadn't Rand said anything? Their people would have cherished a child. Rand did not mention suicide when he awakened, Gregory mused. He stays to himself, but that is not unusual. Is it possible for us to see this diary? Mikhail asked Shea gently. Shea shook her head sadly. I was being hunted. I had to destroy it. Your life must have been difficult, with no one to guide you, Gregory said quietly. You are not without your own unique capability. You are a true healer. I studied many years. She sent him a small smile. I had plenty of time to apply myself. You were born a healer, he corrected. It is a rare gift. Gregory's silver eyes dwelt on her slender figure. Jacques. His voice dropped even lower so that the sound seemed to seep into one's bloodstream and warm it like a good brandy. She is growing weaker. Her body trembles. I know that you do not fully understand her importance to our entire race, but I know your instincts are strong and intact. You are her life mate, sworn to her protection and care. Shea's hand gripped Jacques tightly. Don't listen to him. What we choose to do has nothing to do with any of them. Trust me, love, I would never allow him to harm you, Jacques said softly in reassurance. He is only concerned that you are so weak. I am a healer, like you, Shea. Gregory seemed to glide forward. His body flowed without a hint of movement or threat. He was just suddenly closer. I would never hurt a woman. I am Carpathian. A male seeks only to protect and care for our women. His hand reached out to her neck. The touch of his fingers was astonishing. Light. Heat. A tingling sensation. You must feed, Shea. The voice was around her, in her, working at her will. Jacques needs you strong to see him through what lies ahead. Our people need you. My blood is ancient and powerful. It will serve you, heal you, strengthen both of you. No. Jacques, no. Tell him no. For some reason she was alarmed at the idea. I will feed her, Jacques objected quietly, his voice all the more menacing because of its hush. The pale eyes slid over him. You need to conserve your strength to heal your own body. Mikhail will supply you with what you need. There was a time, not so long ago, when you gave freely to your brother. Jacques carefully inspected Shea. Her skin was so pale, she looked translucent. The bruises on her throat, stark smudges, had not healed. She looked tired, her body far too slender. Gregory was right, she was trembling. Why had he not seen her weakness? He certainly had contributed to it. His blood is very pure, Shea. It is what aided my healing so quickly. I am not happy with another male seeing to your needs, but he is our healer. I want you to do as he says. I won't, Jacques. Shea shook her head adamantly. I want to go right now. You promised me we could go. This must be done, Shea. He is right. You grow weaker every day. We don't need them to help us. She held out a hand to stop Gregory's advance. I know you're trying to help us, but I'm not ready for this yet. I need to figure things out for myself and get used to what I have to do to survive. Surely that's not such an unreasonable thing. Deliberately her fingers tangled with Jacques, linking them together. She needed him on her side, to understand she needed time. To give you time to slowly die from lack of care? Your health has been neglected for some time. You're a doctor, you know that is so. You made up your mind your lifespan would be very short. That cannot be, Gregory said softly. His voice was mesmerizing, hypnotic. Our women are our only hope. We cannot lose you. Shea could feel Jacques' swift denial of the possibility of such a thing. Violence swirled close to the surface, but he managed to control it. His black eyes centered on her green ones. I know what he says is true. Shea, I have felt your acceptance of your death on more than one occasion. You were willing to trade your life for mine. That's different, and you know it. She said desperately. His hands were on her, trapping her to him. Don't do this, Jacques. Let me do this in my own time. Shea, heached with wanting to do as she asked him. She could feel it in his mind, the need to give her whatever would make her happy, yet at the same time the idea that she could be slipping away from him terrified him. His every instinct insisted he do as the healer suggested and ensure that she was brought to full strength. He fought to stay in control, to not allow his animal instincts to make the decision. Please, little red hair, just do this so we can both be strong. Once it is done, we will be able to be on our own together and make our own decisions. I'm not ready, Jacques. Try to understand. I need time to comprehend what's happening to me. I need to feel in control. I'm not going to die. I've accepted that whatever you are, whatever my father is, I have become holy. I know that you somehow were able to bind us together. And I'm trying to deal with all that in my own time and way. I am attempting to do what is right for you. How can you know what's right for me? You decided for me. You took over my life without my knowledge or consent. You had no right to do that, Jacques. No, I did not. Admitted. I would like to think that if I was not what I have become, I would have courted you as I should, that I could have earned your love and loyalty. I would hope I was not the type of man to force my will on you. This is no different, Jacques. Can't you see that? She is so weak, Jacques, and so much has happened so quickly. Gregory's velvet voice was seductive. She cannot make a rational decision. How will you aid her? If you try to supply her with blood, you will be unable to adequately protect her. She needs to be healed. You are her life mate, Jacques. Reach inside yourself, deep within you. These things were imprinted on you before your birth. The male can do no other than to see to his life mate's health. Mikhail. Raven objected. She's being pushed too far. Don't allow this. She is too important to all of us. We need her at full strength so she can control Jacques while we wait for his mind to fully heal. None of us can do so. We do not wish to be forced to destroy him. In the end, she would choose to follow him, and we would lose her also. You can see her first thought is for Jacques and not for herself. She would follow him for certain. We have to do this, Raven. I am sorry it distresses you. Jacques bent his head to find Shea's temple with warmth and tenderness. His arms closed around her, pulled her resisting body in close to his hard frame. Shea, I believe the healer is right in this. I can't believe you would betray me like this. You're siding with them. Why, Jacques? You owe me more respect than this. Because without you, I am far too dangerous to the world. Because what I feel for you goes far beyond the human emotion of love. Jacques tipped her chin up and forced her green eyes to meet his black ones. At once she could feel his will bending hers to do his bidding. She was falling forward into the depths of his eyes. His voice was murmuring in her head, a low command she tried hard to resist. You will accept what the healer offers. Gregory was already moving forward, his soft voice adding to the power of Jacques. He bit carefully into his wrist and held it to Shea's mouth. The scent was overpowering, triggering the terrible hunger and need in her. Jacques' palm was pressing the back of her head, forcing her toward the liquid of life, the healing ancient blood that would pour power and strength into her body. She is strong-willed, Jacques, Gregory counseled softly. Shea was fighting the compulsion to feed. The rich blood, so potent, flowing into her starving body, did not weaken her resistance, it merely made her stronger. Gregory could see that Jacques was wavering as he watched Shea fight the compulsion. Jacques' mind might be fragmented, he might even be mad at times, but his feelings for Shea were strong and healthy. The healer purposely dropped his voice another octave, using the purity of his tone to persuade Jacques. Our women are few, the only hope for our people. The one sure way to wipe out our people is to murder our women. They must be guarded at all times. The assassins have returned to our land. The very soil groans under their boots. Shea has seen them. Jacques watched warily as Mikhail approached, still not trusting himself with the man who had come so close to strangling Shea. They have nearly caught her twice. Feed, Jacques. I offer my life freely to you as you have so many times done for me. Mikhail slashed his wrist and held it out to his brother. The moment the richness spilled into his mouth, the taste and surge of power brought a rush of fragments of memories. Mikhail laughing, pushing Jacques from a tree branch playfully. Mikhail's body crouched low, protectively, in front of his as a vampire with brown-stained teeth began to grow long, dagger-like nails. Mikhail holding Raven's limp body, a river of blood, the earth and sky erupting all around them while Mikhail looked up at Jacques with the hopeless resolve to join his life mate in her fate. Jacques' eyes jumped to Mikhail's face, examined every inch of it. This man was a leader, a dangerous, powerful predator who had skillfully steered their dying race through centuries of pitfalls. One whom such as Grigory chose to follow. Something stirred inside Jacques, the need to protect this man, to shield him. Mikhail. Mikhail's head jerked up. He heard his name echo clearly in his head. The path had been there for one heartbeat, familiar and strong, then just as quickly it was lost. Jacques was so distracted by the pieces of memories floating in his mind, his hold on Shea slipped. Shea felt his inattention and gathered herself, waiting. The moment the compulsion lifted, she wrenched her head from Grigory's wrist and leapt away. Jerking the heavy door open, Shea fled into the fury of the storm. The air in the cabin stilled, thickened with a kind of malevolent darkness. Jacques' features were a granite mask, his black eyes flat and hard. He took one last swallow of the powerful liquid, carefully closed the wound, and lifted his head. I thank you for your assistance, but I must ask you to leave. Perhaps tomorrow night you will try your hand at mending my mind, healer. His gaze was on the night, a dark purpose creeping into his tone. Jacques. Raven ventured hesitantly. This stranger was more beast than man, not the gentle brother-in-law she had known. At one time, Jacques had been filled with lazy amusement, with laughter and boyish pranks. Now he was a being without mercy, dangerous, insane perhaps. Mikhail silently pulled her from the cabin, his body already beginning to lose form. They have to work it out themselves, my love. He seems so dangerous. He cannot harm his life mate. Mikhail tried valiantly to believe it. There was a darkness in Jacques, a truly frightening void none of them could breach. Grigory hesitated in the doorway. Take precautions when you sleep, Jacques. We are hunted. He, too, shimmered, dissolved, and streamed into the night. Grigory, will he harm her? In spite of his reassurance to Raven, Mikhail felt he couldn't take any chances with Shea's health. If anyone could assess the damage to Jacques' mind, it was the healer. He thinks to punish her impetuous behavior. Grigory plied softly. But I can feel his mind turning to hers, taking in her overwhelming emotions. He tries to be angry with her, but it will not stay in his mind. The blood from the ancients had given Jacques his full strength. He felt his immense power, savored it once again. On bare feet, he padded across the room to the door and inhaled deeply. Despite the storm, he knew exactly where Shea was. He was in her mind at all times, never separated. He could feel her wild emotions, her panic and desperation, her need to escape the mountains, the Carpathians. To escape him. You will return to me, Shea. It was a clear order, and he hoped she would obey him, hoped he would not have to force her. Shea leapt over a rotting log and stopped abruptly under the canopy of a huge tree. The command was stark, impressive in its absence of emotion. She recognized anger in herself. It was new to her. Brand new. She couldn't remember being angry before. Shea was usually careful not to feel anything at all. She preferred to analyze things. Please try to understand, Jacques. I won't be a part of this. I will not argue long distance with you. Come to me now. For strength, Shea clutched at an overhead tree branch. Jacques' lack of inflection frightened her more than his anger could have. She sensed a power in him, a total confidence. I won't come back. I can't. Just live your life, Jacques. You have it back now. If Jacques had really felt no emotion in centuries, then he would be struggling just as she was to stay in control. Everything seemed so intense. She wanted the calm, tranquil world she understood, where her brain ruled and emotions could be pushed aside. You cannot possibly win this battle, Shea. It was a warning, nothing less. The tone was devoid of any feeling whatsoever. Why does it have to be a battle? You need to accept my decision. I have the right to leave. Come to me, Shea. There was iron strength in his command. This time he exerted a subtle but frightening pressure. Shea pressed both hands to her head. Stop it. You can't force me. Of course I can. Even as the words echoed in his mind, he realized they were true. He could do almost anything. He stepped off the porch into the driving rain and stretched his muscles lazily, reveling in their response. He was truly alive again. He could easily bring her to him, bend her will to his. She needed to learn that Carpathian women were under their lifemate's protection at all times. She never took precautions, never scanned her surroundings. She never took care for her own protection. Was that the kind of man he had become? Had he always been so? Someone willing to force his will on the one person who cared for him, risked her life for him. Was it so much to ask that he give her time to adjust? Jacques rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. She was so fragile, so vulnerable. Shea could brave the wildest river or highest mountain. She had the strength to handle any crisis, but not her own emotions. His competent little redhead was terrified of her feelings for him. Her childhood had been a nightmare. He could not allow her life with him to become the same thing. Jacques actually felt the curious melting in the region of his heart, the surge of heat that rushed through his bloodstream. "Little one, why do you persist in fighting me?" His voice, whispering so softly in her mind, was filled with tenderness. "Do you know what will happen to you without me?" Her entire being responded to the velvet caress of his voice, the rising tide of love. If he had continued to argue and chastise, she would have had a chance, but the moment he spoke in that tender, caressing way, she was lost. At once she felt overwhelming despair. She could never be free of him, never. "Is that such a terrible fate, love?" His voice turned her heart over. "To be with me?" This time there was a single thread of hurt. "Am I truly such a monster then? I don't know how to be with you. I feel trapped, like I can't move or think." Shea pressed her fingers to her temple, her back to the tree. "I didn't want to need you. I don't want to be with any of them." He was moving steadily toward her, not fast, not slow. The rain drove down on his broad shoulders, glistened off his back. The coolness only added to the gathering heat in his body. She seemed small and defenseless. With each step into the night, with the soil beneath his feet, and the ancient's blood flowing in his veins, his strength grew. "I need you just to breathe," Shea admitted starkly. "I am sorry that terrifies you. I wish that I had more control, but I cannot be alone like that, not ever again. I try to keep my presence in you but a shadow. Perhaps with time I can let go a bit. Being with me terrifies you, but being without you terrifies me." A note of amusement crept in. "We are so compatible." Shea knew he was coming toward her. She could tell by the way her heart pounded in anticipation, the way her body came alive. She buried her face in the crook of her arm, hanging on grimly to the branch above her. "You don't know me, Jacques. I am in you. I know you. You are afraid of me, of what I can do. You are afraid of my instability, my power. You fear what I am and what you have become. Yet you are strong and determined that no harm shall come to me. You know your brain is excited at the possibilities of the existence of our race." His laughter was soft and inviting. "I am your life mate, bound to treasure you, cherish and protect you. Always see to your happiness. And you have the same abilities as I. Your first thought was to force me back to you." She accused him. "Shea, my love, you never think to scan, never check for danger. And you cannot exist without me. It is my duty and my right to protect you. What happens to me if you die? What happens to you if I die?" She knew the answer. She had watched her mother's empty life. "This is obsession." She said the words aloud so that the wind could carry them through the mountains. "I won't be like her." She lifted her face to the driving rain so that the drops ran down her face like tears. It was too late. She couldn't survive without Jacques. Wasn't she just like her mother after all? He came out of the night so beautifully male that he took her breath away. His black eyes moved over her possessively, curiously predatory. Shea shook her head. "I'm not strong enough, Jacques." The wind whipped at her, nearly drove her sideways. "Choose life for us, Shea, for our children. I will not be easy to live with, but I swear to you, no one could love you more. I will do anything to make you happy. Don't you see? You can't make another person happy. I'm the only one who can do that for myself. And I can't do this. You are just afraid. We both have some problems, Shea. You fear the intimacy and I lack of it. It is simply a matter of meeting somewhere in the middle." His voice was so soft, She felt it on her very skin, as if his fingertips were skimming over satin in the lightest caress. Jacques stepped closer, beneath the tree's canopy, his dark eyes intense. Choose me now, Shea. Need me. Want me. Love me. Choose life for us. It shouldn't be like this. We are not human. We are Carpathian of the earth. We command the wind and the rain. The animals are our brethren. We can run with the wolf, soar with the owl, and become one with the rain itself. We are not human, Shea. We do not feed on flesh as humans do, and we do not love as humans do. We are different. We are hunted all the time. And we hunt. It is the cycle of life. Shea, look at me. Chapter 10. Shea lifted her emerald gaze to the disturbing intensity of Jacques' black eyes. He was so close that she could feel the heat of his skin reaching out to her. His fingertips brushed the curve of her cheek, her mouth. His need of her was as elemental as the storm itself. It burned in him like the hot sizzle of electricity, like the slowly spreading heat of molten lava. Need me, Shea. His voice ached with it. Need me the same way I need you. I would give my life for you. Live for me. Find a way to live for me. Love me that much. Her eyelashes swept down, raindrops glistening on the ends of the feathery crescents. You don't know what you're asking of me. His hands framed her face, thumbs brushing her frantic pulse. Each light caress sent flames dancing through her body. Her gaze once more reluctantly found his, her eyes filled with a kind of hopelessness. Of course I know what the cost is to you, little one. I feel your reluctance, your revulsion of our feeding habits. His hand slid to the nape of her neck, drew her close. I've tried to make the adjustment, she protested. I need more time. I know that, Shea. I should have found another way to help you heal. I am trying to find out what kind of lifemate you have. I want to be what you need, someone you can respect and love, not someone who imposes his will and takes the expedient way out. There are ways, little love, to feed you without revulsion. His mouth found her pulse, felt it jump under the velvet rasp of his tongue. His lips moved to her chin, the corner of her lips. His voice was husky, aching. Want me enough, Shea. Want me with more than just your body. Let me into your heart. His mouth fastened on hers, not gently but wildly, hungrily. The hunger was in his eyes when he raised his head to look down at her. Open your mind to me. Want me there as you want me in your body. Want me coming to you wild with a need only you can satisfy. Take me into your soul and let me live there. His mouth was roaming every inch of her face, the column of her neck, the hollow of her shoulder. His body burned and ached and needed. His heart tuned itself to the rhythm of hers. His mind was a haze of desire, erotic pictures, and sensual needs. It was filled with tenderness and love, an intensity that scorched her as much as the hunger in him. The heat of his mouth found her breast through the thin cotton of her shirt, claimed her. His body reacted savagely, painfully, his jeans tight and uncomfortable. Jacques dragged her closer, the storm in him, around him, a part of him. Make me whole. Shea, do not leave me like this. Want me back. Need my body in yours. Have to touch me as I have to touch you. Shea could feel it in him, the raging, wild desire, the dark, sensual hunger. His eyes held so much need, there was no way she could possibly refuse him. Her hands were already sliding over his defined, sculpted muscles, the wildness in her erupting every bit as stormily as the weather around them. Her mouth fed on his, her hands pushed at his clothes, at hers, to rid them of the unnatural encumbrances. She couldn't get close enough to him. Skin to skin was not going to do it. Jacques drew her shirt over her head, tossed it aside, nearly bent her backward to feed hungrily at her breasts. His hands slid up and down her sides, her narrow ribcage, the tiny waist. Let me into your heart, Shea, Jacques murmured along the creamy swell of her breast, against the frantic rhythm beating in tune to his. Right here, little one, let me in. His teeth scraped her satin skin, his tongue caressed and stroked. He dragged the jeans from her waist, pushed them down the curve of her slender hips. Dropping to his knees, he circled her hips with his arms, nuzzled the silk panties, burrowed deep. Shea cried out his name, and the wind whirled the sound and roared it back to her, surrounded her with him, with his scent and the strength of his desire. Want me, Shea? Like this. Like it is meant to be. Just like this. I have to have you. Out here in the middle of the storm. I have to have you right now. He ripped the silk panties aside, clutched her to him, feeding on flowing, honeyed heat. Her body rippled with pleasure, and she writhed against his attacking mouth, but he didn't stop, instead sending her over and over the edge. Shea could only grab hold of his thick charcoal hair with her fist and hold on as the world rocked under her feet and the rain crashed to earth. Jacques somehow managed to do away with her shoes and drag the jeans from her body. She stood naked in the driving rain, so hot she was afraid the water would sizzle when it hit her skin. Do you want me, Shea? This time his voice was hesitant, as if for all his strength, for all his power, one word from her would bring him crashing down. He was kneeling at her feet, his beloved face, so ravaged by torment, so beautifully male, so sensually Carpathian, staring up at her. He was lost without her, it was there for her to see. Raw. Stark. His total vulnerability. For just one moment the wind seemed to cease, and the storm held itself still as if the very skies were awaiting her answer. You can't possibly know how much I want you, Jacques, even if you're reading my mind. She pulled him to his feet, leaned forward to brush his lips with hers. I want you in my heart. I always have. Her breath was warm on his chest. Her tongue tasted his skin, felt the answering jump of his heart. Her hands went to the buttons of his jeans, then slowly freed him from their tight confines. A whip of lightning cracked across the sky, and for one moment his profile was lit up. His dark body, the taut muscles and his terrible need of her, was revealed starkly in the night. His eyes never left her, black and intense and so hungry. Shea's arms circled him lightly, and she touched her mouth to his flat, hard stomach. Jacques jumped as if she had burned him. Her palms followed the carved contours of his buttocks, lingered for a moment as if memorizing him. Then she was on her knees, her hand cupping him, stroking and caressing the velvet shaft. Her every movement sent a shudder of pleasure dancing through his body, a rush of flames leaping to engulf him. Jacques caught a fistful of her red hair, soaked and darkened by the driving rain. He urged her forward, thrusting his hips aggressively, consumed with need for her touch. She was laughing softly, tauntingly, as the heated, moist interior of her mouth slid over him. He groaned and held her to him, lifted his face to the wild storm. You have to mean it, Shea. You cannot do this and not mean it. The words were torn from him, raw and hurting as if from his soul. She tightened her hold on him, followed his unintentional thrusting, deliberately enticed him further. He dragged her up, buried his face in her neck, breathing deeply to maintain a semblance of control. Hands spanning her waist, he lifted her. Put your legs around my waist, love. He was biting her throat gently, his teeth urgent, his tongue easing every ache. She wrapped her arms around his neck, settled herself over him, felt the hard thickness of him pushing aggressively for entrance. He felt far too big, so hot she was afraid both of them would go up in flames. Before she could ease herself over him, he thrust upward, spearing her, filling her so completely that she cried his name. The sound was lost in the violence of the storm raging around them. The rain ran down her face, off her pale shoulders, down her full, gleaming breasts to form beads at the peaks of her rose-colored nipples. Jacques caught the water in his mouth, his body thrusting hard into hers. Flames burned them, consumed them, leapt between them. She was fiery heat gripping him, holding him to her, drawing him deeper and deeper into the magic of her spell. Jacques' mouth found hers again, a little brutally, feeding voraciously, dominantly, laying claim to her, branding her for all time. Open your mind to mine. The whisper was once again against her throat. She felt his mouth at the hollow of her shoulder, his teeth, the heat and beckoning hunger. Give me your mind, Shea. Let me in and keep me there. The whisper was a sorcerer's web. He was weaving a spell so strong, she had no thought to deny him anything. He surged into her body, pushed through the barrier into her mind, and claimed her heart. At once everything was different. He felt her pleasure, so intense she was nearly on fire with it. She felt his pleasure, reaching for the very stars, his body gathering strength, his wanting her fulfillment above his own. He wanted the world for her, ached to have her love him as he was, damaged and broken and nearly a madman. She could see into his soul, the barely leashed beast always striving for dominance, never quite conquered. She could see his fear of losing her, of being forever vampire, loathed and hunted by his own kind. And she could see his terrible need to protect her, keep her safe, and his need to please her. He wanted to earn her respect and love, be worthy of it. He made no effort to hide the demon in him, dark and ugly, so hungry for revenge, so in need of a keeper. Shea allowed her childhood, stark and lonely, to flow into his mind, her fears of sharing her life, her need for control and discipline, her total desire for him, and her secret dreams of children and a family. Jacques' arms tightened, and he laughed softly, triumphantly. She had faced the worst in him, and her body was meeting his every thrust with a tight, fiery friction. Her mind was consumed with hunger and need for him, and a fragile commitment she was determined to see through. He took her mouth as he took her body, wild and crazy and completely uninhibited. Thunder rolled and boomed, and she keened softly, clutching at him as her body clenched around his and exploded into the stars. His hoarse cry was lost in the fury of the storm as his entire body seemed to disintegrate, to soar and erupt with all the explosive power of a volcano. Exhausted and sated, Shea lay her head on his shoulder as he leaned against the barreled trunk of the closest tree. The rains cooled the heat of their bodies, finally penetrated the wild desire and hot hunger that had shielded them from its onslaught. Very gently Jacques lowered her feet to the ground, retaining possession of her waist to help her trembling legs hold her up. Shea raised a hand to push back her rain-slick hair. He caught her fingers and raised her palm to his mouth. "You're the most beautiful sight I have ever seen." She smiled, shook her head at him. "You're crazy, you know that? This is one of the most magnificent lightning storms I've ever seen, and I didn't even notice until now." He grinned at her suggestively, rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Says something." "Exactly," she agreed. "You're crazy, and I must be too." His hands cupped her bottom, drew her close against his hard frame, his face buried in the hollow of her shoulder as he savored the moment. He would never forget how he felt, how she looked, so wild and beautiful in the storm, and her complete acceptance of him with his shattered mind and leashed demons. "This will never go away, Shea, what we feel for one another. It never goes away. It gets stronger with each century. You never have to worry about losing this intensity." He felt her smile against his bare skin, the small kiss she pressed into his chest. "I might not survive. I'm not sure I can stand up on my own. I can help you with that." There was a teasing, insinuating note in his voice, and she felt him press her closer, felt him thicken and harden against her stomach. "You really are crazy. I hate to be a wet blanket, but it's raining all over us." She was laughing as she protested, her body moving subtly against his, unable to believe they could possibly do more than cling to one another after such a wild encounter. He turned her so that she was against the tree, his large frame shielding her from the driving rain. Jacques' palms cupped her face, and he bent his head to hers, his mouth tender, loving, as he kissed her slightly swollen mouth. "I will never get enough of you, not if we live centuries." His palms moved over her breasts possessively down her flat stomach to rest there, fingers splayed wide. "I cannot wait to feel our child growing within you." His eyes darkened to black ice. "I never thought I could share you with anyone, but the thought of our child makes me want you even more." "Slow down, wild man. I think we need to get to know one another better first. We're a couple of emotional cripples, and that doesn't make for great parenting." He laughed softly against her mouth before he kissed her again. "I know what is in your mind and heart, little one. It is not so scary for me anymore. Once you make up your mind, you stick to it like glue. It is what makes you such a good researcher. Don't think you're going to get around me with sex. Just as you were in my mind, I was in yours. Don't think I didn't notice your tendency to want to dominate." His hands were delving into shadows and hollows, finding all kinds of secret, sensitive places. His mouth slid down her throat, a bunting trail as he lapped up the water until he came to her breasts. You do not think sex is a good idea in these situations? His tongue swirled over her nipple, his teeth scraped lovingly along the contour of the creamy swell, followed it into the valley over her heart. But you taste so good. His hand cupped springy curls, pushed against moist heat before his fingers tested the fire in her waiting sheath. And you feel so good. You are so crazy. She couldn't help but laugh, pushing against his hand, using her own to stroke and caress and arouse him further. I swear, Jacques, neither of us is going to be able to stand. She should have felt the cold, but the rain only added to the erotic moment, feeding the intensity of the flames growing between them. Laughing, happy, Jacques backed her toward a fallen log, turning her around so that she faced away from him. Placing her hands on the moss-covered log for stability, he bent her forward so that he could place a kiss at the base of her spine. The light brush sent a shiver of excitement spiraling through her, a shudder of pleasure as his fingers assured him she was ready for him. Catching her slender hips in his large hands, Jacques paused for a moment, marveling at the perfection of a woman's body, Shea's body. Her bottom was round and firm, well-muscled and inviting. You are so beautiful, Shea, unbelievably beautiful. He pushed against her, prolonging the moment of entrance, watching the rain slide down her pale satin skin to meet the hard length of him. Jacques. Shea pushed back against him excitedly, her body soft and yielding, wet and welcoming. He drove into the tight, hot, velvet sheath so perfectly fitted to his body. The feel of her was ecstasy all over again, an experience he would never get enough of. Jacques thrust forward, hard and deep, wanting to fill her completely, needing to hear her soft, keening cries. It drove him wild, those little sounds coming from her throat, the way her body pushed back to meet his. The rain seemed a part of it all, surrounding them like a veil, sliding over their hot bodies, sensitizing their skin. He felt her around him, a part of him, one body, truly together, with the earth moving around them and the heavens ripped apart by their passion. He could feel every muscle in his body taut and ready, waiting, the perfect moment with her body clenching around his, taking his seed from him as he surged into her again and again, a torrent of color and beauty and miraculous pleasure. He felt her open to him, her mind and heart and soul, softly feminine, exquisitely woman, all his. Her pleasure matched his own beat for beat, shudder for shudder. He had to hold her to keep himself on his feet, and they collapsed together into the soaked vegetation. Holding each other, the rain cooling their bodies, they laughed like children. I expected steam this time, Jacques said, crushing her to him. Can you do that? Shea fit the back of her head into the niche of his sternum. One hand idly slid over the heavy muscles of his chest. Make us so hot we turn the rain to steam? He grinned boyishly down at her, for the first time so carefree that he forgot for a moment the torment he had suffered. She made him invincible. She made him vulnerable. Most of all, she made him alive. No, really what they did, those others. They were like fog or mist. Can you really do that? Shea persisted. I mean, you said you could, but I thought maybe you were delusional. His eyebrows shot up. Delusional. Jacques flashed a cocky grin, held out his arm, and watched as fur rippled along the length of it, as the fingers curved and extended into claws. He had to make a grab for Shea as she scrambled away from him, her eyes enormous. Jacques was careful not to hurt her with his strength. Stop laughing at me, you brute. That's not exactly normal. A slow smile was beginning to curve her soft mouth. She couldn't help but be happy for the innocent joy he found in each piece of information that came to him, each new memory of his gifts. It is normal for us, love. We can shapeshift whenever we like. She made a face. You mean all those hideous stories are true? Rats and bats and slimy worm things. Now, why would I want to be a slimy worm thing? He was openly laughing. The sound startled him. He couldn't remember laughing aloud. Very funny, Jacques. I'm so glad you find this amusing. Those people actually formed themselves out of fog, like something in a movie. She gave a punch to his arm for emphasis. Explain it. Shapeshifting is easy once you are strong. When I said we run with the wolf, I meant it literally. We run with the pack. We can fly with the owl and become the air. He pushed back the wet hair framing her face. Why is it you are not cold? Shea sat up, astonished at the notion. She wasn't cold, not really. She became cold when she thought about it, but she hadn't been. Why wasn't I? Carpathians regulate their body temperature naturally. Illusion is also an easy thing to master. Clothes do not have to be bought unless we wish it. Most of the time we are very careful to follow human ways. He kissed the top of her head. You can pretend to be cold if that will make you feel better. I don't like the idea of staying here, Jacques, staying so close to the others. I feel like I can't breathe. But maybe it's only because I don't exactly see people turning into fog every day. Maybe we should stay a little longer and learn a few things from them. I can teach you how to shapeshift. He sounded annoyed. Shea nipped his throat. I definitely do not want to learn how to shapeshift. I'm still on square one, learning to share my life and my body with another person. But if I ever do want to be a rat or something like that, I promise only you'll teach me. I'm talking about other things, like how the healer made you well so quickly. Jacques swallowed his protest quickly. She actually sounded excited, not scared. He didn't like the idea of another man near her, another man spending time with her. But she was a healer and Gregory could teach her much. He wanted her to be happy. He reached for his memories. Gregory, the Dark One, ancient and powerful, solitary. He is always alone. Carpathians whispered of his power, rarely used his name or spoke it aloud. The healer always roams the earth seeking knowledge. He does not stay among our kind. There is none more dangerous, yet none more dedicated to preserving our race. Mikhail is his friend. They understand and respect one another. Shea burrowed closer to Jacques' body, a protection from the storm. I can't believe you're remembering all of this. It's amazing, Jacques. Does your head ache? He rubbed his forehead even as he shook his head to deny it. The truth was, the pain was splintering and cracking the inside of his mind. For her, he could endure anything. His one apprentice was only half a century younger than Gregory and Mikhail. He was different even in appearance. A loner like Gregory. He, too, searched for knowledge. He spoke most languages like a native and served as a soldier in many different armies. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with the same heavy muscles Gregory has. His hair was long and blonde, very rare among our people. His eyes were gold, pure gold. Gregory allowed him to learn the art of healing from him. They were seen together on and off over a number of years all over the world. Who is he? Is he still alive? Shea was intrigued. He is named Aiden, and he has a twin. He often hunted with us. His head was throbbing and threatening to explode if he continued. Hunted what? Shea held her breath, afraid of what he might say. Beautiful women, little one, and I was the one who found you after all. His white teeth gleamed at her, a definite leer. Don't put me off like that. She had already taken advantage, sliding easily into his mind and picking out the pictures of danger and revulsion. Fear even. Not so much of their adversary, but of themselves turning into the very thing they sought to destroy. Jacques, unprepared for her entrance into his mind, had been confident he could keep the grimmer side of their existence watered down for her. Shea had always been reluctant to enter his mind. It hadn't occurred to him that she would do so whenever she wanted. His expression was so rueful that Shea burst out laughing. Where I grew up, that's called being caught with your pants down. He looked down at his body, glistening with the rain. His grin was self-mocking, his black eyes amused. Literally. So where is Aiden now? Was he killed? Jacques' mind refused to relinquish the information at first. He had to go over and over the pieces to the puzzle, looking for an answer. Because it was hurting him, Shea rubbed lovingly at his arm. Don't try anymore. The United States. The last I remember, he and his people went to the States to control the vampire problems there. Vampires no longer stay here in the mountains where they are easily hunted. If Aiden is still alive, or if he has not turned, he frowned over the possibility, then he must still remain there, far from our land. What do you mean by his people? A lifemate? A child. He had no lifemate the last that I knew of him. As he is almost as old as Gregory and Mikhail, the danger to him has increased. The older the Carpathian male, the more difficult he finds it to maintain civility. Then Grigori is a risk also. Shea found herself shivering at the idea. Grigori is the biggest danger of all, and Aiden is not far behind him. Yet Aiden has a family of sorts. Humans, generations that have served him faithfully. He has given them a fortune, yet they choose to stay with him. Mother to daughter. Father to son. He is the only Carpathian I know of that has such a family. Lightning flashed, and on its heels thunder crashed almost overhead. Shea stiffened, the smile fading from her lips and eyes. Her open palm went to Jacques' chest, held him away from her. All at once the welcoming forest and wild storm were no longer a sensual playground, but a dark and sinister world. Shea scrambled to her feet, swiveling around, inspecting the darkened woods. Jacques rose with fluid grace, circled her waist with his arm protectively. What is it? Instantly, he was scanning the area around them, seeking outside himself to reveal his enemies. He stepped in front of Shea to block any threat to her. He found nothing that alarmed him, but Shea's mind held real fear. Shea stepped away from him, eyes anxiously sweeping the forest around them. She caught up her shirt, held it protectively against her body. The others are far away, Jacques said, but he moved again to place himself squarely in front of her in an effort to protect her from the unseen enemy. There is something out there, Jacques, something evil watching us. She dragged her shirt over her head quickly. I know. I always know. Let's get out of here. Jacques waited for her to pull on her jeans before stepping into his own. His every sense was flaring out to the night, searching for anything to prove her right. He could detect nothing, yet her uneasiness was beginning to seep into his blood stream. He could feel himself bristle like a wolf ready for attack. Describe what you feel to me. Let me into your mind fully. It was an imperious order. Shea obeyed without thought. Dark, malevolent, something not human, not Carpathian, crouched in the storm, watching with red, feral eyes, watching and hating. She had the impression of sharp, dripping fangs and unsheathed claws. Not animal. Vampire, Shea. He is out there now. The words were a soft whisper in her mind. Jacques saw, through her mind, caught the impressions that identified the killers stalking them. You must obey me at once, everything I say. Do you understand? Yes, of course. Where is he? I do not know. I can neither smell him nor hear him. But what is in your mind is vampire. As you have never seen one. Before, and the impressions are so strong in your mind, I can do no other than believe this is real. Stay close to me. If he attacks, run. I would never leave you. Her chin went up, and she looked mutinous. I'm perfectly capable of helping you. He would use you to defeat me. I have fought them before. His body was crowding hers, urging her back down the trail toward their cabin. He was not looking so much with his eyes as with his entire being. Shea moved quickly, tried to concentrate on the strong feeling inside her. Whatever was tracking them so silently through the dense forest was exuding a black hatred that made her feel weak. Her heart was pounding in alarm. The thing was sinister, so evil and perverted she could feel the heaviness in the clean, rain-soaked air. To their right, a strange fog glowed eerily, streamed through the rain and wound through the trees. It moved forward at knee level, coming straight toward them now. Shea felt her heart in her throat. She touched Jacques back for reassurance. He stopped, seemingly relaxed, his muscles coiled and ready, like a panther awaiting its moment. She could feel it in him, his readiness, so still and confident. As the fog grew closer, only several yards away now, the moisture began to stack itself higher and higher, the droplets connecting and forming the shape of a man. Shea wanted to scream with fear, but she stayed very still, afraid of distracting Jacques. Byron's form shimmered for a moment. She could actually see the tree behind the mist, and then he was solid, standing with the curious elegance of the Carpathian male. He lifted his eyes from the ground to meet Jacques' icy black gaze. We have been friends for centuries, Jacques. I cannot remember a time in my life that we did not run together. It is strange and sad to me that you can look at me and not know me. Shea, behind Jacques, stirred uncomfortably. Byron's sorrow appeared more than he could bear. She wanted to reach out to him, make an attempt to ease his obvious suffering. Do not. The command was sharp in her mind, clear and in a tone that brooked no argument. Jacques remained motionless, as if carved from stone. Byron's words did not appear to move him in any way. Byron shrugged, his face twisted with pain. When we thought you were dead, we searched for your body. Months, years even. You were never out of our thoughts. You were my family, Jacques, my friend. It was hard to learn to be completely solitary. Grigory and Mikhail and even Aiden survived the centuries because, as alone as they had to be, they had a bond, an anchor to keep them strong through the bleak centuries. You were mine. Once you were gone, my struggle became immense. When Jacques remained silently on guard, Shea pushed at his back. Can't you hear his grief? He is reaching out to you. Even if you can't remember him, help him. You do not know if he has turned or not. Jacques reprimanded her. You felt the presence, and here he is. A vampire can give the illusion of purity of anything he chooses. Stay behind me. I just wanted to tell you I am glad you are back, and I am happy for you that you found your life mate. It was wrong of me to be envious. I should have been more cautious about judging what I did not understand. Byron raked a hand through his dark hair. I am going away for a while. I must gain the strength to get through the years. Jacques nodded slowly. I am going to the healer to try to repair the damage done to my mind. I have noticed Grigory's relationship with Mikhail seems to be strong even though Mikhail has a life mate. I would wish that if all that you say is true, when I am healed, we can resume our friendship. The wild winds were dying down. The rain beat down in a steady drone, and the air seemed heavily oppressed. Byron nodded tiredly and managed a wan smile that did not light his eyes. I wish the best for you both, and I hope that you have many children. Try to make them female for my sake. When will you return? Jacques inquired. When I am able. Byron's form began to waver, to fade, so that they could see through the transparent shape. Jacques' body crouched lower in readiness, a fluid movement that was barely discernible. Instinctively, Shea moved back to give him more room. It seemed a good idea to err on the side of caution. Jacques had never once let down his guard, where Shea would have rushed to comfort Byron compassionately. She inhaled the night, suddenly depressed. On the wind came the oppressive hatred the forest seemed to reek of. She searched Jacques' impassive face. He didn't seem to notice, his attention on the mist streaming away from him. Did he feel it? If it wasn't Byron causing it, why hadn't Byron felt it? Her analytical mind examined the question. She had assumed Jacques couldn't feel the presence because his mind was so fragmented. We will return using a different route, Shea. We cannot stay in the cabin. Jacques caught her hand in his and pulled her through the trees. It is no longer safe. Shea had the vague impression of a twisted, malevolent smile. Silent laughter, grimly amused. She shook her head to rid herself of the image, afraid she was hallucinating. Jacques? Her voice trembled with uncertainty. His fingers tightened around hers. There is no need to worry, we will find suitable shelter. I would never allow you to be harmed. He drew her hand to the warmth of his mouth with remarkable tenderness. You feel the undead one. Is it Byron? I don't know if it's Byron. I just know it is something very evil. Let's leave this place, go to a city with bright lights and lots of people. He tucked her protectively beneath his shoulder and matched his gait to hers. Instinctively, he knew they would be vulnerable in a city. They were Carpathian, not human. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly to give himself time to search for the right words. If a vampire is marking us for his attentions, we will only be placing innocent humans in harm's way. They have very few defenses against the undead. He is watching us, Jacques. I know you can't feel him, but he's out there. Jacques believed her. Once again he sought the pictures in her mind, heard the eerie sound of taunting laughter echoing in her head. He swore softly. When Byron found you in the village, are you certain he did not take your blood? I would have told you. He bent his head toward mine. I could feel his breath on my neck, and his teeth touched my skin, but I jerked away from him. He barely pierced the skin. She reached up and covered the spot where the pinprick had been. In any case, he apologized to you. Couldn't you see his sadness? It broke my heart. His arm tightened for a moment, and he dropped a kiss on the top of her head. You are so compassionate, love, and very trusting. A vampire can appear to be the epitome of beauty, of genuineness itself. She skipped a little to keep up with his ever-quickening pace. I don't think so, Jacques. I recognized beauty in you when you appeared to be a monster. I knew there was something beyond what I could see. I think I would recognize evil just as well. It was the call of our souls to one another that you recognized. We are life mates, bound together even when apart. Call it anything you like, but I think I would know if Byron were truly the vicious creature I feel watching us. It hates. Only Gregory gave you blood. And if I were you, I would not bring up the fact that you forced me to take that spell-casting healer's blood. She twisted away from him, annoyed all over again. How could you betray me that way? With great male superiority, he glanced down at her face. Your health comes before your pride. The truth was, he was ashamed he had forced such a choice on her, yet he was grateful it was over, and she was not nearly as weak as she had been. Says you. I hope he bled a long time before he closed that wound. And don't talk to me anymore, because you're being arrogant, and I can't stand you when you're arrogant. She stumbled, her legs already tired. If you had done as I said, you would be at full strength, your body healed from its ordeal, he pointed out, smug male amusement deliberately in his mind to tease her. She stopped walking so abruptly, his arm jerked her forward. Do you have any idea where we're going? I'm lost out here. Everything is beginning to look the same to me. And stop with that cute little grin you always get in your mind. You think you can get around me with it, but you can't. He tugged at her arm, his black eyes restless, searching the forest around them. He could still feel the dark malevolence through Shea. I can always get around you, little red hair, he answered tenderly. You are not capable of holding a grudge. The feeling of hatred was oppressive. Jacques' gentle teasing was comforting, and she was oddly grateful for it. She tucked her fingers into the crook of his arm. Don't count on my good nature, Jacques. You do remember what they say about people with red hair? That they're great lovers? She laughed in spite of the waves of black malice washing over her continually. You would think that. At her laughter, the air thickened around them so that for a moment she was choking on hatred. Unable to stand it another minute, not thinking of the consequences, she whirled around to face the murky forest behind them. If you want us so badly, you coward, come out into the open and introduce yourself. She tilted her chin at Jacques. There. He can come or not. I don't feel like being hunted down like some animal. Jacques could feel her trembling beside him. It worried him that he had inadvertently forced her into a position of accepting too many new things at one time. His hand cupped the nape of her neck, dragged her close, the black eyes burning down into hers. No one will ever harm you. Not ever. They may attempt to do so, but they will not survive. He took a deep breath before his confession. I was not aware that you were not Carpathian. I was not capable of knowing much at all at that time. I inadvertently converted you. I would like to say I am sorry, but in truth, I am not. I did not know what I was doing, and I hope I would have done it differently had I known better, but you are my life, Shea. There is no existence for me without you. I would have nothing to live for except revenge, and I would become the undead. I do not want to be vampire, preying on humans and Carpathians alike. You are my salvation. She pushed him away from her. The rain swept over her face as she lifted emerald eyes filled with laughter to his. That's it? That's your big apology? I can see you're not going to be a candy and flowers man. She set off quickly. Don't talk to me, you uncivilized maniac. I don't even want to hear the sound of your voice. Jacques forced back the smile that seemed so ready to curve his hard mouth. Shea had a way of making even dangerous situations seem a game where laughter was always close at hand. She managed to find ways to make his madness, the terrible, unforgivable way he had treated her at their first meeting, seem casual. Can I put my arm around you? Even while his eyes scanned, they held a gleam of merriment. You're talking, I said don't talk to me. Shea tried sticking her nose in the air, but it felt ridiculous, and she dissolved into undignified giggles. His arm curved around her slender waist and locked her under his shoulder. I am sorry. I did not mean to speak when you asked me not to. Turn here. I'm going to have to carry you up. Don't talk. You always get your way when you talk. She walked with him a few more yards and stopped, staring up a sheer cliff face that seemed to go up forever. There had been no division between the forest and the rock face to warn her. Up what? Not that. The dark, malevolent feeling had faded away. Whoever it was no longer was watching them. She could tell. I feel another argument coming on. His mocking amusement might not have shown on his face, but she could feel it in her mind. Jacques simply lifted her and tossed her over his shoulder. No way, you wild man. You aren't Tarzan. I don't like heights. Put me down. Close your eyes. Who is Tarzan? Not another male, I hope. The wind rushed over her body, and she could feel them moving fast, so fast the world seemed to blur. She closed her eyes and clutched at him, afraid to do anything else. His laughter was happy and carefree, and it warmed her heart, dispelling any residue of fear she carried. It was a miracle to her that he could laugh, that he was happy. Tarzan is the ultimate male. He swings through trees and carries his woman off into the jungle. He patterns himself after me. She nuzzled his back. He tries. He could hear the love in her voice, the tenderness, and his heart turned over. They had a long way to go before knowing one another fully, before accepting one another, but the love between them was growing stronger with every moment they were together. Chapter 11. The passage into the cave was so narrow, Shea had to hold her breath to squeeze through. It seemed to go on forever, the rough walls scraping her skin, the oppressive feelings of tons of rock over her head, surrounding her body, waiting to crush her. She couldn't look at Jacques, who had somehow made his large body thin and weird-looking. Carpathians were capable of doing things she didn't want to think about. How had she gotten herself into this mess? Sex. A good-looking, intense man with black, hungry eyes, and she felt like a lovesick calf. Sex. It ruined many otherwise sane women. I can read your thoughts. The amusement was soft and caressing, wrapping her up in strong arms. I was perfectly sane and sensible until I met you. Now look at me. I'm crawling around inside a mountain. Suddenly she stopped and held herself perfectly still. I'm hearing something. Tell me you are not taking me into a cave full of bats. Say it right now, Jacques, or I'm out of here. I am not taking you into a cave filled with bats. Shea relaxed visibly. She was not squeamish about very many things, but bats were creatures that were on the earth to remain a safe distance away from her. Miles away. Bats were one of those things she could stare up at in the night sky and think how interesting and wonderful they were, as long as they stayed high above her and nowhere close. Her nose wrinkled. The sounds she was trying to ignore were getting louder. Her heart began to pound in alarm. The walls of the passageway were so narrow, she had no way to move fast. All at once she felt trapped, as if she was suffocating. I'm going back, Jacques. I'm not a cave person. She did her best to sound firm and matter-of-fact, not at all as if she were seconds from screaming her head off. She turned her head cautiously to keep from scraping her face on the jutting surfaces. His fingers circled her wrist like a vice. There must be no disturbance. If any creatures exit the cave or warn others of our existence here, we could be found. A piece of paper couldn't fit in here, certainly not a person. No one is going to look for us here. A vampire would know the moment bats flew from the cave. Bats can't fly out of here if there aren't any in here now, can they? She was sweetly reasonable. Trust me, little red hair, it is only a short distance farther. You aren't going to make me sleep in the ground, are you? Because I won't do it, not even if there are 10 vampires stalking us. Vampires cannot stand even the dawn, Shea. Killing his prey does something to the blood. The sun would fry him immediately. He might betray us to the human servants he is in league with if he marked the entrance to this cave. Or they might be watching for just such a sign as bats flying unexpectedly into the early sun. You're telling me there are bats in here? He tugged at her wrist. Stop being such a baby. I can control the bats, and they will serve to warn us of any danger. Shea made a face, but followed him. With every moment Jacques' abilities, his knowledge and power, seemed to be growing. He was confident almost to the point of arrogance. Sometimes it grated and made her want to throw something at him, but she was proud of his growing strength. The passage began to widen and slowly move downward, as if they were going into the very bowels of the earth. Shea could feel sweat beading on her body and her lungs laboring. She concentrated on breathing, the only thing that would keep her sane. Jacques realized she was trembling, her fingers twisting nervously in his. His mind pushed through her natural barrier and found her uneasiness, her ridiculous fear of bats and closed-in places. She was uneasy with the Carpathian ability to shapeshift. Even his thinness, as he moved through the cave, made her uncomfortable. Used to being in control of every situation, she was finding it hard to follow his lead so blindly. "I am sorry, little one. I am introducing you to things that seem so perfectly natural to me yet must be confusing and frightening to you." His voice was a soft caress, sending warmth curling through her body. Just his voice could give her strength. She straightened her shoulders and followed him. "There's a bed in here somewhere, right?" She tried to inject some humor into the moment. The passageway widened enough to allow Jacques to resume his true form. He immediately did so, hoping to alleviate Shea's distress. He also sought a comfortable topic for conversation. "What do you think of Raven?" "I thought we had to be quiet." Shea was looking in every direction for bats. "The bats know we are here, Shea, but there is no need to fear them. I will keep them away from you." He spoke calmly as if it was an everyday occurrence to control the movements of bats. His fingers curled around the nape of her neck as much in reassurance as to prevent her from fleeing. His thumb caressed her satin skin, found her pounding pulse, and stroked gently, soothingly. "Raven seems very nice, even if she's married to another wild man like you. She probably has lousy taste, just like me." She tacked the thought on deliberately. "What does that mean?" He tried to sound indignant, to keep her talking, to help her sustain her sense of humor. Jacques appreciated her courage and her unfailing determination to keep up her end, no matter how difficult it was on her. "It means she can't have much sense. That man is dangerous, Jacques, even if he is your brother. And the healer is positively scary." "Did you think so?" "Didn't you?" He smiled and talked so gently and calmly, but did you ever look into his eyes? It's evident he feels no emotion whatsoever. He is one of the ancient ones. Grigori is the most feared of all Carpathians. Why is that? Because Grigori was far too powerful, his voice alone able to make strong men, Carpathian males, do his bidding? He is the most knowledgeable in all the ancient and modern arts. He is the most lethal and the most relentless. He is the hunter of all vampires. And he's ancient enough and solitary enough to turn at any moment, right? Makes me feel really secure. And you force me to drink his blood. That is going to take a long time to forgive." She stumbled, not realizing how tired she was. A scream echoed up through the very soil, through the earth's crust. More felt than actually heard, it struck terror, a frozen, helpless grasp on nerve endings. The sound vibrated through their bodies, through their minds, and passed back into the earth itself. The rocks picked up the scream and echoed it back and forth. Jacques went very still, only his icy black eyes moving restlessly. Shea clutched at him, horrified. That sound was of a creature in terrible need, in tremendous pain and suffering. Without conscious thought, she sought outside herself, feeling for the source, trying to fix on the location. "The betrayer," Jacques said in a venomous voice, a low sound of hatred and promised retaliation. "He has another victim in his hands." "How? You are all so powerful. How can he trap any of your kind?" Shea tugged at his arm to bring his attention back to her. He seemed a stranger in that moment, a predator every bit as lethal as the wolf, as the vampire. Jacques blinked rapidly, searched his mind for the answer. He had been trapped by a betrayer, hadn't he? How that had happened was locked somewhere in his damaged mind. Until he could find and repair the fragments, all of his kind were in danger. Shea rubbed her hand down his arm. "This is not your fault. You didn't cause this to happen, Jacques." "Did you recognize the voice?" His tone was completely devoid of expression. "It sounded like an animal to me." "It was Byron." Shea felt as if he had knocked the breath from her body. "You can't be certain." "It was Byron." He said it with absolute conviction. "He came to me to ask for friendship, and I refused him. Now the betrayer will turn him over to the human assassins. Why doesn't the vampire keep him for himself?" She was struggling to understand, her mind already formulating plans. She could not leave Byron or anyone else in the hands of butchers, murderers. She had lost a brother she never knew to these madmen. She had nearly lost Jacques. If he hates all of you enough to want you tortured and killed, why doesn't he just do it himself? The vampire must seek the earth before the sun rises. Unlike us, he cannot take even early sunlight. Dawn would bring his destruction. It limits his reach. So he was in the woods watching us, just as I feared, and must have followed Byron and somehow trapped him. And he has to turn Byron over to the humans before dawn. The humans must be close. Grigori said the very soil groaned under their boots. So this betrayer cannot help the humans as long as the sun is up. Absolutely not. He said it with conviction. But the dawn does not have such an effect on us. We can stand it, Jacques. If we move now, we can find them. All we have to do is get Byron back and hide him until around 5 or 6 this evening when we are strong again. We can do it, I know we can. There are only so many places he could be. We can stand the early morning sun and no one will be expecting us. The humans who have him can't come into this cave. They can't go into the earth. They have to have shelter somewhere. You know this area, and if you don't, the others do. Let's get Byron back. The vampire might get so angry he'll quit hiding, make a mistake, and the others can get him. She was tugging at his arm, trying to drag him back toward the entrance to the cave. I will not expose you to these men. Give it a rest, Jacques. I mean it. We're in this thing together. I hate to brag and put you at an obvious disadvantage, but I can take more of the sun than you. His hand caressed the nape of her neck. That doesn't mean I will allow you to be exposed to danger. Shea burst out laughing. Just being with you is dangerous, you idiot. You're dangerous. She shook back her hair, her chin lifting a bit defiantly. In any case, I can feel the vampire and you cannot. Neither, it seems, could Byron. Maybe the others won't be able to either. You need me. Reluctantly, Jacques was allowing her to pull him toward the cave entrance. Why do I never win an argument with you? I cannot allow you to be in danger, yet we are walking into the dawn and facing brutal killers when we are at our lowest strength. In the afternoon, Shea, we will be completely vulnerable, at their mercy, at the mercy of the sun. Both of us will be. Then we'll just have to be in a safe place by then. Contact the others, Jacques, tell them what's going on. I think you just want to get out of this cave. You would rather face a vampire and human killers than a few little bats. He tugged at her wild mane of hair. She flashed him a grin over her shoulder. You've got that right. And don't you ever turn into a bat. She shuddered. Or a rat. We could get kinky and see how bats and rats make love, he suggested in a whisper, warm breath against her neck. You are a sick man, Jacques. Very, very sick. The passage was narrowing again, taking her breath. At least Jacques was complying, even if he was grousing a bit. Jacques separated his mind from his body, thought of Grigori, the way he moved, the way he felt when his essence moved through Jacques, healing mortal wounds from the inside out. He built the feeling and sent a mental call. Hear me, healer. I have need that you hear me. Your trouble must be great that you reach out to those you do not trust. The voice was startling clear in his head. The answer came so quickly that Jacques felt a surge of triumph. He was much stronger, so much more capable than he had been even the day before. Grigori had given him blood. It flowed in his veins, pumped through his heart, restored damaged muscle and tissue. He had forgotten how easily one could communicate. I heard Byron scream. The betrayer has taken him. He must turn him over to the humans before dawn. Dawn approaches now, Jacques. Grigori sounded calm, undisturbed by even such news as this. Then we must find him. Do any of you have the ability to track Byron? Has he exchanged blood with any of you? Only you made a pact with him. If he turned and was unable to seek the dawn himself, he wanted you to hunt him, and vice versa. You did not want your brother or me to have the responsibility for your destruction. I cannot find the path for him. Jacques could not keep the frustration and self-loathing out of his voice. You are certain this scream was Byron's? Without a doubt. We had been talking together only minutes earlier. Shea became distressed. She said someone was watching us. I could detect no one, and Byron showed no uneasiness. Jacques and Shea were moving through the narrowing rock passage upward toward the entrance. Jacques felt the normal restlessness of his kind at the approaching light. We will do our best to seek him as long as we are able. Mikhail's woman can sometimes track those we cannot. She is very gifted. We will meet you at the cabin. Do you both have dark glasses and protective clothing? Shea does, and I can fashion mine easily enough. She is still too weak to attempt shapeshifting, and she will not go to ground. Nor will I. Jacques heard the echo of Gregory's derision. Women were to be protected from their own foolish desire to be in the thick of conflict. When you find your life mate, healer, your own clear thinking perhaps will cloud. Jacques defended himself. The dawn was streaking across the sky, pressing through the clouds. Rain was still coming down in sheets, and winds were whistling fiercely through the trees below them. In the opening to the cave they were sheltered, but once they moved away from the cliff face, they would be hit with the full force of the elements. Jacques leaned close to Shea's ear. The storm will lessen the effects of the sun on us. I can feel the healer's touch in this squall. There is no sun. Will the vampire be able to be out in this? Jacques shook his head. He cannot see the dawn, not even through the cover of clouds. We often use weather such as this to move in the early and late part of the day. It allows us to blend better with humans, and our eyes and skin take less punishment. He felt her shiver and immediately swept her beneath his shoulder. The weather didn't bother him. Any Carpathian could regulate body temperature easily. Shea had so much to learn, and she needed to overcome her aversion to feeding to gain her full strength. The healer is right, you know. This is far too dangerous to allow you to do. I do not know what I was thinking. The healer can mind his own business. Shea sent Jacques a haughty, over-the-shoulder glare. The healer may be an intelligent miracle worker, but he does not know the first thing about women. Don't make the mistake of listening to him in that particular department. Even with your memory lost, you know far more than that idiot. Jacques found himself laughing again. His mouth brushed the nape of her neck, sent a shiver rushing the length of her spine. How easily you get around me. He couldn't help the surge of possessive triumph sweeping through him. Shea might admire the healer for his abilities, might even wish to learn from him, but his attitude definitely grated on her independent nature. Jacques found he was particularly fond of that independent streak in her. You're a mere man. What do you expect? She asked straight-faced. I, however, am a brilliant surgeon and a woman of many talents. The bats are beginning to get very nervous. I am not certain I can keep them from charging us, he teased wickedly. An involuntary shiver ran through her, but she simply tugged at his hand, assuring herself he was close, and returned to the matter before them. Think of where we can take Byron when we find him. The cabin is too dangerous. It will have to be a cave or the ground itself. We can turn him over to the healer and find a safe place to rest, perhaps make it back here. That thrills me, it truly does. Where did you learn to be so sarcastic? Jacques meant the question to be teasing, but a bitter smile curved her soft mouth and her eyes reflected pain. You learn fast to protect yourself when you're different, when you don't dare bring a classmate home because your mother forgets you exist, forgets the world exists. Sometimes she stood at the window for days, literally days. She wouldn't even acknowledge me. She stopped. Could I be like her, Jacques? Because I'm with you, could I be like her? Not in the same way, he answered as honestly as could. Some things are so fragmented in my mind, I have to piece together information. I do know most lifemates choose to live or die together. But if a child was in need, the lifemate remaining would see to its well-being, emotionally as well as physically. He did not tell her of those children given to other couples to raise, because the remaining lifemate could not face existence without the partner. They knew the child would be well looked after, well loved, because most Carpathian women miscarried or lost their newborns within the first year of life. And I know you, Shea. No matter how difficult something is on you, you always see it through. You would not abandon our child the way your mother did you. Our child would be loved and guided every moment of its life. I know that absolutely. She caught his arm, preventing him from stepping out into the rain. Promise me, if we have a child together and something happens to me, you will stay and raise it yourself. Love it and guide it as someone should have me. Promise me, Jacques. A Carpathian child is protected and loved above all things. We do not mistreat children. That is not what I asked of you. He closed his eyes tightly for a moment, unable to lie to her. He had been alone too long. He would never want to remain without her. Life mates happen to us only once, little red hair. Our child, Jacques. If it should happen, I don't want a stranger raising it. Sometimes, Shea, another couple, one hungering for a child, is a better choice than a remaining, grief-stricken life mate. Her swift, indrawn breath, the slam of a mind block so strong it was frightening, made him realize this was no small matter to her. Did it never occur to you people that the child might also be grieving? That a parent to comfort it and see it through such a time would be of more value. This need you have to choose death when there is a child or other family members left behind is selfish and morbid. You persist in judging us by human standards, he said gently. You have no idea what our bond entails. His strong fingers laced through hers, and he turned her knuckles up to brush the warmth of his mouth along her soft skin. Perhaps we should save this discussion for a more appropriate time, when we are safe and we know Byron is also. Her eyes refused to meet his. I'm sure you're right, Jacques. Tears burned, and Shea chose to attribute them to her sensitivity to the dawn, not to their conversation. She followed Jacques down to the timberline without a murmur, carefully keeping a strong block up so that he could not read her mind. She could understand why he felt he would have to choose death should something happen to her. He had been too long alone and could not face life without his anchor. Maybe he was right, maybe he would be too dangerous to the world. But if she had to accept that, she knew that there could be no children in their future together. Eternity was a long time to live with such knowledge. But she could not bring a child into the world, given how Jacques felt. She would never take such a risk. Shea bit her lip, stumbled a little in weariness. Automatically, she grabbed at Jacques' waistband for support. For one moment, she'd thought she had a chance at a normal life, perhaps not normal as others knew it, but with a family structure, a child and husband. Do not, Shea. I do not have the time now to comfort you properly, to allay your fears. Leave this. Startled that he had penetrated her block, she looked up at his face, so mesmerizing, so handsome and seductive, yet ravaged by torment no human could imagine. His eyes, unprotected by the dark glasses he held in his hand, moved over her face. She could see love there and possession, a dark promise for all eternity. His fingers brushed her chin, sending a dancing flame spiraling along her spine. His thumb touched her bottom lip, and a shiver of sexual awareness curled in the pit of her stomach. You belong with me. Shea, two halves of the same whole. You are the light to my darkness. I may be twisted, even mad, but I know in my heart, in my very soul, that I cannot exist without you. His mouth brushed her eyelids gently. I am not easy to kill, red hair, and I do not surrender what is mine. Lying in torment these years has given me a strength of will not easily matched. She rubbed her face along his side, wanting to burrow close for comfort. We are so far apart, Jacques, in every way we think. It's easy to say in the heat of passion that everything will be fine, but living together may be extremely difficult. We're so different. His arm circled her waist, urging her forward into the comparative shelter of the trees. Rain was slashing down, soaking them. Clouds, dark and massive, swirled above them. But he could feel the first pinpricks of the sun as it began to climb above the clouds. The early morning light always made him uneasy, always made him aware of his own terrible vulnerability. Replacing his dark glasses, he pushed forward with quick, long strides. If only she had taken nourishment from the healer, they could shapeshift and be at the cabin in an instant. Jacques knew she had thought her mind block sufficient to keep him out, but he never was able to quite let go of her. Some part of him always dwelled in her mind, quiet, like a faint shadow, but they're all the same. She had always dreamed of having a child, to give it the love she'd never had. Now she felt there was no hope of such a thing. The question of the child had been very important to her, but lifemates could not lie to one another, could not cheat on one another. He could only pray he would choose death instantly, without a qualm, without a doubt, if something happened to Shea. Otherwise, he feared he would become the monster lurking inside him, so close to the surface, a monster the world of humans and Carpathians alike had never known. There was something very wrong with him, and only Shea stood between that something and the rest of the world. There was no way for her to break their bond. He knew that with his every instinct, and it brought him a measure of comfort. The rage, always so close, so deadly, was leashed and under control for the time being. As long as Shea was with him. But now he had to find Byron. He owed the Carpathian that much. The drive in him to do so was strong, almost overwhelming, as if some part of him, not his mind, but something deep within him, remembered their shared friendship. He should have placed Shea in a trance and demanded that she sleep while he did this thing, but the truth was, he simply couldn't bear their separation, and he wanted her close, where he could protect her. And he wanted her happy. Women. Shea heard his disgruntled complaint clearly in her mind. A small smile tugged at the corners of her reluctant mouth. "Am I complicating your life, Jacques?" she asked sweetly, hopefully. He stopped so abruptly that she was jerked to a halt. Jacques caught her wet hair in his fist and pulled her head back so that the rain ran along her soft skin like honey. "The truth is, Shea, you make me feel so much, I do not know if I can stand it sometimes." His mouth found hers almost blindly, desperately, feeding voraciously as if he might devour her, take her into his body forever. "Nothing can ever happen to you." His hands were biting into her skin, his body taut with tension, his mind a whirling confusion of fear and determination and so much hunger. Almost without thought, Shea reacted instinctively, her slender arms circling his neck, her body soft and pliant against the aggression in his, her mind calm and loving, a warm, safe haven for his fragmented, tortured mind. She kissed him without reservation, pouring every ounce of love and support she could into her response. He lifted his head reluctantly and rested his forehead on hers. "Nothing is going to happen to me, Jacques. I think you're having anxiety attacks." She tousled his hair as if he were a small boy, gave him a teasing grin. "Do Carpathians have shrinks too?" He laughed softly, astonished that he could do so when he had been so terrified only moments earlier. "You are as disrespectful as a woman can get." "I'm not just any woman, silly. I'm a doctor and terribly brilliant." "Everyone says so." "Do they now?" He held her tight against his hard frame, thinking to take her into his very body, his arms protectively sheltering her. "Is this going to be too much for you, Jacques? Facing those horrible butchers again? Are you certain you can do this?" He raised his head so that she couldn't see the wolfish smile that didn't reach his ice-black eyes. "I am looking forward to renewing our acquaintance." Shea touched his mind with hers, found a grim satisfaction at the thought of a confrontation, but Jacques was too strong to allow her to see the rage and hatred welling up, threatening to spew forth violence and revenge. Shea was a healer, a gentle woman who could not conceive of an evil such as he had seen, such as he himself possessed. She took his hand, her fingers lacing tightly with his. She might not ever have a child, but she had Jacques. She wanted him far away from pain and torment, far from men or creatures who might try to destroy him again. She was very determined to see him safe. Chapter 12. Raven stood in the comparative shelter of the porch, her face turned up toward the sky, eyes closed. Tiny beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, and her fingers twisted together compulsively over her stomach. She was not with the others, rather somewhere out of her body and concentrating on attempting to find Byron's location. Beside her stood her dark, intimidating husband, his mind obviously locked with hers. Mikhail was so like Jacques that Shea could not tear her gaze from him. As she moved onto the porch a step behind Jacques, she could clearly see that Mikhail was furious. He was seething with anger, violence swirling very close to the surface, yet his posture was purely protective. He had placed himself between Raven and the ferocity of the storm. Grigory was as still as a statue, his face a blank mask, his silver eyes as empty as death, yet Shea gave him a wide berth. There was something dangerous in his utter stillness. Shea felt she had no way to sorting out the complexity of the Carpathian male's nature. Grigory was watching Raven through narrowed, restless eyes, eyes that saw far too much. Suddenly he cursed, low and vicious, startling from someone of his stature and power. She should not put herself at risk. She is with child. His eyes met Jacques, silver lightning and black ice. Total understanding between the two men. Shea merged her mind with Jacques quickly to try to understand the hidden currents. Raven's pregnancy, if she was pregnant, changed everything as far as the men were concerned. Shea could see no evidence of a child. Raven appeared as slim as ever, but she couldn't believe the healer would be wrong. He seemed so infallible, so completely invincible. The child was everything, all important to the men. It surprised, even shocked her, the way they regarded the pregnancy. It was a miracle to both of them. The baby was more important than any of their lives. Shea was confused. Despite Jacques' fractured memories, his protective streak was extremely strong. He's aware of his surroundings, but he can't move. Even his mind is locked and still. He is paralyzed somehow. Raven's voice startled Shea, brought her back to the stormy weather and their rescue mission. Raven was clearly speaking of Byron. He can't move or call out, not even mentally. It is dark and damp, and he knows he will suffer greatly before they are done with him. Raven swayed, her hands protectively covering her stomach. The healer moved, a blur of speed, catching her arm and wrenching her out into the driving rain. Grigori snagged Mikhail's shirt, too, and yanked him into the fury of the storm. "Break off now, Raven," Grigori commanded. He shook Mikhail. "Let go of him now." Jacques leapt forward, grabbed his brother, and hit his face, once, twice. "Come back." It was a hoarse cry. Shea bit her lip, suddenly terrified. The couple seemed somehow bound, caught in the vampire's trap with Byron. Grigori pulled Raven farther into the driving rain. Jacques pushed Mikhail after them. It was Mikhail who recovered first. He blinked at his brother, looked around him as if unaware where he was. Then, instinctively, he reached for Raven. "Bring her back, Mikhail. Go after her. Guide her back. This is too dangerous for her." "Even with my connection to her, she is trapped," Grigori said. "We are dealing with more than just any vampire. This one is skilled in the black arts and the use of herbs and power stones. I know what he has done and how he is doing it." Mikhail pulled Raven tightly against him, his black eyes hard with mental strain. Raven blinked, looked around her, seemed surprised to find herself in the rain. Her hand went to her temple in a gesture of pain. "Stop staring at me. I feel like some kind of freak show." She sounded hurt, hid her face on Mikhail's chest. His arms circled her, drew her into the shelter of his body, his head bent lovingly toward hers. It was such an intimate gesture, Shea had to turn away. To her dismay, she found the healer studying her. Shea moved closer to Jacques, unconsciously seeking protection from the scrutiny. "You need nourishment." The healer spoke gently. "When I'm hungry, I'll eat," Shea told him haughtily. "You don't need to worry about all of us. I know how to care for myself." The silvery eyes slashed through the lie. "Your hunger radiates from you, and your weakness could place all of us in jeopardy." He turned his powerful stare on Raven. Raven squirmed visibly. "Oh, shut up, Grigori," she snapped, her blue eyes flashing fire at him. A faint smile curved his mouth, failing to light his eyes. "I did not speak. You spoke volumes, and you know it." Her chin went up belligerently. "Your male sense of superiority is enough to make a woman want to scream. Honestly, Grigori, all that cold logic makes a person crazy." She allowed Mikhail to lead her onto the porch. "Logic works, unlike emotional women," Grigori returned unruffled. "Your first duty is to protect your child. Our first duty must be to protect you." His silver gaze clearly censured Mikhail. "You don't know for sure if I'm pregnant. Do not play games, Raven. Sometimes your rebellious ways grow tedious. I know you are with child. You cannot hide such a thing from me." Mikhail knows it to be true, and he knows he cannot allow your dangerous involvement in this mission to continue with you in such a condition. Raven flung out her ebony hair. "No one allows me to do anything. I decide. I was born and raised human, Grigori," she pointed out. "I can only be myself. Byron is my friend, and he is in desperate trouble. I intend to help him." "If your lifemate is so enthralled with you that he would allow you such foolishness," Grigori replied softly, menacingly, "then I can do no other than protect you myself." "Don't you talk about Mikhail like that." Raven was furious. "You really know how to stir up the hornet's nest with the women, do you not?" Mikhail demanded, even though he understood Grigori completely and felt him justified. Grigori did not look at him but stared out into the storm. "The child she carries is my life mate. It is female and belongs to me." There was an unmistakable warning note, an actual threat. In all their centuries together, such a thing had never happened. Mikhail immediately closed his mind to Raven. She could never hope to understand how Grigori felt. Without a life mate, the healer had no choice but to eventually destroy himself or become the very epitome of evil. The vampire. The walking dead. Grigori had spent endless centuries waiting for his life mate, holding on when those younger than he had given in. Grigori had defended their people, lived a solitary existence so that he might keep their race safe. He was far more alone than the others of his kind, and far more susceptible to the call of power as he had to hunt and kill often. Mikhail could not blame his oldest friend for his possessive, protective streak toward the unborn child. He spoke calmly and firmly, hoping to avoid a confrontation. Grigori had held on for so long. This promise of a life mate could send him careening over the edge into the dark madness if he felt there was a danger to the female child. Raven is not like Carpathian woman. You have always known and accepted that. She will not remain in seclusion during this time. She would wither and die. Grigori actually snarled, a menacing rumble that froze Shea in place, put Jacques into a crouch, and had Mikhail shifting position for a better defense. Raven pushed past Mikhail's strong body and fearlessly laid a hand on the healer's arm. Everyone else might think Grigori could turn at any moment, but he had held on for centuries, and she believed implicitly that he would no more hurt her than he would her child. "Grigori, don't be angry with Mikhail." Her voice was soft and gentle. "His first duty to me is to see to my happiness. It is to see to your protection." Grigori's voice was a blend of heat and light. "In a way, it's the same thing. Don't blame him for having to make adjustments for what you consider my shortcomings. It hasn't been easy for him, or for me, for that matter. We could have waited to conceive until I'd had time to become more familiar with Carpathian ways, but that would have taken more time than you have. You're far more than a close friend to us, your family, a part of our hearts. We weren't willing to risk losing you. So we both pray this child is a female, and that she grows to love and cherish you as we do, that this is the one who will be your other half." Grigori stirred as if to say something. "Do not say anything," Mikhail hissed in the healer's head. "She believes the child will have a choice." Grigori bowed his head mentally to Mikhail. If Mikhail chose to allow his wife the comforting if false thought that the female child would have a choice in such a matter, then so be it. Shea was astonished that a man so powerful, obviously such a leader as Mikhail, could calmly allow another man to snarl at him and rebuke him as Grigori had. She was beginning to suspect that Jacques' brother was a man of strong character, and the love and emotion apparent in both him and Raven brought tears to her eyes. This was Jacques' family, his legacy, and there was real love, real affection among them, making them capable of great sacrifice. She slipped her hand into Jacques and clung to him, feeling she had something in common with Raven. Raven's blue eyes were steady on Grigori. "If you wish to examine me to determine the sex of the child, you may do so." Her chin lifted. "But as you wish me to accept you for yourself, for your predatory nature, you must accept me as I am. My heart and soul may be Carpathian, but my mind is human. I will not be put on a shelf somewhere because you or my husband deems it necessary. Human women moved out of the Dark Ages a long time ago. My place is with Mikhail, and I must make my own decisions. If you feel the need to add your protection to Mikhail's, I will be most grateful." There was a long silence, and the red glow faded slowly from the slashing silver eyes. Grigori shook his head slowly, with infinite weariness. This woman was so different from his kind. Reckless. Compassionate. Unaware of every taboo she broke. His hand went to her stomach, fingers splayed. He focused, aimed, sent himself out of his body. His breath caught in his throat, and his heart seemed to melt. Deliberately, he moved to surround the tiny being, merging his light and will for a heartbeat of time. He was taking no chances. This was his life mate. He would ensure it with every means at his disposal, from blood bonding to mental sharing. No one was as powerful as he. This female child was his and his alone. He could hang on until she came of age. We did it, didn't we? Raven said softly, bringing Grigori back to his own body. She's a girl. Grigori stepped away from Raven, holding on to his composure with his great strength of will. Few Carpathian women carried a full term. The child rarely survives the first year of life. Do not be so certain we are out of the woods. You must rest and be cared for. The child comes first. Byron would say so also. Mikhail must take you far from this place, away from the vampire and the assassins. I will hunt and rid our people of the danger while your mate looks after you. Grigori's voice was low and pitched in silver tones, tones of light that beckoned and danced. Nearly impossible to resist. So calm and soothing and reasonable. Raven actually had to shake off the compulsion to do as he wished. She glared at him. Don't even try that with me, Grigori. She included Mikhail in her stare. And you big lunk, you would have gone along with him like the tree-swinging macho man you are. Watch these guys, Shea, they're impossible. They'll do anything to get their way. Shea found herself smiling. So I've noticed. It was reassuring to see that Raven had learned to hold her own with the men. Shea was every bit as strong. I can't leave Byron out there to suffer the same fate as Jacques, Raven insisted stubbornly. She looked beyond Grigori to Shea for support. We can't. Shea had seen firsthand what the human butchers were capable of, and she could no more leave Byron to such a fate than she could walk away from Jacques. She nodded in agreement. Once we have Byron's location, you men can go after him. I'll stay with Raven, and we'll wait for you here. The vampire can't come out with the sun up, and we have guns if the humans show up. In any case, Mikhail, you know you could protect us from humans, even from a distance, Raven reminded him. Shea is right, healer. Jacques suddenly threw his support to the women. He owed Byron. He could not allow anyone to suffer as he had. He glanced at Grigori. You knew Raven and Mikhail were in trouble when their minds were connected to Byron's. What is it? How does the vampire trap us? He ensnared Raven and me through Byron, a monumental feat, Mikhail admitted. Then he rubbed his jaw ruefully. Is it possible, little brother, you enjoyed hitting me just a bit too much? Jacques' teeth gleamed white in the semblance of a smile. He could not help but admire Mikhail's coolness in the midst of a threat as lethal as the healers and the vampires combined. To be able to joke, to put aside the ego of the Carpathian male, was nothing short of a miracle. Fragments of memory rushed over him, memories of greatness, of a powerful being dedicated to the preservation of their people. His arms crept around Shea, his anchor to reality, his bridge from his lost past to the present. Shea responded at once, so in tune with him she needed no second hint. She leaned into him immediately, flooding his mind with warmth and soothing comfort. There is a root, Grigori explained. One can grind it into a fine powder, mix it with 2 types of berries and sage. It is boiled until it becomes thick, all liquid evaporated, and the remaining gel is then mixed with the venom from a tree toad. I am positive the vampire is using it. The recipe is an ancient one and lost to all, but those of us who studied alchemy and black magic. I know of only 2 others besides me who would have this knowledge. Aiden, Mikhail said softly. Or Julian. It cannot be, Grigori denied. I would feel their presence in our land. Even changed, I would know either of them. What exactly does this drug do? Shea asked. The identity of the vampire seemed secondary. She was far more intrigued with the results of such a mixture as Grigori described. She had studied plants and herbs extensively. Common ones like foxglove and rhododendrons could produce paralysis. She knew, too, that toad venom of itself could be lethal. Certain tribes in various parts of the world had discovered its properties and used it to tip their darts, spears, and arrows. Somehow the blend of root and berries and toxin must paralyze the nervous system, even affect the mind. How is it administered? It has to be in the bloodstream, Grigori said. Who could get close enough to inject a Carpathian? Even a vampire cunning enough to disguise his true self would not have the strength to overcome someone of Jacques' stature. It is inconceivable, Mikhail said. Jacques was a hunter, a dispenser of justice. At the time the murders were decimating our people, he would have been doubly cautious. The vampire tricked him. It is the usual weapon of a deceiver, is it not? Grigori informed them calmly. Dawn is here. We must hurry. The rain beat down into the silence. The wind shook the trees. Jacques stared sightlessly into the forest. Fragments of memory teased and whispered at him. Blood. So much blood. The words came out of their own accord. His fingertips stroked absently over his neck, a frown creasing his forehead. It was a hunter's trap, a crude, nearly invisible wire. It cut my throat. Nobody moved or spoke, not wanting to break Jacques' concentration. Shea found herself holding her breath. Memory was so important to Jacques, and right now it might save Byron's life. She could feel the pain splintering through his mind, felt him blocking it out, focusing his will to remember. He rubbed his thumb back and forth across an eyebrow, then frowned slightly. I was weak. He came then, offered his blood. I did not want to offend him, but I was reluctant. He disturbed me. Jacques broke off, gripping his temples hard with his fingertips. I cannot see him. He looked at Shea with desperate, anguished eyes. I do not know who he is. She wrapped her arms around him both mentally and physically, hating the worn, tortured lines etched into his beautiful face. 2 days ago you could barely stand, could not remember anything. This is a miracle, Jacques. What you've accomplished is a miracle. She tried to reassure him, reading accurately that he loathed the fact that he could not eke out another detail. It is enough to piece it together, Gregory said, his voice a soothing balm. He touched his fingertips to Jacques' temples, inhaled slowly and focused, sending himself outside his body. Shea could actually feel the pain melting away, leaving Jacques whole and calm. The healer's power was extraordinary. She wanted it, felt it moving within her, rising to follow where the healer's light led. Gregory's voice broke the spell. You must have accepted his offer. The poison was in the betrayer's blood. What prevents the betrayer from being paralyzed? Mikhail hissed it, a venomous sound that sent a shiver through Shea. There was something very lethal about all these men, something far different from their human counterparts. They accepted violence as easily as the animals in the surrounding forest did. They were predators. It was in the way they moved, in the way they held themselves, in their very thoughts. Gregory made a slow circle of the porch. Shea found it interesting that all 3 men had positioned their bodies between the Dawn and the women. There are ways, but we have no time for such a discussion, for we must act now if we are to do this. Raven, while you were connected to Byron, could you get a sense of direction, anything at all? He was not alone. He was somewhere underground, a cave maybe. It was damp, musty. He was not so very far from us. Raven looked up at Mikhail with sad eyes, afraid she had not come up with the information they needed to find the Carpathian in time. One day, in the company of the 2 human butchers and Byron, was surely going to die a hideous death. Mikhail laced his fingers through hers, brought her knuckles to the warmth of his mouth in understanding and unity. The cellar, Jacques, Shea suddenly said, excited. They took him to the cellar. They can't know this land very well, and they would go where they had already been successful. I know what they're like, very arrogant, particularly the one called Don Wallace. It would be just like him to use the same place, thinking he was thumbing his nose at all of you. It would be damp and musty all right, but they would find Jacques' coffin gone. They would know the place had been disturbed recently, Mikhail argued thoughtfully. True, but wouldn't the vampire tell them Jacques is alive? He saw Jacques and me in the forest earlier with Byron, Shea said. They would feel safe because you're all supposed to be undercover during the day, I'm telling you. This is exactly the kind of thing a man like Wallace would do. He believes you're all vampires and can't move in the daylight hours. This Wallace, Mikhail said softly, he is the nephew of Eugene Slavinsky, enemy to all Carpathians. We have met briefly before. I believe the young lady is correct. He believes he is smarter and more cunning than we. Aiden would have done our race a huge service had he killed him when he had the opportunity, Gregory observed. We were hard-pressed that night, with Mikhail injured and Raven in the hands of madmen. Maybe this Aiden had already turned? Shea speculated. Gregory shook his head slowly. He had not turned then, nor has he turned now. He is powerful, such as Mikhail and I. The world would know if one of our stature had become the most feared creature of all. No, it is not Aiden. In any case, he has a twin brother, one even more powerful, who would know instantly had Aiden turned. Grigori's voice was low and smooth, filled with certainty. Shea shook her head to rid herself of the hypnotic effect. Grigori's power frightened her. His voice alone could do just about anything, produce any reaction in any of them. No one should have that kind of power. So why can we not detect the vampire when he is near? Mikhail asked no one in particular. I have scanned the area and can detect none of our kind, not even Byron. Shea was able to detect the vampire when I could not, Jacques said. I was not certain I believed her at first, but I could feel as she did when we merged. Shea lifted her chin in challenge. Do you think you can explain how all this was done, healer? How anyone could have done it? Grigori turned the full power of his magnetic silver eyes on her. I can make the earth shake beneath your feet and bring lightning from the sky to do my bidding. I can close off your airway with a thought. I am all things from a mouse to a wolf running free. Is this not enough for you to believe? He inquired softly. His voice was a black magic weapon. That was what Shea believed. She shivered and moved closer to Jacques. They all trusted Grigori, yet wasn't he one of the ancients? They had all told her a vampire could hide itself, appear normal. None of them even suspected him. It was agreed he was the most dangerous, his knowledge acquired unceasingly through the centuries. And he was their healer, had given blood to all of them. Her brain worked at the pieces of the puzzle. It is impossible. Jacques caught her thoughts. Why? Shea demanded. Mikhail would know. I do not know how I know this, but Grigori could not hide this from Mikhail. She gave an exasperated little sigh. Jacques hid his grin at her feminine petulance. She really had an aversion to the way Grigori dictated to the women. There is one human a few miles away, Mikhail stated. I can detect no others. He is in the direction of Jacques' old home. Do we go? Light was streaking the sky now, gray patches despite the dark, roiling clouds and the steady drizzle of rain. Go, Mikhail, Raven insisted softly. You have to. Otherwise I would always feel I killed him. If you do not go, it will be because of me. You have to, Shea added, looking into Jacques' black eyes. He did, too. Shea felt it with great conviction. There would come a time when Jacques would remember his childhood, his great friendship with Byron, and how he had backed away from Byron's attempt at reconciliation. He needed to do this for the sake of his own sanity. I know. His reply was a soft assent in her mind as he shared her thoughts. I will go, Mikhail, he said aloud. You stay and protect the women. It is the only way. It could very well be a trap, Grigori cautioned. More than likely it is a trap. Otherwise this would be very careless on the part of one so cunning. That's why all of you should go, Raven said. Shea and I will wait here. We can destroy all evidence of her research while we wait. Shea could not prevent the gasp that escaped her. She lifted her chin defiantly. She was not going to be intimidated by these powerful creatures. Her eyes flashed from one to the other. I spent several years of my life gathering that data, she said hotly. Raven caught her hand and squeezed it in warning. She tugged Shea away from Jacques and right up to the door of the cabin. All right, Shea, we'll talk about it. You are to leave this place and go to safety if the hour becomes too late or you receive warning from us, Mikhail cautioned his lifemate. No playing the heroine. On this I will have your word. Raven smiled into his eyes, an intimate, tender acknowledgement. She nodded. I would never endanger our child, my love. Mikhail reached out and touched Raven's face, trailing his fingertips tenderly down her skin even as his form wavered, contorted, began to snap and pop. For shimmered along his arms, his back. His powerful frame bent, and he leapt away, landed running, a large black wolf. Shea's eyes widened, astonished at the quick change. Seeing the man become a wolf was incredible. Her heart was slamming so loudly she was afraid it might burst. She was uncertain whether it was from excitement and awe or from sheer terror. Jacques. It is all right, my love. To calm her, he leaned close, brushed her forehead with his mouth. It is the way of our people to utilize the animals around us. It is natural for us. And it helps to protect our skin and eyes from the sun. I'm fine now, wild man. It was a shock. Shea breathed deeply to overcome her trembling. She found she was clinging to Raven's hand and self-consciously dropped it. Jacques dropped another kiss on her forehead before he deliberately walked off the porch and into the dense forest, making sure he was out of her sight before his body began to change. Gregory's silver eyes moved over both women, then settled on Shea. The child must be protected. It is no use appealing to Raven for logic, as she has none, and Mikhail is so besotted with her that he does not see his first duty, so it is up to you. For the sake of all of us, you must protect this child. Do you understand? Shea felt ensnared by those molten eyes. She might not fully comprehend his reasons, but she felt his genuine urgency. She nodded. I'll watch over her, healer. It is not for my sake only, but for humans and Carpathians alike. This child must live, Shea, he reiterated. She must. Shea clearly felt the warning, the plea from his otherwise damned soul. This child was his only hope. For the first time she believed he was not the vampire, that his fear of turning was great, the child his only chance of survival. She nodded, meeting his eyes steadily so that he could see she comprehended the dangers. Out of respect for her, Gregory, too, walked into the forest out of Shea's sight before shapeshifting and loping away toward the ruins of Jacques' old home. Raven opened the door to the cabin and stepped out of the storm into the shelter of the room. You'll get used to it. When I first met Mikhail, I didn't have a clue what he was. I thought he was a psychic like me. Believe me, it was a real shock when I found out. I had no idea such a species even existed. Shea managed a small smile. To be back in her cabin was comforting, with all her familiar things around her. I'm still not certain I believe any of this. I keep expecting to wake up in my office back in the States. Snagging a towel, she tossed it to Raven and caught up another for herself. Her hair was dripping wet. It was soothing to her to do something so mundane as towel it dry. We live relatively normal lives, Shea. Mikhail and I have a beautiful home in this breathtaking land. Mikhail has several businesses. We have friends, good friends. We travel. What happened to Jacques was a terrible tragedy for all of us. I'm glad he has you now, all of us are. Raven curled up in a chair. Daylight was taking its toll on her pregnant body. Shea leaned against the bed and studied Raven. She was a beautiful woman, a little pale, with unusual blue-violet eyes. Jacques is still quite ill. He's struggling to remember his life. It's difficult. She paced restlessly. I worry about him. He doesn't believe he is always sane. There is such torment in him. Shea, you need me? Jacques' voice was clear in her mind, anxious, as if he had caught her thoughts. She realized that Jacques was unable to release her completely. She should have felt resentful, cornered, but the truth was, she felt safe. Already she was becoming accustomed to their closeness. I'm fine, Jacques. Just take care of yourself. It was an exhilarating feeling that she could talk across time and space, that she could touch him whenever she wanted or needed, that he would always know when she was troubled. Shea watched Raven and, noting her elevated breathing, automatically walked over to her to take her pulse. Raven laughed and pulled away. My husband is being naughty. He likes to keep me thinking about him while he's away from me. I'm fine. They'll drive you crazy, but they're always intriguing and usually lots of fun. It's a good thing, as they have long lifespans. Wouldn't it be hell to be stuck for centuries to someone you found incredibly boring? How dangerous is the healer? Raven inhaled sharply. The truth is, Gregory is the most dangerous of all Carpathians. Mikhail thinks Gregory is more powerful than he is, and that's saying quite a bit. He knows things more than any other. Mikhail fears for him all the time now. If he turned vampire, we'd all be in grave danger. Mikhail loves him. We both do. That's why we decided to try for a baby now rather than later. To produce a life mate for him. Carpathians never have female children anymore. No one knows why, but the children that are born rarely survive the first year of life. Mikhail and Gregory both believe a human life mate can produce them a female child, and I guess they're right, since Gregory says this child is a girl. He would know. That's why my father wanted a female child so much. My mother never got to tell him she was pregnant, but in her diary she said he had been disappointed when Noelle gave birth to a male child. I met your father briefly, Raven said softly. He was very distraught over Noelle's murder. He wanted to hunt the assassins, but Mikhail told him it was too dangerous, he was too involved. He was sent to sleep for several years. He just went to sleep? Shea was furious for no reason she could actually name. To think of the man sleeping while his wife lay murdered, his mistress pregnant and alone, and someone else raising his son, made her very angry. She had a feeling she would not like her father very much. You need to understand these people, Shea, the kind of power they carry, the kind of devastation they're capable of. They can command the land, cause an earthquake that could destroy whole cities. Control is a huge issue with them at all times. Someone like Grigory is a time bomb. He knows it, Mikhail knows it, all of us do. Rand was so distraught. He was dangerous to everyone around him. Mikhail did what he thought was right for the protection of humans and Carpathians alike. Rand obeyed because Mikhail is their chosen leader. He never seemed very attached to anyone, least of all his son. Even now, he is a loner rarely seen. He spends most of his time in the ground. And Rand neglected to say anything about my mother to anyone, Shea said bitterly. My mother's life was destroyed. He could have prevented that. I'm sorry, it must have been terrible for you growing up. If your mother was Rand's true life mate, then she would have been unable to live without him. It is a bonding of the soul. Raven sighed, looked away from the distaste on Shea's face. Noelle was not Rand's true life mate. I would like to think she loved him, but by all accounts she was simply obsessed with him. I have no idea why Rand went along with it. Noelle was a foolish woman not to have waited for her true life mate. Rand is a very good-looking man. She mistook lust for love. I have wanted to tell Rand what a worm he is from the first day I ever read my mother's diary. And I don't want to feel about Jacques the way she felt about Rand. Not to the extent that I would neglect a child, live as if I was already dead, just waiting until she was old enough to be on her own. Not everyone is strong, Shea, Raven counseled gently. Look at how long Grigory has lasted without his life mate. Mikhail and Jacques, Aiden and his brother Julian, have all lasted far longer than most of the others. There have been so many over the years that have turned, not strong enough to hold out. Why? Why Grigory and not this vampire? What happened to your mother would not happen to you because you are not the same person. You're very strong. And your mother had no way of knowing what was happening to her. Shea paced the length of the room, suddenly restless. The conversation was giving her a knot in her stomach. Was Grigory really capable of creating an earthquake that could destroy cities? Keeping the unborn child safe was even more important than she'd thought. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives could depend on it. That was what Grigory was trying to convey to her. He needed this child in order to survive much longer without turning vampire. I'm sorry, Shea, you've been thrown into deep water and told to swim without a lesson. I wish I could help you, Raven said softly. I feel as if I've been afraid for so long now I don't know any other way of life, Shea confided. Jacques depends on me to keep him sane, and now all this is happening. I hope you're right, Raven. I hope I'm very strong. Chapter 13. Jacques reached the edge of the meadow at the timberline to find Mikhail pacing carefully across a patch of earth. Wolf traps, he said tersely, and continued his inspection. Watch for thin wires, perhaps not visible to our eyes, Jacques cautioned. He must be able to do something to hide the wires from us. Grigory's form shimmered into solidity. He stood very still, inhaling the early morning air. This is one giant trap, my friends. I am very uneasy finding only one human with Byron. If Byron is even inside, Jacques agreed. Where are the others? The vampire must be in the ground, away from the sun, Mikhail said. There is nothing that could allow him to see the light of day once he has turned. So where is the human's partner? Jacques asked aloud. Mikhail shrugged uneasily. I suggest we approach soundlessly and invisible to the human eye. Spread out so we can help one another should there be need. The wire. Grigory's voice was a mere thread of sound. It is strung crisscrossed throughout the meadow at various heights. A thin, garrote-like affair meant to slice through the throat, but also hung in such a way as to cut us in many places, making us weak. Obviously, no thought was given to other humans or animals who might venture near this place. Yes, I see them now. Very clever, our vampire, Mikhail said. We are definitely expected, though not, I should think, until tonight. Perhaps his human friends have gone for supplies, thinking they have the entire day to torment Byron without fear of interference. I do not know, Mikhail. Something here makes me uneasy, Grigory warned. Something not quite right. I feel it also, Jacques agreed, although I cannot explain what it is exactly. It is as if this is all prearranged and we are walking into a spider's web. I know this place. I can feel the pain and torment as if it was happening all over again. And he was, his insides writhing and his gut clenching. It was difficult to maintain his outward calm when his flesh crawled and pain tore at him, splintering his mind so that he didn't know what was real and what was part of his never-ending nightmare. Perhaps you are feeling Byron's pain, Mikhail suggested with concern. Jacques' face remained impassive, but the lines in his skin deepened and crimson smeared his forehead. Jacques, are you hurt? I will come to you. Shea's soft voice swirled in his mind, caught fragments of his thoughts, and seemed to piece him back together. She was, as always, his one and only anchor to reality. Stay there, but stay connected to me, Shea. Being so close to this place is disorienting me. I need you to keep me together. He was begging, but Jacques had no choice. She was his life mate, and her presence in his mind could mean the difference between success and failure to their mission. He did not want to be the cause of the others' deaths. A grim smile touched Grigory's sensual mouth, his silver eyes humorless and pierced with dangerous light. They mean to capture us, Mikhail. Us, the two most powerful of our kind. Perhaps they need a real demonstration in power. Jacques glanced at Mikhail uneasily. Maybe it was the way his body was remembering every burn, every slash. With age the pain became more intense, if one could feel. Unlike a vampire, a Carpathian was capable of tremendous sensation. Jacques had suffered what no man, human or Carpathian, should have endured. It wasn't even in the name of science, just a sadist bent on inflicting as much pain as possible. Come back, Jacques. Shea's voice was filled with concern. I cannot leave Byron to suffer my fate. I can feel your pain, Jacques. You are having a hard time concentrating on what you're doing. Your mind is very scattered. Of what use are you to Byron if you get caught? Come back to me. I will get him out of there. Just stay with me, Shea. Jacques concentrated on her, held her strength and warmth in his mind to fight the growing pain. The ground seemed to roll beneath his feet. The rain pounded down on him. His flesh was burning. He could smell it. Cuts opened up and bled freely. He caught at his chest as pain ripped through him, tearing muscles and bone. His throat closed off, breathing became impossible. His heart pounded until he felt it had to explode. Jacques. Grigory gripped his arm. It is part of the trap set for you specifically. The vampire knew you would come, and you are caught in the web. He is amplifying your own fears and the pain you suffered. He is not here, it is merely a warp you are trapped in. No, it is not real, and fight your way out. I do not understand. Pinpricks of scarlet dotted Jacques' body, stained his shirt. His eyes were alive with pain and madness. I do. Shea snatched at the information in his mind. She wrapped him in the warmth of her love. Feel me, Jacques. Concentrate only on me and what you feel when we touch, when we kiss. She pictured it in her head, him holding her so possessively, so tenderly, his mouth finding hers hungrily. The way she felt, hot and silken with heat, needing and wanting him. Her mouth as hungry as his. Her hands tangled in his thick hair. Feel me, Jacques. Her whisper moved over his skin like the touch of her fingers. Jacques narrowed his focus until he blocked out everything but the smell and taste of her, the touch of her fingers, her soft, sexy voice. She became his world, was his world, would always be. Nothing else was real. She was his heart and his very breath. Her breathing regulated his back to a steady in and out. Her heart brought the rhythm of his slowly back to a normal pattern. His skin was on fire, but with sensual hunger rather than the pain of torture. Her breath seemed to warm his ear, his mind. I love you, Jacques. Do what you must, then hurry home to me. She released him with great reluctance, the warmth of her love lingering behind. Jacques shook his head to bring himself back to the present situation. Almost at once the earth moved beneath his feet, and the pain tried to hammer at him. But the vampire would not snag him twice in the same trap. He wrenched himself forward, concentrating on the way Shea's mouth tasted, the curve of her hip beneath his hand, the way her eyes lit up just before she laughed. He held her close to his heart, kept the vision of her wild mane of hair in front of him as he pushed his way through the warp and out into the open land. Good, Grigori approved. But this one is very adept. I am uneasy over the way this is going, Mikhail. Let us take to the air above the wires and approach from different directions. I will go in first. Our people cannot afford to lose either of you. Grigori, Mikhail reminded him softly, if the child is your life mate and you do something careless, you are condemning her to death. Keep that in mind when you enter this place of madness. Grigori's silver eyes slashed at his old friend. Do you think I would chance harming her in any way? I have waited several lifetimes for her. These humans are nothing. They have persecuted our people for far too long. I mean it to stop. Mikhail nodded, his dark eyes, so like his brother's, black ice. You are up to this, Jacques? Jacques' smile was a humorless promise of retaliation. Have no worries about me. I am looking forward to this. Mikhail sighed. Two bloodthirsty savages thinking they are in the Dark Ages. Jacques exchanged a humorless grin with Grigori. The Dark Ages were not such a bad time. At least justice could be dispensed easily without worrying about what the women would think. You both have gone soft, Grigori snickered. No wonder our people have such problems. The women are ruling, and you two besotted idiots just follow along. Jacques' solid form wavered, became transparent. We will see who proves to be the soft one, healer. His body completely disappeared from sight. Mikhail glanced at Grigori, shrugged, then followed suit. None of this was to his liking. Grigori was a time bomb waiting to explode. And only God knew what Jacques was capable of. It seemed the worst possible time to confront an enemy, just as they were weakening from the light of day. Grigori waited until Mikhail and Jacques had disappeared before allowing his body to dissolve. He launched himself skyward, wincing as the sun's light, penetrating the dark clouds, hit his eyes. He cursed silently. Raven was alone with a woman who knew next to nothing about their people's capabilities. She was very weak. The child was his only hope, and it was stupidity to rescue a Carpathian male who was on the verge of turning. A few more years and Grigori would be hunting him. Jacques moved across the meadow, high above the gleaming wires. Water danced off the thin strands like crystal droplets. He moved around the blackened ruins in a slow circle, looking for the entrance hidden in the ground. It bothered him that he didn't know exactly where it was, or that the others might know before him. It made him feel as if he were ill, totally incompetent. Soft laughter sent warmth curling through his body. Since when have you ever been incompetent? You made me crazy even when you were lying allegedly helpless, in bed. The first time you kissed me, I forgot my own name. That is not incompetent. Jacques found the tension easing out of his body. Shea had a way of doing that for him with just the sound of her laughter, her warmth. I am looking for the entrance to the cellar. The ground appears to be completely undisturbed. As I walked across the meadow and approached the burned area, the stone fireplace was on my right. I circled the perimeter from the right side. The door was buried in the dirt. I couldn't see it, but I felt it with my hand. I remember the fireplace was to my right by about 10 feet or so. Thanks, little red hair. Jacques crouched in the rain, ran his hand along the mud-slick soil. There is something over here, Mikhail said softly, his eyes searching for a hidden trap. His body hovered over the area as he examined the ground. There are marks on the ground, as if a branch has been dragged over it. Dirt and rocks have been scattered over the spot. Do not touch it, Jacques ordered sharply. The fireplace should be to your right and farther out. You remember this? Grigori asked skeptically. Shea remembers. It must be another trap. The rain would have removed those marks. They did not have much time to set such traps, Mikhail observed. Byron was taken no more than an hour ago, if that. Perhaps we are underestimating this vampire, Mikhail. I could manufacture such traps, and so could you. Aiden and Julian could do so, and no doubt Jacques. Who else do we know who has this kind of power? Grigori asked softly. There are few others over the age of 600 years, Mikhail said. Perhaps this is a crime of hate more than of age, Jacques ventured. What was done to me was done with the idea of causing as much suffering as I could take before death claimed me. That is a crime of hatred, one of revenge. Grigory and Mikhail exchanged a quick, knowing look. Of course, you have to be right, Jacques, Mikhail agreed for both of the ancients. A vampire would avoid us, not try to draw us to him. So whom did you anger enough to warrant this much hatred? Jacques shrugged calmly. His own hatred was deep and smoldering, a rage so ingrained that he knew the demon would rise within him the moment he encountered any of those involved in his torture and imprisonment. Whoever hated him so much had created a like feeling within him, hatred that not only matched but surpassed anything the vampire might feel. You know more of my past than I do, but it really does not matter as long as he believes I wronged him, Jacques said. It is here. The door is here. The human is dozing. Mikhail probed the mind of the unseen man carefully. He is supremely confident that he will be undisturbed. Grigory, too, was probing the human. I like none of this, Mikhail. It seems too easy. The vampire knows we can travel in the early morning hours. Our powers might not be at full strength, but even diminished, we can handle humans easily. You stay out of sight, Grigory. Watch our backs, Mikhail cautioned. I will instruct the human to open the cellar and allow us in. Jacques and I will test for a trap. Jacques and I will go inside, Mikhail. We cannot risk your life. You know that. Grigory did not wait for a response. He had spent most of his life guarding Mikhail, the dispenser of justice for his people. Even with his life mate so close to existence, Grigory would not back away from this duty. He seized the human's mind with ease, demanding information. Jeff Smith woke abruptly, a pain in his head, uneasiness gripping his very soul. In his mind was something that did not belong to him, something powerful that demanded every detail of the past few days, insisted on a blow-by-blow replay of the past few hours. He tried to resist, but the thing was far too powerful to ignore. He went over every detail. The vampire bringing the paralyzed Carpathian, Donnie burning and slicing the victim, Slavinsky laughing and egging him on. The vampire standing emotionless, watching with empty eyes and frankly scaring the hell out of Jeff. Donnie and Slavinsky going for supplies, whispering to each other and the vampire. The vampire promised no one would be able to find them. His spells would safeguard the makeshift dungeon until nightfall. The other vampires would be trapped in the ground until night. Jeff was safe and could torment their victim at will. Smith wished he had the woman, the red-haired doctor. He had delicious thoughts of what he would do with her for long hours at a time. Jacques made a sound, not aloud but in his mind, and immediately broke all contact with Shea. She could not witness the demon rising in him. Already fangs were exploding in his mouth, and the red haze demanding a kill was spewing upward with violent, murderous intent. A low, warning growl escaped him, and he hissed at Grigory to warn him off his kill. Mikhail moved to intercept his brother. We have need of this man. Grigory placed himself firmly between the two Carpathians, recognizing immediately that Jacques' tattered mind was focused on only one thing. Do not try to interfere, Mikhail. He will attack you. He is not healed, and he is very dangerous. We cannot control him, and he has shut out the woman. She is his only hold on reality. We cannot save this human. He shrugged as if to say it didn't matter to him one way or the other. And it didn't. If Mikhail had not been with them, Grigory would have already dispensed his own brand of justice. Smith felt something take a firmer hold on his mind. This was not the same as the demand for information. This was an attack by an alien being, a grip of steel that felt as if it would crush his very skull. Smith cried out, whirled to face the broken man lying so seemingly helpless before him. The eyes were open, staring at him, pain-filled, malevolent even, but his victim appeared near death. The vampire had assured Jeff that this one was quite paralyzed in body and mind, that he could feel the pain inflicted upon him, but could not cry out for help to others of his kind or harm the humans in any way. Smith picked up a knife, still crimson with the victim's blood, and took a step toward the bloody coffin. Instantly, he was slammed against the wall by an unseen force, and the knife twisted toward him. Screaming, Jeff dropped the weapon. His head buzzed with pain. Whatever it was outside, demanding that he open the door. He clapped both hands to his head, trying to resist the compulsion, but his feet were already moving, obeying the unseen dictator. The being snarled in impatience and applied more pressure. Jeff knew he was letting in his own death as he made his way up the rotting stairs to the heavy door. His every step brought those razor-sharp teeth closer and closer to his throat. But he couldn't stop himself. The being sent the clear picture to his brain, yet he couldn't stop himself. His hand was on the door. He shoved. The wooden door exploded upward, and two clawed hands seized him, dragged him into the pouring rain. Thunder cracked, and a bolt of lightning hit a tree, split it in two with a deafening sound. A shower of sparks erupted. The earth fell away as Jeff was jerked skyward. He recognized the face now, the man he had once tortured for days. The man they had purposely buried alive 7 years earlier. Those black eyes had promised death, had haunted him for years, and now they were ice and fire, rimmed with red. Teeth gleamed white, sharp and dripping. Jeff screamed as the hot breath burned his neck. He felt the teeth tearing into his flesh, exposing his jugular. Hot liquid spilled down his chest, and he looked down to see his own blood spraying out. And then the creature was consuming him while his heart stuttered to stay alive and his mind cried out for another chance. All around him the ghosts of the women he had raped and killed, the men Donnie had encouraged him to torture, floated into his mind. The rain beat down on his upturned face. The creature dropped him into the mud with a sickening thud. Jeff squirmed, tried to crawl, turned his head to see a wolf approaching from the timberline. He tried to make a sound, but there was only a gasping wheeze. Jacques crouched down and looked him in the eye, completely dispassionate, watching the glaze creeping into the depths of Jeff Smith's staring eyes. "You go to a hell you deserve, human," he whispered contemptuously into the dying man's mind. Jacques stayed crouched beside the man, red flames burning in his eyes, the demon in him roaring and hungry for retribution. He knew Byron was trapped in the cellar, that this human and his friends had tortured the Carpathian male just as they had tortured him years earlier. Adrenaline and power pumped through his body. Mikhail paced back and forth nervously. Jacques was more animal than man, acting on the age-old instinct of the predator. Low growls continually rumbled in his throat, something Mikhail was certain his brother was not even aware of. Jacques bent low, caught the blood-stained shirt, and dragged the human closer, his need for death erupting. The call was wild and strong. Every word Shea had spoken concerning this man and his partner, and what they had promised to do to her echoed in his mind. The need of the Carpathian male to protect his mate and the hunger for retribution urged him to feel every moment of the taking of life. Mikhail could see the war raging in Jacques. It would be a difficult thing for him to live with, the taking of blood during a kill. Grigory and he had both done it, but the rush was addicting and dangerous. In Jacques' state, it could be forever damaging. He approached cautiously. "Jacques, do not do this thing. You have too much to lose." Jacques whirled on him, baring teeth, a warning rumble bringing Grigory to once again insert his body between them. "Leave him, Mikhail. If he makes the kill and consumes the rest of the idiot's blood, it is only what they owe him. He is no longer a child you must protect." Mikhail swore, angry with Grigory for dismissing the urgency of the act. Too many had been lost at just such a moment. Mikhail had thought Jacques lost to him once. He did not want it again. He also knew Grigory well enough to know he would have to try to go through the ancient's body to get to his brother. Grigory believed Jacques a danger to all of them. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the inevitable. Grigory watched the fight go out of Mikhail and turned his attention to Jacques, simply waiting for the decision to be made. Jacques smelled the beckoning blood. His hunger was sated, but the taste of fear and adrenaline, the need for revenge, were burning in him. The rushing high consumed him, yet the cool wind that was Shea anchored him to reality. His body shook with the need to consume while he killed, to feel the life seep out of the man. Reluctantly, he allowed the man's shirt to slip from his fingers. Jeff Smith could die at his own pace, and Jacques would forego the ultimate power of the kill. He took a slow, deep breath and moved away from the broken body, watching his brothers, the wolves, move toward his victim. He shook off the demon, fighting every inch of the way to get himself back under control. It took long moments before he was able to see the two Carpathians as friends instead of enemies. Grigori nodded at him, then turned and entered the cellar cautiously, inhaling the stale air, careful of any hidden traps. The place smelled of blood and fear, sweat, and the stench of burned flesh. Byron lay in a blood-splattered coffin, his body 1,000 cuts and raw, charred flesh. His eyes found Grigori immediately, became anxious and desperate. Grigori tried to reach him on the common path of Carpathians, but Byron's mind was frozen. It was impossible for him to move or communicate. But for the desperation in his eyes, Grigori would have dismissed the cellar as harmless to any of their kind. Jacques entered the place of death uneasily, the stench sickening him. He caught the warning Grigori silently sent him and did not approach the form in the coffin. It was too easy. The vampire had known they would come, and Jeff Smith had been an unsuspecting sacrifice. The other two humans had probably known it also. What do you think? Grigori wanted to know. Jacques had to fight to keep himself under control. His body shook continually, and the need to kill was still burning brightly in him. It was hard to think, to concentrate. He was aware of the wolves outside and the joy in them as they tore into the carcass. He felt connected to their simple way of life. They called to him to join them, to hunt and feed. What do you think, Jacques? Deliberately, Grigori used his name to call him back from the need to run wild, to hunt and kill and be truly free. Something is not right. Jacques had no idea what it was, but he was certain there was hidden danger. Byron's eyes were eloquent, obviously trying desperately to communicate something. As Grigori stepped closer, he seemed more agitated, the blood spewing from his wounds. Be calm, Byron, go to sleep. No vampire is going to catch us in his trap. Mikhail waits outside. There are 3 of us. Grigori's voice was beautifully pitched, pure and soothing. Drift off, slow your heart, and allow your body to hibernate. I will take you somewhere safe to heal. My blood is powerful. You will heal quickly. The blood pumped out as Byron became even more upset. Grigori's voice softened until it was the wind and the water, the earth itself. Jacques has exchanged blood with you many times. He can give you his if you prefer to safeguard your pact with him. Do not fear for us. There is no trap the vampire can devise that I cannot unravel. Sleep now and let us get on with it. The voice was a command. Although Byron's mind was impossible to control, the voice made anyone hearing it want to comply. Byron was exhausted and racked with pain. He felt his hold on consciousness slipping away. His life was draining away, and he couldn't convey to them the monstrous, diabolical plot the vampire had outlined to him as he lay so helpless. He could only hope they would figure it out in time. Byron shut down his heart to stop the draining of his blood. His lungs labored for a moment, then, with a little sigh, gave up, and he lay quiet as if dead. Grigori breathed a sigh of relief. I could feel his pain. I have felt it before, Jacques replied grimly. He is better off not feeling or knowing until we can see to his wounds. He does not want my blood, Grigori pointed out in a soft, calm tone. Nothing ruffled him. Nothing moved him to emotion. He killed or healed as calmly as he talked. I am aware that I have entered into a pact with him. I will honor it, Jacques said. Let us find this trap so we can take him out of here. This place is evil. Grigori was examining the coffin itself, looking for hidden tripwires or a bomb of some kind. He ran his hand carefully along the outside of the crude wooden box. The human left here knew nothing. They set him up as expendable. This has to be a death trap. Very cautiously, Grigori inspected the body lying so still. He is in bad shape. He should have put himself to sleep immediately. He must have wanted to die quickly, or he knew they were expecting us and wanted to warn us. Whatever the answer, the day is creeping upon us fast, and we must get him to a cave where we can supply him with blood and the healing earth he needs. Stand back, healer, and allow me to lift him. He is my friend, although I do not remember him. I can do no other than honor my commitment to him. Go slowly, Jacques. The bomb, if there is one, must be beneath him. Grigori, instead of moving away, moved closer so that he could grab anything that looked harmful and dispense with it if needed. Hurry, Grigori. The light grows stronger, and I am uneasy. Mikhail instructed from outside. Jacques very carefully felt under Byron's body, a slow, cautious sweep, taking his time as if the morning light was not affecting any of them. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils, and the stench of charred flesh made his stomach lurch. Near Byron's hips he felt the smallest of resistance. Instantly he stopped. It is here, Grigory, a tripwire, razor sharp. It is cutting into my wrist. Can you see it? I dare not move until we know if it is connected to some kind of explosive device. Grigory crouched low and examined the intricate wiring. A crude bomb, rather pointless. The vampire knows how easy it would be for me to dismantle it. Perhaps this is a present from the two humans. It is a rather human trap, after all, Jacques commented, waiting patiently for Grigory to deal with the problem. His superior strength allowed him to hold Byron's dead weight with one hand and not notice any strain. Is there a second device? Perhaps the first one is really a dummy. Grigory was more than uneasy now. He was a master of deceit, of cunning. This was far too elaborate a plot to have been set up in a matter of an hour. This had been planned for a long time. Someone had waited for the opportune time to carry it out. For what purpose? Mikhail felt uneasy also, as did Jacques. Something here was very wrong, but what was it? Puzzled, he examined the device again, not wanting to miss anything. Chapter 14. Shea stared out the window of the cabin into the driving rain. The droplets looked like tiny silver threads streaming from the gray sky. She shivered for no reason and crossed her arms protectively across her breasts. What's wrong, Shea? Raven asked softly, not wanting to intrude. Jacques just cut himself off completely from me. Shea swallowed hard. All this time she had been so certain she needed her freedom from the continuous bond between them, but now that Jacques had withdrawn, she felt almost as if she couldn't breathe. I can't reach him. He won't let me. Raven sat up straighter, her face going very still. Mikhail? Leave me for now, he ordered. Raven caught the impression of fear for Jacques' sanity, the swirling, violent rage that had welled up in the Carpathian males just before Mikhail broke the mind contact with her. She cleared her throat cautiously. Sometimes they try to protect us from the harsher aspects of their lives. Shea whirled around to face her, eyebrows up. Their lives? Aren't we bound to them? Haven't they done something to irrevocably bind us to them so that there is no way to leave them? It isn't just their lives. They brought us into this, and they have no right to arbitrarily decide what we can and can't know. Raven swept a hand through her blue-black hair. I felt the same way for a long time. She sighed. The truth is, I still feel the same way. But we persist in judging them by our human standards. They are a different species of people altogether. They are predators and have a completely different view of right and wrong. Raven shoved a hand through her hair, frowning as she did so. I wanted to wait to have a baby. But Mikhail has been noticing differences in Grigory, and we both knew he needed some hope to continue. It worries me, though, because I still have such a hard time fitting into their world. Shea crossed the room and sat on the bed beside Raven's chair. She could hear the fear in the woman's voice, and something in her instantly responded. At least there are two of us now. We can gang up on them. Raven laughed softly. It's such a fight all the time, maintaining any kind of control in my life with Mikhail. I have this feeling he's only going to get worse with this pregnancy. And you're obviously going to have the healer on your back, Shea pointed out. He's more daunting than Jacques' brother. Raven sighed. I wish I could say that wasn't true, but he's going to be horrible, really horrible. I can't blame him, though. I don't understand what he meant exactly, but I could tell it was imperative I take good care of you. Raven tucked her feet beneath her. Carpathians rarely have children. There's something that prevents them from having a female child when they do conceive. Shea's mind instantly focused on amassing data. Can you tell me more? Raven obliged. About 80% of all children conceived are male. No one knows why. Only about 70% of pregnancies are carried to term. Most miscarry, and it isn't even within the first 3 months. It can happen at any time. Of those children born, only a handful survive the first year. Again, no one knows why. The last female child to survive was born over 500 years ago. Raven sighed. The men are desperate. Mikhail and Grigory have a theory that only human women with true psychic ability can make the change and have the right chemistry to be a life mate. Even if they're right, you can see the magnitude of the problem. Without women and children, the species cannot survive. The males turn vampire because they have no hope. Perhaps it's nature's way of population control. They're able to live so long, Shea mused, more to herself than to Raven. The species will be extinct soon if they can't find out what's wrong, Raven said sadly. Grigory is a great man. He's given so much to his people and suffered for so long. He deserves a better fate than turning vampire and being hated and feared by the world. Out of respect, Mikhail would never allow any other to hunt and destroy him, yet doing so himself would be agony. I'm not even certain anyone could actually destroy one such as Grigory alone. It would be a terrible thing for Grigory to be hunted by the very people he protected and healed. Grigory must have researched the mystery of why there have been no female children for centuries. Surely he must have found a reason after all this time. At least he must have a few ideas. Shea itched to come up with a hypothesis of her own. She suddenly wanted to talk to Grigory, hear all the data he had collected over the centuries. He certainly has worked on it. Maybe it will help for the two of you to get together and hash it out, Raven said tactfully. But you know, Shea, none of the information on our people can fall into the wrong hands. Any documentation on our race can be dangerous. For the good of our people, you must destroy all your research. It isn't as if I came up with any data on Carpathians, Raven. I never even considered such a race of people. I was looking for an answer to a blood disorder. I knew people in this region had long been accused of being vampires. I think a lot of legends have a grain of truth in them somewhere, so it stood to reason something was going on here. That and the fact that my father was from this area made me decide to come here and see what I could find out. Honestly, Raven, there's nothing in my records to indicate a separate species of people with the kind of power these Carpathians wield. Everything is purely medical. It's still dangerous to us. If it falls into the hands of these so-called scientists, they might figure things out. Raven put a hand on Shea's arm. I'm sorry, I know your records probably represent years of work, but really, the work was for yourself and you have the answers to your questions. The work was for all those people who have the same blood disorder as I do. It isn't a blood disorder and they don't need a cure. They're a totally separate species, not human, and they have evolved into a very efficient species. They work hard and contribute much to society, but they would never be accepted by the human race. If you want to do medical research, then research a real problem, like why we can't carry babies to term. Why our babies die. Why our women don't conceive female children. That would be an invaluable service. Believe me, all Carpathians would be eternally grateful. I would be grateful. She put her hands protectively over her stomach. If I do carry this baby to term, I couldn't bear to lose her after her birth. Raven suddenly sat up straight. I bet you could do it, Shea. Find the answer for all of us. I bet you could. Do something Grigory has failed to do after all these years? I doubt it. He seems very thorough to me. Shea was skeptical. Grigory was the one who came up with the idea about human psychic women, and I'm certain he's right. You and your mother support his theory. He also thinks there's something in the Carpathian woman's chemistry that makes it nearly impossible for the female chromosome to beat out the male. Wouldn't you know he'd think it was the woman? Shea sniffed contemptuously. More than likely the men determine the sex, just like in humans, and they just can't produce girls. She grinned at Raven. The men bring about their own destruction. Raven laughed. Mikhail would never let me speak to you again if he could hear us. He thinks I'm too independent and disrespectful already. She shrugged carelessly. It's probably true, but it's a lot of fun. I love the way he gets that pained look on his face. He's so cute. Cute? I'll bet he likes that description. Shea got up and restlessly paced the floor. She was feeling uneasy without Jacques' touch and didn't want Raven to notice it. He had withdrawn only a short time ago, yet she felt uncomfortable more than simply uneasy. She longed for the comfort of his mind touch. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should destroy these papers. I'd hate to think that disgusting Don Wallace would find a way to use them against anyone. That man is a sociopath. I mean it, Raven, he's truly sick. Reluctantly, Shea began to gather up reams of paper and carry them to the fireplace. Her notebooks she hesitated over. She had collected a tremendous amount of folklore, beautiful stories really, along with scientific data. She hated to lose them. Taking a huge breath, she tossed them into the hearth as well and threw a match in after them. She had to fight back tears. They seemed to burn her eyes and clog her throat until it was nearly impossible to breathe. And she knew it wasn't just losing the papers, it was Jacques' absence from her mind. She felt utterly alone, desolate. She found it harder and harder to concentrate without his presence. When had she become so needy? She hated the feeling of emptiness, barrenness. Where was he? Maybe something had happened to him. Maybe he was dead and had left her completely alone. "Shea," Raven said sharply. "Snap out of it. You aren't alone. Nothing is wrong with Jacques. It's amazing his silence is affecting you so severely when you've only been out of contact a short time." Shea rubbed her arms, suddenly cold. Her stomach was rebelling, and it was still hard to catch her breath. "I guess it's because Jacques never leaves me. He can't take being alone." Raven's eyes widened. "Never." Shea shook her head. "I thought it would drive me crazy at first. Most of the time I didn't recognize it, but he would know things I was thinking, and I would realize he'd been in my mind the entire time. He was alone so long, he needed constant contact with me to keep him sane." "This must be terrible for him," Raven said. "To break contact with you, he must be in the middle of something big. Mikhail is blocking me out, too, and so is Grigory. But don't you worry, we'll be fine together. And we would still know if something were to happen to them." Shea powered up the generator so she could turn on her computer. She felt very uneasy, restless, even alarmed. "Raven, you don't feel something is wrong, do you?" She typed in her password and waited for her files to appear on the screen. "No, but I'm used to touching Mikhail occasionally for reassurance and letting him go. We've been together long enough to develop a kind of routine. I touch him, and whether or not he allows me into his mind, I know he's there. You could try that." Shea concentrated for a moment on giving the commands to destroy her data. With a sigh, she paced back to Raven. "It's not that kind of uneasiness. It's something else. At first I thought it was because I wasn't touching Jacques' mind, but I don't think so anymore. I have the feeling something evil is watching us." Raven sent her mind seeking, scanning the surrounding woods carefully. There were deer a mile away. The 3 Carpathian men were even farther afield. Rabbits, fox, wolves several miles out, but nothing scary that I can detect, she assured her softly. Shea picked up the shotgun and cracked it open to make certain it was loaded. "I feel almost sick, Raven. Something's out there. It's the separation from Jacques. The first time it happened with Mikhail and me, I almost didn't make it through the night. Honestly, Shea, separation is very difficult at the best of times, let alone in the morning hours when we're growing weaker and we know the men are in danger. We may have been human, but we are their life mates. Naturally, we miss their mind touch." Shea wanted to believe her, but just as she had felt an evil presence in the forest, she felt they were in danger now. She looked at Raven. This woman was important to all of them. Shea had promised Grigory she would keep Raven safe, and she was not about to be unprepared. "Maybe," she agreed softly. Nevertheless, she walked to the door, opened it, and stepped onto the porch to survey the woods. Nothing. The rain drove down harder, and in the distance Shea could hear the rumble of thunder. Lightning flashed in the sky. She found herself shivering, and her finger absently sought the trigger on the gun. Annoyed with herself, she went back inside, set the shotgun beneath the window, and worked at controlling herself. Her behavior was unacceptable to her. She could not believe she needed Jacques so much that she would be physically ill and have such an impression of danger because she was without his mind touch. Shea did not want to think it was an illusion, a trick of her mind, yet it seemed the lesser of 2 evils. "You're very pale, Shea. You need to feed," Raven said carefully, knowing from her own experience what a touchy subject it could be. Shea swallowed hard. She was dizzy with weakness. Maybe that was what was wrong, maybe it had nothing to do with Jacques. "I know. I just can't face it yet. I know I have to come to terms with it eventually, but it's still all too new." "You can't see yourself biting someone's neck, is that it?" Raven laughed softly. "I can't do it either. Yuck. Well, she blushed, a faint pink stain spreading across her creamy skin. Mikhail has a way of making it. She trailed off. Shea found herself blushing, too. Yeah, I know what you mean. Jacques seems to have that same way about him. Her hand curled around the stock of the gun again, and she tried to quiet the pounding of her heart. Her mouth was dry with fear. Shea stole a glance at Raven. She was curled up peacefully, almost serene. Silently, Shea cursed. Something was terribly wrong. She knew it deep within her, yet she couldn't explain it adequately to herself or to Raven. Have you ever tried to leave Mikhail? Raven glanced up, startled. A soft smile curved her mouth. You can't leave your life mate. 1, he knows what you're thinking, and 2, he can find you wherever you are. Besides, you can't be away from him for very long, it's too uncomfortable, both physically and mentally. If you left Jacques, what you're feeling right now would not stop, it would only get worse. You can't leave him, Shea. You have to learn how to live with him. I know. I don't really want to leave, Shea admitted. She was close to tears. The feeling of dark malevolence was becoming stronger, yet she still couldn't explain it. She felt very mixed up. She wanted Jacques close to her, but this world was so frightening and bizarre. She was completely out of her element. Raven immediately jumped to her feet and put an arm around Shea, misunderstanding her distress. He doesn't hurt you, does he? She was examining the faded bruises and wounds on Shea's neck. He did this, didn't he? Self-consciously, Shea put a hand to her throat to cover the marks. He didn't mean to. He doesn't always know what he's doing. But he isn't the type of man to abuse a woman. I'm in his mind enough to know that. I'm not a woman who would take it, either. She let the other woman hug her, needing the comfort. It's just that I'm afraid all the time. Afraid of everything. That isn't like me at all. And I cry. I never cry. Whatever was stalking them was very close now. She wanted to scream for Jacques. You've been through a traumatic time, Shea, and so has your body. You're worn out, and you need sustenance. Raven released her and took a step away. Grigory is a great healer. I know you think he could be the vampire. It's there in your face when you look at him, but he would give his life for you, for me, for Mikhail. He's a great man. He could help you so much if you'd let him. He's the scariest man I've ever met, Shea admitted. If I had a child, a daughter, I would not want that man to be her husband. But then, you don't know that much about life mates. If my daughter is his life mate and chooses him, and it will be her choice, despite what my husband and Grigory think, she'd be the safest woman in the world. And once she learned to manage him, the happiest. You have more faith than I do. That's because I've known them longer. Give yourself some time, and for heaven's sake put that gun down. There's nothing out there, Raven admonished. You're just nervous because Jacques isn't with you. Lightning crashed close, and the cabin shuddered beneath a deafening roar of thunder. Raven swung around and paced to a chair. Something's going on for sure. That's one of ours doing that. Shea's hand went to her throat. She could not shake the feeling of impending doom. She turned to Raven. What do you mean, one of ours? Why had she agreed to stay and protect Raven? Something evil was watching them, and she couldn't ferret it out. Jacques, where are you? The lightning and thunder, Raven replied easily. One of our males is upset. Great. Tantrums, that's all we need, Shea said moodily. Jacques hadn't answered her. Where was he? Couldn't he feel her need? Raven laughed. They're great for that, aren't they? The door banged open, the wood, so recently repaired, splintering. Shea swung around, instinctively taking a stride to place herself between the entrance and Raven. Framed in the doorway was Don Wallace, a scattergun in his hand, an older man behind him. Shea heard the maniacal laughter of the two men and saw the malice and loathing in their eyes. Jacques. She screamed his name even as the orange blossom burst from the muzzle of the gun. The wicked stings hitting her arm and shoulder spun her around, and she reeled into Raven. Raven took the main burst of the gun and was flung backward nearly into the wall. Shea landed in a pool of blood. It was everywhere, beneath her, on Raven's chest and stomach, leaking onto the wooden floor. Raven was still and lifeless, her face white, her pulse non-existent when Shea tried to find it. Don Wallace seized her by her hair and dragged her away from the body. He was laughing as he contemptuously kicked Raven's leg out of his way. I knew I'd get you. Document small world, isn't it? Jacques. My God, he killed Raven. Gregory. I'm sorry, I couldn't save her. Shea was fighting, kicking and punching, and didn't even realize it until Wallace hit her repeatedly in the face. Shut up. Stop that screaming or I'll knock you out. He hit her twice more. Damn vampires think they're so smart. It was so easy, wasn't it, Uncle Eugene? Shea was sobbing uncontrollably, almost immune to the pain of Wallace dragging her by her injured arm. Warmth stirred in her mind. Shea, we need you to look at the man holding you. Look around the room slowly and picture everything exactly the way you see it. Jacques' voice was calm and unruffled, no hint of rage or anger, simply a cool wind of logic. We are all three linked and can aid you. Raven is dead. They shot her. She cried hysterically in her mind, afraid to move or call further attention to herself, lest she endanger Jacques in some way. Just do as I tell you, love. Look around the room. Study your enemy and picture every detail in your mind so that we can see him. Jacques was tranquil, breathing steadily and slowly to help her control her own breathing. Block out everything else. What they say does not matter. What they do does not matter. Give us the data we need. Shea took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to do as Jacques had instructed. It was difficult to overcome the horror of Raven's violent death, the loss of the all-important baby. She blocked out the sounds of the malicious laughter, the sexual threats and innuendos. Wallace was standing over her, one hand twisted in her thick mane of hair, the other hand deliberately digging into the bloody wounds in her arm. She pushed aside the pain of her injuries, the throbbing in her face. Shea opened her eyes and looked first at Raven's broken body. The blood lay like a thick red pool around her. Her blue-black hair lay across one cheek like a shawl. Shea made herself move on. Her gaze swept the room, settled on Eugene Slavinsky. He was kneeling beside Raven, examining her to assure himself she was dead. He stood up, backed away 2 feet, cleared his throat, and spat at the body. He reached behind him for a canvas bag and yanked it open. Gleefully, he seized a thick, pointed stake and held it out for her to see. Spawn of the devil, he whispered insanely. Bride to the one who killed my brother. You die this day while he sleeps unaware. I am fortunate that the vulture hates you and the one that created you as much as I hate you both. I don't know why he wants the other female alive, but again, our wishes coincide. Not quite, Uncle Eugene. We keep this one for ourselves. You promised we would kill the vulture like the others this time, Don Wallace protested. Slavinsky lifted the stake higher, poised it over Raven's breast. This gives me more pleasure than you will ever know. No. Shea attempted to launch herself at Slavinsky, unable to bear the thought of them defiling Raven's body with a crude wooden stake. Focus. Gregory snapped, his voice so powerful, even over the distance, that it brought Shea up short, where all Don Wallace's slaps and punches had hardly fazed her. Shea stared at Slavinsky, the picture etched in her mind. She saw the glee in his face, the hatred, the sick, perverse pleasure he was deriving as he held the stake aloft above Raven's body. Then suddenly she saw his expression change from pleasure to alarm. His face grew crimson, then a dark shade of purple. He coughed, and blood trickled from his mouth, his nose. He coughed again, and his arm fell to his side, the stake dropping from nerveless fingers. Uncle Eugene? The grin faded from Wallace's mouth. He took a step toward his uncle. What is it? Slavinsky tried to speak, but the only sound that emerged was a wheezing groan. More blood bubbled up around his mouth. Red foam dribbled onto his chin. Shea looked away, her stomach lurching. Look at him. Gregory made his order impossible to ignore. One of the most powerful ancients alive, he forced her compliance without a qualm, holding her mind focused exactly where he wanted it. Jacques and Mikhail had thrown their strength and power squarely behind him. Shea's terrified gaze returned to the older man as bidden. He was gray, his body swaying unsteadily. Suddenly he fell to his knees. Damn it, old man. Wallace sounded scared. Don't do this to me. What the hell is wrong? Are you having a heart attack? He didn't go near his uncle. In fact, he backed up, dragging Shea with him, looking wildly around as if afraid they weren't alone. Slavinsky was strangling, choking on the blood pouring from his mouth, literally drowning in it. He clutched his throat, trying to pry imaginary fingers from around it. Then his hands went to his heart as his chest began to literally rip open. Shea cried out but could not look away, with Grigory forcing her to obey his command. Then suddenly, as Slavinsky's heart exploded violently out of his chest and he slumped forward, face down onto the floor, she was released. Wallace made strange sounds, little mewling noises interspersed with curses. He dragged Shea to her feet, forced her with him toward the door. Her back was to him, and for a moment Shea was curiously thankful. She had never killed or injured another human being in her life. She had taken an oath to save lives. Every instinct in her was to go to Raven, see if there was anything she could do. Even to go to the sick old man and try to aid him. Killing was utterly out of her realm. You did not kill him, Jacques said soothingly. I was the instrument you used. She protested. As Wallace dragged her outside, the light hit her eyes, and she cried out as 1,000 knives seemed to pierce her skull. Look at this man, his hand on you, anything I can use, Jacques ordered gruffly. He could feel her horror, her reluctance. I can't, Jacques. I can't think. It was true. Her mind was consumed with grotesque images of blood and death. This time it was not Grigory who took charge. Jacques gripped her mind in a hold of steel, forcing her compliance. He was far stronger than she had ever imagined him to be, and supremely confident in his abilities, even in the morning hours. The Carpathians' men were coming closer, too. Even with the burden of protecting Byron, they were moving rapidly as a group toward the cabin. Mikhail reluctantly split off from the rest of them, Byron a dead weight in his arms, his path away from the forest and toward the cave of healing. But his concentration on his wife and child was total. He had no room for any other emotion. He kept their waning life force flickering in his mind, held them locked to him, giving them no chance to die before the healer was there to aid them. Jacques concentrated his venom on the man who had so cruelly tortured him, who now had Shea in his loathsome hands. His hatred was all-consuming, complete, and he focused it and aimed it through Shea. She could see the red haze of killing desire, the need and hunger for it, the pleasure he took in it. He aimed and focused on the only part of Wallace Shea could see. Don Wallace felt a sudden burning sensation, glanced down, and saw his arm smoking. It burst into flames, red and orange. The smoke whirled up, shaping itself into a malicious, laughing face. Wallace knew that face, had created every tormented line in that face. He screamed and shoved Shea away from him, slapping at his arm with his other hand to try to stop the fire racing up his flesh. He could smell himself charring like so many of the victims he had enjoyed torturing. Shea fell heavily, clutched at her arm, wanted to remain lying on the ground with her eyes closed tightly. The compulsion to turn and face Wallace was too strong. She sat and stared at him helplessly. Don Wallace found himself floating in the air, his scattergun on the ground below. The flames died as suddenly as they had begun, but his arm was a mass of charred flesh. Still screaming, he struggled with his one good hand to pull his revolver out of his shoulder holster. He was horrified when it seemed to take on a life of its own and slowly pointed itself at him. His own finger found the trigger and compulsively settled over it. Shea made a sound in her throat. This was a scene from a horror film, yet she couldn't look away. A huge black wolf burst from the underbrush, running flat out. It leapt into the air, its gleaming jaws closing around Wallace's leg. Bones snapped like twigs as the wolf pulled the man to the ground and thrust its fangs at his exposed throat. Shea was released from the mind hold and scrambled to her feet, rushing at the wolf tearing at the struggling man. Jacques. No. You can't do this. For one bizarre moment the wolf turned its head to look at her, and time stood still. She recognized Jacques' icy eyes and felt his triumph raging in her mind. Grigory yanked her arm as he emerged from the woods running, still half wolf, half man, changing as he ran. Come on, we have no time. Damn it, Shea, I need you. You are a doctor, a healer. Come with me. He did not release her arm, and she was forced to sprint with him up the steps into the cabin. Grigory shoved Slavinsky's body out of the way with a boot. Listen to me, Shea. We will have to do this together. Raven has shut down her body as much as she dared. Mikhail is keeping her and the child alive, but she is very weak, and the child is in trouble. You have to repair the damage done to Raven, and I will save the child. Shea was shocked. She's still alive? She attempted to back away from Grigory. I only know human medicine. I have no knowledge of how you do what you do. I might kill her. It is in you. Healers are born, not taught. You can do this. I will instruct you as we go. We have no time to argue, Shea. I cannot do this alone. Mikhail says Raven will lose the child in another few minutes. She has to allow her heart and lungs to continue, but her blood will pump out. And life will cease for all of them. Raven, the child, and Mikhail, we will lose all of them, he reinforced. His eyes challenged her. Do you do this with me? Shea was trembling, but her chin went up. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Grigory nodded approvingly. You have to block out everything you are. Everything. You are light and energy, nothing more. Once you see yourself as light, you can enter the body and find the worst wounds. Heal from the inside out. The most important thing will be to first stop all bleeding, then repair damage to vital organs. It is very difficult, and you are weak. You will need to feed at some point. Jacques will return to supply you when he is done with his work. You cannot fail us, Shea. I know you can do this. If you need my help, I will be in your mind. There was no point in protesting that she could not do this thing he expected of her, somehow become light and energy. She had no choice but to try. Grigory believed she could do it, and she had to believe it also. She owed Raven and her child a chance at life. In any case, she was first and foremost a doctor. It was in her nature to heal. We do it together, Grigory instructed softly, his voice a cool, soothing balm in the chaos of her mind. She could feel herself respond to that beautiful pitch, the tinkle of silver, the purity of goodness. Shea sank to the floor beside Raven's still body, closed her eyes, and sought a calm place in her mind to center herself. At first everything seemed to intrude, but somehow Grigory was there with her, showing her how to adjust her thoughts and refocus. First the room seemed to drop away, then time and space. Her heart jumped wildly at the odd sensation, but Grigory's soft chanting allowed her to remain calm and float above the earthly chaos. Gradually her body diminished, becoming smaller and smaller until all that remained was her soul. Light and energy. Power. We go together. Keep your attention on Raven and her wounds. You cannot think of yourself or what could happen. Believe in yourself. If you begin to falter, reach out to me. Grigory's powerful light seemed to bathe her soul with trust and warmth. She found only the healer in him. All else was pushed aside. There was so much selflessness, so much purity of soul, Shea could only marvel. She followed his lead without reservation. He was the very epitome of what she had always striven to be. A true healer with a gift so rare and precious, she felt humbled in his presence. Later she could remember that Grigory was a powerful ancient, that he could make anyone believe and see anything he wanted. Chapter 15. Shea seemed to float above Raven's body. Her world narrowed until it was only the woman lying so still on the floor. At first it seemed as if Raven was dead, as if her life force was completely gone. Slowly, in her own stillness, with new awareness, Shea could feel the low energy seeping from Raven. Colors seemed to pulse around her, but they were pale and seemed to be fading. Now, Mikhail, Grigory ordered. The words were spoken aloud, yet in her head. Shea realized she hadn't seen Mikhail. He was somewhere with Byron, holding Raven alive from a distance. She wanted to ask his forgiveness for allowing this to happen, but the light that was Shea was already positioning herself over Raven. She felt mild surprise that she seemed to know what to do, but then she realized she wasn't alone. The ball of pure white light beside her was guiding her movements. Her every thought focused on Raven's body. Nothing else mattered. She felt Mikhail give Raven the command to awaken to mortal unconsciousness. Blood spurted, poured from the wounds. Raven's heart was loud, echoing through Shea's light. She found herself streaming through the blood, white-hot heat cauterizing the worst of the wounds. She worked quickly, in deep and complete concentration, to stem the flow of Raven's life force before she expired. Shea's brain assessed the internal damage to each organ even as she worked. The repairs were done through thought. Every stitch was meticulous, every extraction of bullet fragments precise and careful. It was no different from operating physically, except it was more draining. Maintaining the level of concentration necessary for such a prolonged period was exhausting. Still, there was little sense of time passing. Just as she was in the operating room, Shea was caught up in the job at hand. She even felt as if she were sweating, as if a nurse should wipe her brow for her. This was the world Shea knew. Her world. She had the patience to deal with extensive injuries. She had the knowledge and skills. More than that, she had the sheer determination. She would not lose her patient if there was any possibility of success. The damage was horrific. Shea was shocked that Raven had survived as long as she had. Even a trauma center could not have saved her life. There were far too many mortal injuries. And the baby. How could the baby possibly survive? Grigori approached the tiny being cautiously. The extent of the trauma was enormous. The baby was fading as blood gushed from its mother's body. He could feel its willingness to slide away from the pain and outrage of the assault. He could only hope Shea would stop the bleeding quickly, as he had to concentrate on the child. She was so tiny, almost non-existent, yet he could feel her pain and her puzzlement. She knew fear before she was born, knew pain, and now held forever the knowledge that life was not safe, even here in her mother's womb. Grigori murmured softly, reassuringly, to her. He had bathed her in his light once before, and she recognized him now, moved toward him, seeking comfort. Very carefully, he attended to the wound in the artery that supplied her with nourishment. Very soon he would give her his own blood, sealing her fate, binding her ever closer to him. There were several tears in the placenta, which he meticulously sealed. She was afraid as his light floated closer, so he provided waves of reassurance and warmth. There was a laceration in her right thigh. It hurt, and blood was seeping into the fluid surrounding her. With the lightest of touches, he closed the wound, his touch lingering to calm her. His chant, the low pitch of his voice, echoed in her heart, in her mind, invading her soul. Grigori talked to her as he worked, the purity of his tone beguiling her, soothing her, so that she stayed with Raven rather than simply letting go, fading away with the steady trickle of blood. Grigori could feel the strength in her, the determination. Without a doubt, she was Mikhail and Raven's daughter. If she chose to go, she would do so, but if she chose to stay, she would fight with every breath left in her body. Grigori made certain she wanted to fight. He whispered to her in his most beguiling voice, promised a fascinating future, lured her with the secrets and beauty of the universe awaiting her. He promised her she would never be left alone. He would be there to guide her, to protect her, to see to her happiness. Before he could complete his work, he felt Shea tremble, felt her suddenly become aware of the pain of her own wounds. Reassuring the child that he would return, he worked his way out of Raven's body, taking Shea with him. She was swaying on her knees, so pale and drained she was gray. Although the injuries to her shoulder and arm were not critical, she had lost more blood than she could afford. Jacques was supporting her, holding her against his chest, his arms keeping her from toppling over. She didn't really seem to notice, only pushed ineffectually at him. "I'm not finished." "Why did you bring me out, Grigori?" she protested, annoyed. Her one thought was to get back to her patient. "You must feed or you will not be able to continue," he counseled softly. "And Raven needs blood." The healer's silver eyes went to Jacques, and he nodded. Jacques thrust his mind into Shea's without hesitation, commanding that she feed. She was so tired and drawn, she could barely turn up her face to the hollow of his neck. At once his body clenched with her breath so warm against his skin. He drew her closer, felt the scrape of her teeth, a slight nip on his neck. Jacques nearly groaned aloud, cursed the depth of Carpathian sexuality that could send his body into hard, painful need when there was blood and death all around them. Shea whispered something against his pulse, something soft and sighing that invaded his body and left him hungry for her intimate touch. He covered his moan of urgent need as her teeth sank into his neck. Hot flames danced through his bloodstream, darted along his muscles and nerves. His hands found her waist, her back, cradled her head to him. His body needed to sate itself with hers. Never had the heat been so burning and the need so great. Grigory's teeth tore at his own wrist. His mind merged with Mikhail's, and together they forced Raven's reluctant compliance. She was still a fledgling, a mere quarter of a century old, yet she was already strong. It took both of them to force her to feed from other than Mikhail. She resisted for a moment. "For our child, little one," Mikhail whispered softly, lovingly, bending her will to his. "You must do this for our child." Grigory added his own reinforcement. "I have never asked anything of you, Raven, of our friendship. This I ask." Raven pushed down her revulsion and allowed Mikhail and Grigory to put her into a trance so that she was able to accept the life-giving fluid that both she and her daughter needed so desperately. Grigory concentrated on connecting with the child. It was so helpless, so tiny, so afraid. A living, thinking being already. He could feel the confusion and its sudden awareness of being alone. He sent waves of reassurance. His blood, flowing into the small body, would strengthen their bond, ensure that her chemistry would match his. He had spent a lifetime preparing for this moment, the time when he would have the opportunity to choose his mate. He had always known it would be a child of Mikhail's. When Raven had been attacked and mortally wounded years before, Grigory had made certain he had supplied the blood to heal her. His ancient blood was powerful and strong, and he had sent with it the rudiments of the first bonding in the hopes that Raven, a human woman, would conceive a female child. Now he was able to reinforce that bond, seal the child to him for all time. She was bound to him, body and soul, as he was to her. For the first time in centuries he felt hope. And to a male Carpathian on the verge of turning vampire, hope was the only thing left. Shea closed the wound on Jacques' neck with a sensuous stroke of her tongue, then blinked up at him with eyes slightly glazed and cloudy. Almost at once her expression changed, and she shoved Jacques away. It wasn't that he had taken her free will. She would have fed to save Raven and the child. It was the way he had forced her to help him kill their enemy. Calmly, without emotion, he had commanded it. "You have always known I had demons in me, red hair." Shea brushed a hand over her face, then shoved her wild hair aside as if to push him along with it. "I always thought you would behave like a man, not a wild animal wanting to kill. It is in our nature to kill. We are predators. Even if you were trying to save my life and felt you needed to kill Wallace, you did not have to use me to do it so viciously. Go away. I have work to do, and I'm very tired." Jacques did not move from her side. Despite the rain, it was light outside. Even with the intense storm he was generating, the light was beginning to affect all their eyes. They had very little time to finish. Soon their bodies would demand the sleep of their kind. He could convince Shea later that he was no monster. Right now his job was to protect all those present while they worked. He scanned their surroundings continually. He built the storm and kept it roiling and frenzied above them, making the area unsafe to travel within. He supported Shea's swaying body and kept an eye on the healer, who was looking gray and gaunt. What they were doing was a mystery to Jacques. He was proud that Shea was able to perform such a miracle, and he was secretly pleased that the healer needed her help. Jacques knew Mikhail must be worried, sick, and feeling helpless. He had been the logical choice to take Byron to the Cave of Healing and place him in the ground until the healer could get to him. That meant that Mikhail had to keep Raven alive from a distance, a feat that was wearing after a time. And he would want to be the one to supply his own mate with blood and protect her from further harm. Jacques swore softly to himself. 3 Carpathian males should never have allowed humans to fool them. Why hadn't they detected the presence of the men nearby in the forest? Why hadn't the threat to Raven and Shea been ferreted out? He looked at Shea's arm, red and raw with open wounds, and cursed again. He was sworn to protect her and keep her happy. So far he had done a poor job of it. How was he going to take away the trauma of this day and show her the beauty of their life together? For the first time, he became aware of the body of Eugene Slavinsky. He sighed and moved away from Shea to hoist the carcass onto his shoulder and toss it outside to the wolves. The last thing Shea would need when she finished the grueling operation was to see any grisly evidence of their kills. Jacques shoved a hand through his hair, suddenly realizing how tired he was. Everything about his relationship with Shea had gone wrong. He had inadvertently brought her over without her knowledge or consent. He had not even helped her through the difficult process. Worse, he had abused her whenever his mind fragmented. And now, to add to his long list of sins, he had viciously, joyously eliminated an enemy using her as his guide. He wasn't very good at being a husband. Jacques tried to use his newfound powers to search his memory for the time Mikhail had brought Raven over. Mikhail, too, had done so without her consent, without her knowledge of the existence of Carpathians. He had done it hastily, to save her life, and none of them, even Mikhail, had known if it would work. Raven had been forced to learn a new way of life. A slight sound sent him whirling around to face Grigory, who staggered away from Raven's body. Shea slumped down beside the woman and didn't move. The two healers appeared drained and nearly helpless. "You have need of blood," Jacques said to Grigory. "You gave Raven too much." "She had need," Grigory answered wearily. He stretched out on the floor, one arm flung over his eyes to protect them. "Allow me to provide for you." "I have fed well this day," Jacques offered formally. The sun was climbing steadily despite the severity of the storm. "I thank you, Jacques, but I am just too damn tired. This is Mikhail's old cabin. Find out where his chamber is hidden." Jacques tested his strength, searched for the lost connection to his brother. "Mikhail? They are far too tired to continue. You will have to guard Byron, and I will take care of those here. In this cabin, you must have a private resting place." "Where is it?" "Beneath the table is a trapdoor that leads to the area under the house. Take care it is not that well hidden. But if the house were to be discovered or set afire, you could close the earth above you and survive. The healer will not accept blood this day. He is in need." There was a short pause as Mikhail touched Grigory to assess his condition. "He will survive. Just get them to safety." Feeling like a true Carpathian male once more, Jacques made his way to the hidden chamber. It was unusual for Carpathians to share a sleeping chamber, to even allow others to know where they rested. Entirely vulnerable during the afternoon hours, they were cautious to conceal where they slept. Jacques was uneasy with the arrangement and knew the healer would be even more so. With his strength waning as the sun climbed higher, Jacques carefully carried Raven's broken body to the chamber below and settled her on a blanket. After locking the cabin, securing the windows, and shutting off the generator, Jacques swung Shea's slight body into his arms. She gave a soft murmur of protest, but her arms crept up around his neck, and her body settled into his trustingly. She was in a light sleep by the time he took her below to the underground chamber. Grigory stumbled after them, far too drained to bother with floating. He lay across the entrance to the lair and remained there. With Jacques, he uttered the words commanding the earth to close them off from the day and cast spells to safeguard them from intruders. Before he slipped off to sleep, he remembered the meadow with the wire strung across it and sent off a silent warning to anything that might try to venture into it. Later, he would dismantle the dangerous traps. Jacques packed healing earth and saliva over Shea's wounds and then Raven's. Only then did he curl his body protectively around his lifemates before committing himself to sleep. The rain continued throughout the day. The precipitation was natural and fell in a steady drizzle that cast the land in a gray, depressing hue. Few animals ventured out under the relentless downpour. The storm had been far too long, unpredictable, and dangerous. Around the small cabin in the woods, an uneasiness warned all life forms away from the area. Few humans frequented the deep forest there because of its wild lands, wild animals, and wild legends. In the chamber below the earth, Grigory roused himself several times, always on guard, always aware, asleep or awake, of those around him and the region surrounding them. In his mind he sought the child. She was brave and intelligent, a warm, living creature shedding a glow of light into his unrelenting darkness. His silver eyes pierced the veil of sleep to stare up at the dirt above his head. He was so close to turning, far closer than either Raven or Mikhail suspected. He was holding on by his fingernails. All feeling had left him so long ago that he could not remember warmth or happiness. He had only the power of the kill and his memories of Mikhail's friendship to keep him going. He turned his head to look at Raven's slight form. "You must live, small one. You must live to save our race, to save all of mankind. There is no one alive on this earth who could stop me. Live for me, for your parents." Something stirred in his mind. Shocked that an unborn child could exhibit such power and intelligence, he nonetheless felt its presence, tiny, wavering, unsure. All the same, the being was there, and he latched onto it, sheltered it close to his heart for a long while before he reluctantly allowed himself to sleep again. Jacques came alert the moment the sun faded from the sky. Grigory was already gone, racing across the sky in search of prey. Jacques joined him in the hunt, needing the nourishment. They would be working with Byron today, and that meant Jacques would have to feed several times. He soared across the sky, his heart pumping and the blood rushing through his veins. He felt very alive. "We cannot leave the women unguarded for long, Jacques." Grigory's voice shimmered in his head. "The vampire will be angry that his goal was not achieved." Jacques sent out a call across the gray sky. It echoed silently for miles. A small cabin tucked into a grove of trees held 3 hunters huddled together beside a fire. He changed course immediately when he felt their presence. Grigory glided beside him. Hunting was automatic, easy, calling prey to them normal. But in this instance it was more expedient to simply go where it was. Shea became aware of a voice. She lay silently, not certain where she was. For a moment it seemed as if everything was some far-off echo of a nightmare. But when she studied her surroundings, she knew she was in an underground chamber. Beside her, Raven lay like death. Someone had scattered earth and sweet-smelling herbs over her body. Cautiously, testing her strength, Shea sat up and shoved impatiently at the hair spilling around her face. Her arm was sore and stung in so many places that it seemed like one massive ache. She touched her shoulder, and her hand came away sticky with blood and dirt. Wincing at the contact, Shea bent to examine Raven. There seemed to be no pulse, no heartbeat. Her face was white and serene, very beautiful. Shea sighed. She looked the way Jacques had every time he went to sleep. Unable to do anything for the other woman, Shea stood up and stretched. She felt uneasy without Jacques and wanted to reach out to him, but she knew instinctively that he needed to feed. She studied the chamber until she figured out where the entrance was. First, she tried to find a hidden mechanism to open it. She ran her hands over every square inch. Feeling claustrophobic, her heart beginning to pound, she sank back and thought about it. Jacques would never allow her to be buried alive. There had to be a way out. She glared up at the dirt above her head and focused on it. Open right now. The picture was vivid in her mind, and the command was strong. Still, she was totally shocked when the earth above her parted, and she could see the floorboards of the cabin. Excited, she climbed out of the chamber and resealed the entrance with another sharp command. Feeling proud of her newfound powers, she entered the cabin using the trapdoor. She needed the human act of taking a shower to give her the illusion of normalcy. She doubted she would ever be able to give up her human ways entirely. Far away, Jacques lifted his head in alarm. Blood gushed in a warm trail down the hunter's neck to his shoulder. Cursing, Jacques bent once more to feed. How had Shea woken without his permission? Was she really so strong that she could resist his commands? She should still be asleep, yet she was outside the protection of the chamber. He had to hurry. Shea stepped off the front porch dressed in clean clothes, her hair still damp. It was impossible to find a sign of the life-and-death struggle that had taken place the morning before. She could only conclude that Grigory and Jacques had cleaned things up. It occurred to her that the Carpathians had been doing so for hundreds of years and were probably experts at it. The thought turned her stomach, and she wandered out under the trees. The leaves collected raindrops and dumped them on her head, but she didn't mind. It made her feel a part of nature. She didn't want to go too far in case Raven needed her protection, so she walked along the pathway to her herb garden. She bent to touch a leaf, battered and bruised by the pounding storm. A shadow crossed her mind, dark and sinister. She found herself shivering uncontrollably. She straightened quickly and whirled to face the tall, pale stranger as he emerged from the forest. He was physically beautiful, breathtaking. Shea had never seen a more handsome man. His eyes were deep-set and sad, magnetic. It was impossible to tell his age. His smile held sorrow. "I am sorry I startled you. I can hear your heart beating." Shea took an involuntary step backward, mainly because she wanted to step closer to him. His pull was strong, and she felt caught in a spell. "Who are you?" Her voice was a whisper of wonder. "Do you not know me? I have searched the length of the world for you. Why did you not answer my call?" His words were mild, but they held a hiss of anger. Shea held her ground, but her mouth had gone dry. "I'm sorry, I don't know you. I've never seen you before in my life. You woke to my call. You came here to me. You are my beloved Maggie. If your desire was to punish me with your silence, you have done so thoroughly. Now you must forgive me and come away from this place and from the one whose stench is all over you." This time, his voice dropped to a low snarl. Shea fought down the desire to call for Jacques. "Are you Rand?" He stepped closer to her, and her stomach lurched in protest. "How is it you do not know me? Were you injured? Has the Dark One destroyed your memories and planted his own?" Shea pressed a hand into her protesting stomach and took another step into the forest to put distance between them. "I don't understand. Why do you call Jacques the Dark One? I thought that expression was reserved solely for the healer." The hiss was deadly. "He is evil, Maggie. He and his brother tried to destroy us. I thought they had taken you from me, and I was right. The crazy one plotted his revenge, and he lured you to his place of death, and now you are trapped in their web of lies." He advanced again, and, like a macabre dance partner, Shea retreated. Was this her father? Was this Rand? Had he really been searching for Maggie, believing her alive all this time? He seemed so tormented, so sincere. She wanted to comfort him, wanted to put her arms around him and hold him, yet something held her back. "I think you're confusing me with my mother. I am Shea O'Halloran. If you are Rand, then you are my father. You have been with him, Maggie. You know he is capable of twisting your mind, bending you to his will. He placed memories in your head, memories you think are real. It is not so. He wanted revenge for the death of his sister. They blamed me because I loved you. They forced me into the ground and punished you by keeping us apart. It is the truth. They even took my son from me and gave him to another to raise. They turned him against me so that he was loyal only to them." Everything seemed so hazy, her mind confused and sluggish. He was stalking her now, following her every backward movement with a forward one, bending his head closer toward her throat. She should allow him to feed, shouldn't she? Even if she wasn't Maggie, she was his daughter, and he was so alone and tormented. She could feel his hot breath on her neck, his will pushing at hers, his hunger beating at both of them. She didn't want this. What was happening to her that she was standing so still, waiting for him to take her blood, when every cell in her body shrieked at her to ran? "Shea, God, love, get away from him. I do not know what he is doing, but you are in danger. Do not let him take your blood." Jacques' voice was strong in her mind. Shea leapt away, putting distance between herself and the tall, handsome man. "You're scaring me." As always when emotions threatened her, she forced her brain to take over, find a way out for her. "I don't know what to believe anymore. You're saying Jacques and Mikhail planned to keep us apart because you didn't love their sister." Shea held up her hands imploringly, her large green eyes shamelessly pleading. He halted a few feet from her, visibly relaxing now that she was seeking answers from him. "They believe me responsible for Noelle's death because I left her unprotected while I was with you. She was murdered by Slavinsky and his friends." "Did you know Slavinsky?" she asked quietly, holding her breath. Could her father be responsible for all the deaths? Could he be the vampire? Had I ever met the man, I would have broken his neck on the spot. He and he alone is responsible for Noelle's death. I may not have loved her, but she bore me a child. He tilted his head, and it was easy to get lost in his dark, mysterious eyes. Shea felt behind her for a solid tree trunk, needing to touch something real. This was all some gigantic spider web, so sticky with intrigue that she had no idea where to turn. Something wasn't right. She was becoming confused, her mind playing tricks on her. Deliberately, she pressed her palm into the bark of the tree in an attempt to focus on something that might break the spell he was weaving around her. "Jay, am your life mate, my love. Jay, am the one you turn to when you are afraid and in need." Jacques' voice was firm, and she sensed him close by. Shea mentally shook herself. It was like being tugged in two different directions. She knew she was Maggie's daughter. Rand might believe what he was saying, but she knew who she was. Didn't she? Rand gave a gentle sigh. "All of us are capable of planting memories, Maggie. It is reasonable to assume they would say you are your own daughter. That way they would be able to say there was no chance we could be together. Do you not see the brilliance of such a deception, of such a revenge? It would last a lifetime. A Carpathian has only one life mate. I am Jacques." She pushed at her hair, found her hand trembling, and put it behind her back. "He has had plenty of time to work on your memories. Years. He worked his way into your mind and then took you over. Do you really believe he could have lived all those years in that cellar?" His voice was soft and reasonable. Her head hurt so badly, Shea could barely think. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them, Rand had glided closer, was bending once more to her throat. "Get away." The words were so sharp and clear, Shea scrambled away, lost her footing, and fell across a fallen log. Jacques was furious, and his rage was a hideous thing. He dropped like a silent phantom out of the sky to reach her before Rand could. His fingers closed around her arm, possessive and unyielding. As he helped her to her feet, he thrust her body behind his and faced her father. "What are you doing, Rand?" he snapped. His voice was low and ominous. Rand smiled gently, calmly. "And do you now kill me too? You are a bloodthirsty one, are you not? You claim I am her father, yet you are eager to slay me." He looked directly into Shea's eyes. "Does this make sense?" His voice was low and sad. "That he might want to destroy your father? You are deliberately trying to confuse her." Jacques' face, worn and lined, was hardened with anger. Shea found herself studying its every beloved detail. All at once she didn't think Rand quite so handsome. There seemed something sinister about his perfect good looks and his thin-lipped smile. Rand seemed without emotion, almost lifeless, his sorrow unreal, while Jacques' powerful form was trembling with volcanic emotion. His mind was a red haze of swirling anger and fear that he might lose her, that he had inadvertently placed her in danger. The rage was toward Rand that he would betray his own daughter. Rand sighed softly and shook his head. "How easily you allow yourself to be tricked by this dark vampire. Your own neck holds the answers you seek. The wounds there are torn and ragged. Who but a vampire feeds so carelessly? Does a loving life mate abuse his woman in this manner? When he killed this morning, using your innocence and your very mind and soul to aid him, was he not feeling joy? When you begged him to stop, did he not continue? And when he came to you with blood on his hands, could you not see the dark desire and hunger in his mind, in his eyes, in his body? Could you not see the dark compulsion of the kill? Vampires are very clever, my dear, and you have fallen under his spell." Jacques regarded the older man with black, empty eyes. "Do you challenge me?" Shea gasped. "Jacques and her father?" She pressed both hands to her head. She couldn't stand this confrontation, being fought over like some dog's bone. She didn't even know what was true and what wasn't anymore. "Yes, you do, little red hair. He is attempting to bewitch you. He thought me occupied with Byron. He thought he could lure you from the safety of our people. He will not accept a fair challenge." Jacques attempted to reassure her. She was fighting to stay calm, but Shea had suffered far too much trauma in the last few days. Jacques was certain Rand had not only planned for that, but also counted on it to sway her. Rand's smile was calm. "I would not wish to cause Maggie any further grief. But be warned, Dark One, you would be hunted and destroyed if Mikhail were not your brother. You have deceived and hurt this woman I love, and I will not allow you to get away with it. But I would not be the cause of her further distress." Jacques bared his fangs. "I was certain you would say something of that nature. You prefer to do your dirty work through trickery." Rand raised an eyebrow. "Listen to him, my dear. Next he will be accusing me of associating with the human murderers. Are you going to say I tried to kill Byron?" What about Noel? Perhaps I was responsible for what happened to you and my own son, too. You're the vampire, Jacques, and you are powerful enough to deceive one such as Gregory. I would be a fool to fight you when you are holding Maggie hostage. Shea clutched at the back of Jacques' shirt. Rand, you're wrong about him. I look like Maggie, but I'm your daughter. And I would know if he was truly a vampire. Rand looked at her with sad eyes. How many times have you asked yourself what he is? Did you not feel his joy in the kill? He wanted it, welcomed it, and he fed voraciously. You cannot deny this is so. Who better than Jacques to set this entire thing up? Noelle was his sister, and he adored her. He led the others away from you and from his brother's woman. He killed the humans because they could identify him. He bowed his head tiredly. I cannot convince you I know this, but in time you will see that I am right. Tell me, Maggie, did you not see me differently when he arrived? Perhaps more like a villain? I wonder who projected that image to you? I doubt that I would have done so myself. Her mind was calmer and able to see more clearly with my presence, as you well know. Begone, Rand, back to the hole you crawled from. Jacques gestured, his face dark with anticipation, his body poised and ready should Rand attack. Rand simply faded from their sight, his soft laughter sending shivers down Shea's spine. Instantly she stepped away from Jacques, her green eyes not meeting his. With gentle fingers he tipped up her chin, forcing her gaze to meet his. I love you, Shea. I have no way to combat the lies he has told until we can be free of my debt to Byron. Reserve judgment until I am able to talk this out with you. His voice was so loving, his touch so tender, it turned her heart over. She found herself drowning in the mesmerizing depth of his black eyes. She wanted to do whatever he wished. Her body responded to his, to the tormented look of him, to the desperate hunger in him. Her body flared to life and called to his, going soft and pliant with anticipation. Her breasts ached, and she burned for his touch. Shea jerked her gaze away, stepped back so that his body heat could not affect hers, so that the electricity crackling and arcing between them was broken. Shaken, she shoved a trembling hand through her hair. How are you going to convince me, Jacques? With sex. He was smoldering with need, a dark hunger that never ceased. Once it had risen, it had grown until the urgency nearly overwhelmed him. She was essentially human and could not understand, did not even know of the heat that rose between life mates. Love, you are smart enough for the both of us. You can figure out for yourself who is telling the truth. Rand is sick. I wish it was not so, but if he truly believed you to be your mother, he would have attacked me immediately. A life mate can do no other than guard his woman. That has been our way for all time. No other man can be with her. He is trading on your ignorance of Carpathian ways. I do not need to convince you of what is in my heart or of what is in yours. I know I am damaged. You know it too. But you would feel it if I was truly evil. You would know it. There would be no way I could hide it. He held out a hand to her. Just think it through with that logical brain you have. I trust you to come up with your own answer. Jacques. She hesitated, wanting to touch him, needing to touch him, but afraid of being lost in the sexual lure she couldn't seem to resist. How do I know if I'm the one thinking for myself when you're always with me, always sharing my mind? You will have to figure that out for yourself. Shea. His black eyes moved lovingly over her face. You know me better than anyone, and I have never tried to hide anything from you. If you brand me a monster, even I will believe you. His smile was gentle and reassuring. Shea took a deep breath and laced her fingers with his. It felt right and natural. The sparks jumped from his skin to hers, and her pulse raced, but she walked quietly through the woods with him, content just to be by his side. Jacques seemed so much a part of her, the air she breathed. She accepted it because he made her complete. Chapter 16. Gregory was an impressive figure. Shea watched him as he knelt beside Raven. His entire attention seemed to be concentrated on the woman lying so still. Have you attended to Shea's injuries? The soft inquiry startled Shea. He addressed Jacques, asking the male, as was his irritating way. The wounds are closing, Jacques assured him. Rand drew Shea alone into the woods. He is the betrayer healer. I walked away from him because he is linked to Shea. He could make her feel whatever I did to him. He is very dangerous. I cannot be the one to bring him to justice. Shea would never forgive me. Don't do that, Jacques, Shea said with a little bite in her voice. She was exasperated with him. I know you're talking to Gregory. If you have something to say it out loud so that I can hear you. You think Rand is the vampire, don't you? The thought was in her mind also, and it made her feel disloyal. She knew something was wrong with Rand. Perhaps Maggie's death had twisted his mind, so he was living in the past. But something Rand had said in the course of their strange conversation was niggling at her brain. Something she couldn't put a finger on. Gregory passed a hand over Raven's stomach, his fingers splayed wide. His touch lingered for a moment, a surprisingly tender gesture, then he turned to Shea. Jacques knows his duty to you, Shea. This man, Rand, the one who is your birth father, was never in your life. Hold on to what is real, not to your childhood fantasies. You don't know the first thing about my childhood, fantasy or not, Shea snapped, goaded beyond endurance by his unruffled, superior attitude. Gregory definitely grated on her. She suspected it was because he was always using logic. She was the one who was supposed to do that. I have my own mind, Gregory, and it is a perfectly good one. Perhaps the first couple of times we met gave you a false impression. I am not a hysterical woman who runs at the first sign of danger. I don't faint at the sight of blood, and I can make my own decisions. If I gave you the idea that I thought those things of you, then I must apologize, Gregory said gently, courteously. It is not my impression of you at all. You have much courage, and you are a natural healer, but you have little knowledge of our way of life. It takes much to maintain proper health. You have the human aversion to taking blood as Raven does. Her chin lifted. I am well aware I have a problem in that area. In my own time, I will deal with it. But there are other much more important things going on at the moment. Beside her, Jacques stirred as if to protest, but he remained silent. That is where you are wrong. Nothing is more important, Gregory replied, his voice velvet soft, a whisper of power. Your health is essential to every member of our race. You are a woman. You are able to create life within you. You represent hope to every male who has no life mate. I have no intention of bringing a child into the world. There was complete silence. Gregory turned the full force of his silver gaze onto her face. His eyes slashed and burned through every barrier until she felt as if he could see every secret in her soul. He let out his breath slowly. I understand why you would feel this way now, Shea. What was done to you is an abomination. I see the pain in you at this decision. If you can find it in yourself to wait for Jacques to heal completely before you give up such an important dream, I believe you will find that our race loves and cherishes our children, knowing them for the treasures they are. It is the same way we feel about our women. Is that why Rand abandoned my mother? Is that why he allowed someone else to raise his own son? Or are only female children cherished by your race? Gregory sighed. All of our children, male and female, are loved and protected, Shea. I do not understand Rand, I never have. At the moment I believe he is very dangerous, and something has to be done about him. In the meadow he set up wires murderous not only to our kind, but to humans and animals as well. I spent some time dismantling his traps. He cannot be allowed to continue this mad behavior. You know it, you just do not want to face it. Just like that? You can pass judgment on him and not even know for certain? How can you be sure it's him? Shea found herself twisting her fingers together, trying to find a way out for her father. She remembered all too vividly his breath on her neck, but she pushed the memory away quickly, feeling disloyal again. Because none of us felt his presence in the forest, Jacques answered her gently. A shadow in her mind, he could clearly see the conflict between her brain and her emotions. Only you felt him, Shea. He was able to wake you despite my command to sleep. He deliberately lured you into the forest and tried to take your blood to strengthen his hold on you. Maybe he's ill. Maybe he's confused. He could have forced me. Why didn't he force me, Jacques? He certainly could have, she pointed out. He's quite a bit stronger than me, and I felt as if I was in a dreamlike state. Why didn't he simply force me, if he's really a vampire? Because a life mate cannot be forced to choose. It must be a true choice. Otherwise, a true bond is not formed. He knows that. Jacques reached out to her. It is ingrained in him, imprinted before birth. Shea stepped away from him, rubbed at her throbbing temples. Why is everything with you people so darned complicated, Jacques? Nothing like this ever happened to me while I was human. You were half human, Shea. Jacques reminded her gently, and you know you were in danger even then. Your mother had the presence of mind to hide you from the fanatical society that was pursuing you. Shea shivered and rubbed her arms to warm herself. I just wish we could go somewhere, Jacques, and sort all this out. I need to find a way to forgive you for using me to kill those men. Mikhail's form shimmered into solidity right before Shea's eyes, nearly stopping her heart. He smiled at her. I must thank you for returning my love to me. Without her, my life would be worthless. You are a great asset to our people. It is unfortunate that you have been cast into our world without any preparation to make the transition easier. These are hard times for all of us. He touched her arm gently. Please forgive us for using you to stop Slavinsky and Wallace. We could not allow them to kill Raven or snatch you, as was their intention. Raven could not help us, so we turned to you. It was wrong to use you without your consent, but time did not allow the luxury of asking your permission. Your lifemate could do no other than protect your life, and from that distance it is impossible to do anything without seeing through another's eyes. Mikhail was eloquent and sincere, and Shea could not be angry with him. She sighed and bit her lower lip. I wish it hadn't happened that way, Mikhail, but I'm glad Raven is alive. I do not understand how those two humans were able to disguise their presence from us. I monitored Raven continually, Mikhail said. The two of you should never have been in any danger. I scanned the surroundings. Grigory scanned, as did Jacques. A vampire might be able to confuse us, but certainly the humans could not. I, too, scanned. Raven stirred weakly, her voice a thin thread. I detected no danger to us, yet Shea was uneasy and certain we were not alone almost from the beginning. I dismissed her fears, thinking her separation from Jacques the cause. It was only Shea who could detect the vampire in the woods, Jacques said. Shea found herself the center of attention. Instinctively she moved toward Jacques. He wrapped an arm around her waist, his body protective toward hers. I know you're all thinking it was Rand. I don't want it to be him. I want to have a family. You have a family, Mikhail said gently. I am your family. Raven is your family. Our child will be, and of course you have Jacques. Someday you will have children. He sent a slight grin in Grigory's direction. You can even claim the healer as family. We do, although he dislikes it intensely. We are together, and we are close. These past several days are not a real example of what our existence is like. We are under attack and must defend ourselves. Most of the time our life is much like that of the human world. Do not judge us by recent days. These are exceptional times. Maybe Byron can tell us who betrayed him, Shea suggested desperately. Can't we wait for what he has to say before we condemn Rand? What was it that bothered her so much? And what was it Rand said had? Jacques held her close. No one. Once. It to be Rand, little red hair, and you can be assured no one will act without certain proof. Shea knew he was seeking to reassure her, even as he believed implicitly that her father was the betrayer. Some part of her knew it to be true. Away from Rand, she was able to see things more clearly. He wasn't just a man confused and tormented by her mother's death. He could be a calculating, cold killer. Shea closed her eyes, unable to face where her thoughts were going. Jacques could not be the one to take Rand's life. He just couldn't. Warmth flooded her mind, and his arm tightened protectively around her. There is no need for me to hunt Rand should he prove to be the vampire preying on our people. The others can take care of it. We can go far from this place if that is your desire, my love. If Rand was the vampire, the betrayer, Jacques would have more reason than anyone to want to ruthlessly destroy him. Yet she could not bear the idea. Thank you, Jacques. I don't want you to be the one to take his life if it really comes to that. Let us go to Byron and I will do as I promised. Then we will find a place to rest. Shea nodded, her head brushing his chest. She could hear the reassuring beat of his heart, feel the heat in his body rising to meet hers. He was solid and real, and she owed it to both of them to take things slowly and make rational decisions. Right at this moment, Shea was not certain she was capable of such a thing. Her brilliant brain seemed to be malfunctioning lately. We go to Byron, healer, do you follow? Jacques asked. Grigory reluctantly left Raven to Mikhail. A woman could not possibly be claimed before her 18th birthday. Every moment of the healer's existence would be an endurance test, living in hell until the child came of age. He would hunt and feed and resist the kill unless he was called on to dispense justice. That would be the most dangerous of all times, walking away from the power of taking a life. And somewhere, close by, Rand was waiting. As Gregory turned to follow Jacques and Shea, Mikhail stopped him. Could the humans have found some kind of chemical to cloak their presence from us? If they have done so, we are all in grave danger, and we must move to meet this new threat. Anything is possible, but it is more likely the vampire is using a shadow spell. It is ancient and all but forgotten. I came across it in the lost book of Shalong. He buried it with his evil tokens in the Mountain of Souls. I thought no other had dared to travel there. Gregory glanced after Shea to assure himself she was out of hearing. It is entirely possible, Gregory continued, even probable, that Rand rose more than 7 years ago, found Shea's mother already dead, and turned. In his hatred, he would blame you and Jacques. He could have studied the ancient arts and returned to lead Slavinsky and his nephew to kill our people 7 years ago. None of us knew he had risen, so he was never a suspect. Jacques thought he knew the betrayer, was close to him at one time. Rand was his family through Noel. Do you believe Rand would have his own son tortured, mutilated? Noel's son, Mikhail. If Rand is as twisted as I suspect, he was the one who aided the humans in their murders 7 years ago. We are all in danger, particularly Jacques. The only one who might escape death is Shea, and she would suffer greatly. He knows we will hunt him now. He will try to run. Gregory shook his head. No, he has worked too hard for revenge. This is hatred, Mikhail. He lives to kill, and we are the ones he must seek. He will stay here and continue to try to lure Shea to him. You will warn Jacques. There is no need. Jacques knows. He will keep Shea close to him. Jacques is dangerous, Mikhail. You persist in thinking him the younger brother you need to protect. He has grown to great power. Rand will underestimate him. He does not recognize the monster he himself created. I am not certain I like you referring to my brother as a monster. There was a trace of humor in Mikhail's voice. You should hear what I call you behind your back, Gregory said, even as his arms spread to accommodate the wings forming. Mikhail's laughter echoed as the bird soared into the night sky. The cave of healing was smaller than most of the other chambers in the maze of underground tunnels. The soil was rich, dark, and fertile. It smelled pleasant, with the aroma of herbs mixed with the natural fragrance of the earth. Shea's hand found Jacques' back pocket and slipped inside, a link between them as they surveyed the extent of Byron's injuries. Shea felt a helpless sense of déjà vu. Smith and Wallace had not had as much time to torture him as they had Jacques, but nevertheless his body was blackened with burns and covered with cuts. Shea found Jacques' hand, twisted her fingers in his, hardly daring to look at him. The sight of Byron's tortured body must bring back such hideous memories. She attempted to be cheerful. Well, at least they're consistent in what kind of damage they do. So we know I can help him, based on past experience. Jacques did not want her touching the other man. The emotion was sharp and ugly and overwhelming. Loathing himself, Jacques took a deep breath and let it out, instinctively placing his large frame between Byron and his lifemate. Shea touched his face with gentle fingers. What is it? Her voice was so beautiful, so clear and cool and soothing, that Jacques wanted to cringe from the truth, ashamed, but he could not lie to her. I do not know. Only that I cannot bear for you to touch him. God, Shea, I hate myself for this, but you cannot. His hands cupped her face, his black eyes filled with sorrow. You cannot do this. What do you think will happen if I touch this man? Do you believe Rand's stories now? Do you think you influenced me somehow and our chemistry is not real? I only know that if you touch this man, I will not be in control. The demon in me will rise, and my mind will shatter into so many fragments, I will never be able to put myself back together. Shea could feel his loathing for his unreasonable jealousy, his fear that she would ignore his plea and something terrible would happen. She realized she still knew precious little of Carpathian ways, that Jacques was edgy and more animal than man at that moment. Her fingers curled around his arm, and she smiled up at him. I guess we wait for the healer. Jacques could feel the tension drain from his body. It might be the best idea. Shea reached up to trail her fingertips over his neck. The massage was suggestive and reassuring at the same time. He reacted by crushing her to him, his mouth hard and dominating as he captured hers. He kissed her possessively, his body as demanding as his mouth. I need you right now, Shea. My body is going up in flames, and I hurt like hell. We have to be alone soon, or I might die. Her laughter was muffled against his chest. No one has ever died because they wanted to make love. But she wasn't sure. Her own body was burning and begging for the connection to his. Grigori suddenly materialized, made a soft, sighing noise, and sent them a clear frown. Like guilty children, they broke apart. The healer spoke. He will be weak, Jacques. He may even attempt to resist you. He is close to turning and has been for some time. Tell him of Raven's child, of your belief that Shea might be able to provide a female child. Grigori gave the advice softly. You must take control of him. I felt his resistance to our intervention. Jacques nodded. He wished Shea away from Byron, and she moved to the end of the chamber, reading his mind. He sent her thanks and turned his attention to his former friend. Shea watched him, feeling suddenly proud of him. He might not be able to bear her touching another man yet, but he didn't like himself very much for it. And she could sense his determination to save Byron. She knew he could not bring himself to lie to her in order to make himself look good in her eyes. He didn't try to hide his darker side from her, but rather wanted her to find a way to love him in spite of it. And she did. She might not understand, but she loved all of him. He didn't run from the things he had to do. He faced the demon in himself every day. It had all happened so fast, one thing after the other. Shea had taken a long time to assimilate all the information, but the one consistent thing was the way Jacques was with her. He was honest about everything, even his terrible need of her. Byron groaned, bringing her attention to the men bending over him. Grigori was as still as a statue, his concentration completely on the ravaged body. Jacques was forcing his wrist to Byron's mouth. Shea's stomach lurched, but she didn't look away. Byron resisted, his eyes imploring. You must take my blood. The women are safe. The trap you warned us of failed. Jacques' low voice seemed to be notes of music dancing in the air. Shea merged with him to increase his strength. She could feel Jacques' surprise as her will joined with his to force Byron's compliance. Mikhail's woman carries a female child, Jacques said softly. Shea is from the human race and capable of providing female children. There is hope now for a future, Byron. We want you to join with us to find those human women of psychic ability our people need. You cannot throw your life away. What if, through our bond of friendship and blood, you are the life mate to my daughter? What would become of our child? Take what is freely offered, old friend, and save yourself. You are strong. You will endure while we rebuild our race. Byron looked into Jacques' black eyes for a long time, seeking something he evidently found. He closed his mouth over the offered wrist and drank willingly. For the first time, Shea did not find the act repulsive. There was something beautiful in the way Jacques gave his blood so freely to Byron. It was far more personal than the way humans donated blood. Her body clenched with hot desire, and without thinking she bathed Jacques' mind in her heat. She saw his body hunch, as if someone had physically punched him. Guilt stirred for a moment, but then he was stroking her throat, his mental touch every bit as exciting in her state of arousal as his physical one. Grigori straightened up slowly and inhaled sharply, turned to glare at Jacques. Take your woman and find a place away from us. You know how dangerous Carpathian men can be at such a time. See to your needs, Jacques. I have little memory of these parts. If you recall, our home was invaded and the vampire knows where it is. Go deeper into the earth. The cave continues until you find the very core, the hot springs. You will be safe there. And alone. And Byron? He cannot speak. As yours was, his voice is paralyzed. I doubt if he can recall his betrayer. I will put him in the ground to heal. And I will seek out Rand. Our prince has passed sentence upon such a betrayer. Make no mistake. I will make certain he is the one before I destroy him. Jacques reached down and touched Byron's shoulder. Go to the sleep of our earth, Byron. I will return each day to see that you are fed and your wounds are healing. Do you trust me to do this? Byron nodded wearily and closed his eyes. He welcomed the solace of the healing earth. Already the blood was flowing through his veins, giving him strength to heal. He felt better knowing he had somehow warned the others of the trap the vampire had set. He had been used to lure the men away from the women. The vampire had even whispered to him of the plan to sacrifice Smith while Slavinsky and his nephew killed Raven and took Shea. The earth opened, and his weightless body floated into the cradle. All around him the rich soil reached out for him, welcomed him. He gave himself up to sleep and earth. Jacques nodded in a slight salute to Gregory and reached out to Shea. The moment his fingers closed around hers, the electricity arced sharply and cleanly between them. He pulled her out of the chamber and into the tunnel. To her horror, instead of going back up toward the forest, Jacques drew her down toward the very bowels of the earth. The tunnel was wide enough that they could walk together, but she didn't move fast enough to suit him. With every step he took, Jacques' body became tighter and more painful. His breath was corning in hoarse gasps. He swung her into his arms and raced down the tunnel's twists and turns. "What are you doing, Jacques?" Half laughing, half concerned, Shea held on tightly, her slender arms around his neck. "I am getting us to a place where we can be alone." He was decisive about it. He had wanted her for hours, for days, for a lifetime. He had to have her this minute. Shea buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder, her body responding to the urgency in his voice, to his labored breathing and rapid heartbeat. Her mouth touched his pulse, her breath warming his skin. She felt him shiver with awareness and gently probed the spot with the tip of her tongue. You taste good." "Damn it, Shea, I swear if you keep that up, we will not make it to the springs." "I never heard of any springs," she murmured absently, stroking the beating pulse again, her teeth playfully nipping. Her mouth wandered farther up his neck to his ear. "Hot springs." "It is only a little way farther," he groaned, but he leaned his head toward her attentions. Her hand slipped down the front of his shirt, played with his buttons, slowly sliding them open so that her palm could rest on his hot skin. "I think you're hot enough, Jacques," she whispered wickedly into his ear, caressing his earlobe with her tongue. "I know I am." He stopped, leaned against the curved wall, and allowed her feet to touch the ground. There were no words to describe the hunger, the urgency of his body, or the chaos of his mind. He bent over her, forcing her slender body backward as he took control of her mouth. His hand spanned her throat, tipping up her chin for better access. Shea experienced a curious shifting of the earth beneath her feet. Colors whirled in her head, and flames licked at her body. She could hardly bear the feel of clothes against her sensitive skin. Her breasts swelled and ached, her nipples pushing into the material covering them. Jacques was on fire, his jeans so tight he could no longer breathe. He tore at them, freed his body from the restrictive fabric and ripped at the cotton covering hers. "I have to have you right now, Shea," he said hoarsely. His hands were everywhere, cupping her firm breasts, his thumbs caressing, arousing, bringing her nipples to peaks of temptation. His teeth scraped the vulnerable line of her throat, followed the path lower to the creamy swell of her breasts. At Shea's quick and drawn breath he feasted, hungry and aching with need. His hands bit into her small waist as he held her still. Her cotton top gaped open, giving him glimpses of her narrow ribcage. She was making little wild, husky noises that only added to his frenzy. "You're out of control, wild man," Shea whispered softly, her hands urging him on. They were a living flame, heating the very air around them. Jacques yanked at her jeans, dragged her to the ground, his body covering hers as he did so. "You think?" His hands pinned her hips, lifted her so that he could drive forward, burying himself deep. The pleasure was somewhere between exquisite and pain, relief and pure joy. She was so hot and ready, clenching at him, surrounding him with fiery velvet. He felt her mouth against the heavy muscles of his chest, her breath, her soft little murmur of wonder. His body tightened in response, moved faster and deeper. White-hot heat spread, piercing pain that moved to sweet ecstasy as her teeth found his pulse. He flowed into her, sensual and spicy, his body taking possession of hers in the dominant way of his kind. Wild, hungry, urgent. He moved slower, faster, deep and shallow. They connected in every way, their hearts and souls flying free. He never wanted to leave her body, a haven of pleasure that would last an eternity. His heart was pounding, his brain whirling with erotic indulgence. His fangs exploded into his mouth, needing all of her. Even as she fed, he bent his dark head and took possession of her neck. Shea cried out as his teeth sank deep, as his body surged into hers, as the friction grew and colors danced. Her tongue stroked across his chest, and she caught at him for an anchor as he took them soaring into the night. Jacques' arms wrapped her tightly, his body penetrated hers deeply, his muscles welded to hers so perfectly, minds and hearts met like halves of the same whole. It was impossible to tell where one started and the other left off. He caught her mouth in his, sharing their life force as they fell over the edge and tumbled through time and space. Shea lay spent in his arms, aware of nothing but the beauty and peace of their surroundings. The earth beneath her felt welcoming and soft, the curving tunnel above like a sanctuary for them. Jacques' body, muscled and hard, was a welcome anchor in the turbulent storm of their lovemaking. For once, her hunger was sated. In the heat of the moment she had fed well, taking what Jacques so freely offered. She realized this was what he had meant when he told her that there were ways to get around her dislike of their feeding habits. She brushed a hand lovingly over the well-defined muscles of his back, inhaled their combined scents. For the first time in days, she felt real peace. Jacques held her close, grateful that the urgency and painful ache had left his body. He lifted his head and stroked back her hair in a tender caress. "We did not make it to the pools." "What pools?" Her voice was drowsy and sensual from his lovemaking. His heart turned over, and his body tightened in anticipation. "The tunnel leads to hot springs, a beautiful spot where we can rest for a time. I was taking you there when you seduced me." Shea laughed softly. "Is that what I did? If all it takes is opening your shirt, we're in for a wild time together." Jacques nuzzled the warmth of her neck, lazily slid his attentions lower to the invitation of her full breasts. "Do you have any idea how beautiful you are?" "No, but you can tell me if you want," she encouraged, circling his neck with her slender arms. She closed her eyes, savoring the feeling he was inducing with his tongue caressing her nipple. "I do love you," he said it suddenly, raising his head so his black eyes could meet her startled green ones. "I mean it, Shea. I do not just need you, I love you. I know everything about you. I have been in your head, shared your memories, shared your dreams and your ideas. I know you think I need you, and that is why I am with you, but it is much more than that. I love you." He grinned unexpectedly, traced her lower lip with the tip of a finger. "What is more, I know you love me. You hide it from yourself, but I found it in a little corner, tucked away in your mind." Shea stared up at the teasing smile on his face, then pushed at the solid wall of his chest. "You're making that up." Jacques moved off her, then reached down to pull her to her feet. His clothes were scattered everywhere, and he made no move to retrieve them. Shea's shirt was still hanging open, and her jeans were down around her ankles. Blushing, she pulled them up. His hands stayed hers, preventing her from fastening them. "Do not bother, Shea. The pools are just ahead." He walked a few feet, then looked back over his shoulder. "I did not make it up, and I know you are staring at my backside." Shea tossed her mane of red hair so that it flew in all directions. "Any woman in her right mind would stare at your particular backside, so you don't need to add that to your arrogant list of virtues. And stay out of my mind unless you're invited." She was staring, but she couldn't help it. He was so beautifully masculine. Jacques reached behind him and captured her hand, lacing their fingers together. "But I find the most interesting things in your mind, my love. Things you do not have any intention of telling me." Shea could hear a sound now. Not the drip of water seeping from the earth into the tunnel, but a dull roar that began to boom louder with every step they took. She looked carefully around her, afraid the roof of the cave might come crashing down. Jacques tugged on her hand, urging her forward. Around the next bend he ducked into a small entrance, and Shea reluctantly followed him. The moment she straightened again, the sight nearly took her breath away. The room was huge, with rock crystals lining the walls, sparkling in the steamy chamber. pools tiered one another, separated only by symmetrical rock walls. Steam rose from the various pools, giving the chamber an ethereal appearance. A long, steady fall of frothy water tumbled down the far wall into the deepest pool. Large boulders and long, flat rocks divided the pools, forming natural berths for sitting or lying down. Shea stared at the underground paradise in awe. This is so beautiful. How come no one knows about it? Jacques laughed softly. You mean humans? He turned to her, cupped the back of her neck, and bent to take possession of her mouth because he had to do it. She was far too tempting with her disheveled clothes, wild hair, and look of bemusement. Shea's body instantly went pliant and soft, melding with his harder, more muscular frame. Her mouth was hot and inviting, her breasts pressing into his bare stomach. Jacques lifted his head, his thumb trailing over her lip, her throat, to the tip of her right breast. These caves are deep and go on for miles. It is easy to get lost and simply disappear. Few humans come near this place. It has a reputation of being dangerous. His hand caressed her soft skin. Take off your jeans. She smiled up at him. I can see it is dangerous. Now, why would I want to do something that is obviously going to get me in big trouble? His hand stroked her waist, traced each rib under her satin skin. He could feel her tremble in answer. Because I want you to. Because you want to please me. Shea laughed out loud, her eyebrows winging upward. Oh, really? That's what I want to do. He nodded solemnly. Above all else. She moved away from him, deliberately enticing him. I see. I didn't know that. Thank you for pointing it out. You are welcome, he countered gravely, his eyes following her every movement. Shea was graceful and seductive, a siren beckoning him to follow. His body stirred, and ruefully he decided the pools might be a safer place to watch her. He entered the nearest hot springs, wincing as the bubbles added to the sensation of fingers stroking his sensitive skin. Her taunting laughter followed him, brushing provocatively at his nerve endings with the very tip of a flame. Shea felt an unexpected rush of power. Jacques was such an invincible being, yet she could see his body trembling, hear his heart beating even over the roar of the falls. All for her. Deliberately, she slid her jeans low, exposing her slender body, the fiery red triangle beckoning him, teasing him. Her shirt floated to the ground, and she lifted her arms skyward, a seductress tempting the heavens. Jacques' body tightened in anticipation. His black gaze didn't miss one graceful sway, not one rhythmic movement of her shapely form. Shea waded into the pool slowly, allowed the bubbling water to lap at her body like a sensuous tongue. She moved out into the middle of the water and finally slipped under the surface like a sleek, gleaming otter. Jacques sat on the edge of a rock, his legs under the water, bubbles lapping around his hips. He watched her swim toward him, away, her body flashing in the water, breaking the surface, disappearing once again. Shea's head emerged, her green eyes enormous, as they moved over his body. He was utterly still, as if carved from the very stone itself. His muscles were etched and defined, and his body was ready and aggressive. A small smile touched the corners of her mouth. She swam toward him slowly. So you think I want to please you? Definitely. The word came out a low growl. He was finding it hard to breathe. She smiled at him, a sexy, provocative, very feminine promise. You're right, I do want to please you. But how do I know you haven't done your hypnotic thing on me, and it's all your idea, not mine? He had to reach for his voice, and when he found it, it was gravel. I would not mind hypnotizing you to do my bidding, but somehow I think you can please me without such help. He was finding it difficult to think straight, his mind a cloud of erotic desire. Water lapped at his hips as she moved closer. Her breasts brushed his legs, sending ripples of fire through his bloodstream. She pushed against his knees so that he was forced to open them to accommodate her. Her chin nudged his lap. I have to think of the best way I might please you. You have all sorts of interesting ideas running around in your head. I need to find the best one, don't you think? Her breath was warm silk, breathing more life into his rigid body. Her tongue caught a drop of water, savored it. Jacques groaned at the pleasure shooting through him. His legs circled her naked body, drawing her close so that her soft mouth was level with the throbbing velvet tip thrusting toward her. Deliberately, he inched his body forward. Bubbles frothed and burst around him. Her hair washed over his legs, tangled around him, weaving them closer together. He found he was holding his breath, no longer able to get air. The touch of her mouth was like hot silk. Jacques' mind seemed to dissolve, his body trembled, and his heart exploded in his chest. He felt as if his very insides were coming apart. His body was no longer his own, no longer under his control. Shea was playing him like a musical instrument, all throbbing notes and building passion. He could only watch her helplessly, ensnared in her web of beauty and love. He caught her head in his hands, bunching wet hair in his fists. No one, nothing, in all the long centuries had prepared him for the intensity of emotion she brought out in him. He knew what it meant to know he would gladly die for someone. Jacques' thumb raised her chin so that her green eyes met his black gaze, so that she could easily see into his soul. For all his faults, for all his clumsy handling of their relationship, she had to see what he really felt inside. He lifted her easily into his arms, holding her close, holding her with exquisite tenderness, cradling her with leashed strength, wanting her to be sheltered for all time within his heart. His mouth moved over her satin skin, collecting little beads of water. "Love me back, Shea, love me like this. You are the air I breathe. Do not be afraid of this." His hands shaped her slender form to the hardness of his, caressed every line of her body, found every secret shadow and hollow. As he lifted her closer, water poured from her body onto his, hot and steamy. Her mouth was at his throat, small, loving kisses designed to drive him wild. He was gentle and tender this time, taking his time, enjoying his ability to touch her, to take her whenever they wanted, however they wanted. Water splashed up all around them, bubbles frothed and burst. Steam enveloped them, wrapping their bodies like a blanket. Jacques stroked back her bright hair, kissed her eyelids, her high cheekbones, the corners of her mouth. Every inch of her was his, and he worshipped it tenderly. When at last his body took possession of hers, her eyes held the same message as his, her soul branded forever with his name, his touch. Chapter 17. Jacques stirred languidly. He didn't want to move, but hunger was growing, and he needed nourishment desperately. He had to sustain Shea, Byron, and his own healing body. He would have to feed often to keep up with the demand. He carefully unwound his body from Shea's. She moaned softly, and her long eyelashes lifted. "You can't possibly want more." He had made love to her often and thoroughly throughout the last few hours. She wasn't altogether certain she could move. He ran a teasing finger down her flat stomach. "I always want more." "Insatiable is the word." He sighed and reluctantly stood and stretched. "I want you to stay here while I go feed. You will be safe." One eyebrow lifted. "How do you know that? Don't all Carpathians know of this place?" "I should go with you." She wanted to keep him safe from any harm. If Rand was the vampire, he hated Jacques above all others. Jacques made certain no expression showed on his face. Shea had the illusion she was still taking care of him. Her protective streak sent unexpected warmth flowing through him. He loved that in her. He wasn't stupid enough to give away his knowledge that she wouldn't harm a fly. If you made the effort to learn how to scan, you would know if any Carpathians were in the vicinity. "Because we are here, no others would invade our privacy," he said gruffly. "The vampire can cloak himself, or have you forgotten?" she asked suspiciously. "I think it is more likely that you are going out hunting." Jacques ruffled her hair gently. "I am going to feed, little red hair. It is not my job to hunt the vampire. Gregory has been chosen for that. I do not envy him the job. As for the vampire bothering you, I can find no trace of him when I scan, and you display no uneasiness. Stay here and wait for me. I already know where I can find food. It will take only minutes." Shea glared up at him. "You had better not be deceiving me. It is impossible for lifemates to lie to one another." He stretched again and bent to kiss her upturned face. "Do not wander off, Shea. And stay in touch with me. I do not want any nasty surprises when I return. In any case, if you stay in touch with me, you will see that I am telling the truth. I go only to feed." She stretched out beside the hot springs and dangled her fingers idly in the water. Her body was pleasantly sore. The truth was, she didn't want to move. All right, wild man, but it isn't me who's constantly finding trouble. And if you run into Rand, just leave. She turned over, completely oblivious of offering up her body to him. He may be my biological father, and like any child, I may have had my fairy tale fantasies about the perfect daddy, but I don't want you to take any chances. I've been thinking a lot about this. About what? He encouraged, wanting her to sort it out for herself. The reason I can feel the vampire even though he can cloak himself. The reason I felt the humans when Raven couldn't. We should have been able to detect them, Jacques said, inviting her to tell him more. He hunkered down beside her. Shea had an exceptional brain, and, given sufficient time, he knew she would be able to put her emotions aside and contribute much to the solution to their problems. Blood. Isn't that how everything works? All the bonds and mental telepathy? Don't you track each other through blood exchanges? Isn't that why the men rarely exchange blood? Rand hasn't exchanged with any of you, has he? Jacques shook his head. No, he was very careful never to do such a thing. But then, he had a life mate. He did not need to share, and there was no chance of his turning. But Noelle wasn't really his life mate, was she? He always knew it, even if no one else did. Later, perhaps, you all realized he couldn't be her true life mate, but he had already established a habit of never exchanging blood. He knew there was always the chance he might turn, so he protected himself. Shea felt she was redeeming her mother. Maggie was his life mate. Mikhail told us Rand had risen only a couple of years ago and kept to himself. That was after the vampire murders had taken place. If that is so, then Rand could not possibly be the guilty one. If it is so, suppose he had risen before that time and found my mother dead. You said a widowed life mate normally chooses death. What happens if they don't? What happens if they keep existing? There was silence as Jacques digested what she was saying. Mikhail thought Rand would be all right because Noelle was not his true life mate. But if Maggie had been, and she was already dead when he rose, then he would turn. Yet he had his son. He may have stayed to protect him. He inhaled sharply. But to be able to weave a cloaking spell. There are only a few with that kind of power. Like, Shea prompted. Mikhail is the oldest living Carpathian. Grigori is only a quarter of a century younger. Aiden and his twin brother, Julian, are perhaps half a century younger. Byron and I are the next oldest. A couple of others are close in age, but they have life mates and are not suspect. There is Dimitri, but he is far from this land. Only an ancient is powerful enough to cloak his presence. Jacques didn't realize how much he was remembering, but Shea did, and it made the sorrow of Rand's betrayals easier to bear. But Rand could have found a way to do it, Shea insisted. It makes sense, Jacques. I don't have to like it, in fact, I hate it, but I share his blood, and there isn't another explanation. I sensed his presence in the forest because we share the same strain of blood. It has to be that. You were so opposed to the idea before, Shea. Jacques' hand spanned her flat stomach. He couldn't help himself, he had to touch her, reveled in his right to do so. I didn't want to face it, Jacques. But I've had some time to think about this. It's the only rational explanation. He wants me to be, and he's hoping to keep me for himself, but he knows I'm not really Maggie. And he has to kill you. He wanted you dead, and he wanted Raven dead, and most likely Mikhail also. Shea took a deep breath. And Rand said something that bothered me, but I couldn't remember what. I just put it together. He mentioned Byron. He shouldn't have known that Byron was the one the humans had tortured. No one had told him, and Byron couldn't communicate with him. So how did he know? Jacques' black eyes glinted like obsidian. I did not catch that. You are right. He did know of Byron. He named him. Shea shoved a suddenly shaking hand through her hair. Her eyes held endless sorrow as she looked up at him. God, Jacques, do you know what that means? He must have been responsible for bringing my brother to Don Wallace and Jeff Smith. He was responsible for their torturing and killing his own son. Is that possible? Could someone really be that insane, that cold-blooded? I am sorry, Shea. A vampire is not capable of any real feeling. The undead has chosen to give up his soul. He is wholly evil. Jacques could feel an unfamiliar lump blocking his throat. He could feel the heaviness in her heart. He admired the courage it took for her to voice her conclusions to him. The reason the humans have such legends from the old times is because a few have experienced what a real vampire is capable of. I wish it was different. I would give anything to spare you this heartache. I wish things were different too, but I don't think they are. And I think you're in real danger. Even if Rand isn't the vampire, he's definitely a sick, bitter man, and he hates you. Please be careful. I don't want him to hurt you. Her large green eyes were alive with anxiety. She sat up, her arms circling his neck. I want to put you on a shelf somewhere where no one can ever hurt you again. Jacques hastily broke the connection of their minds. Shea persisted in thinking him at risk. It simply did not occur to her, even after what she had experienced with him, what she had witnessed, that he could be the aggressor in the upcoming battle. That he might welcome the battle with his betrayer. That he would enjoy it. For all her knowledge of him, she still could not take in that he was a predator by nature. If that was what it took for her to accept their relationship, he was willing for the knowledge to come to her in slow stages. To Jacques, that was the beauty of a lifemate's bond. Everything was there for the taking, but it was up to the partner to do what they wanted with it all. Jacques knew he would fly to the moon and haul it down for her, walk on water or swim through hot lava if that was what it took to make her happy. Shea was his life, and they had centuries to get to know one another properly. She did not need to confront his killer instincts with her every waking breath. His palm cupped her face, moved lovingly to her slender neck, his thumb feathering over her soft skin. He ached with love for her. I promise to be careful. Really careful, she insisted. He found the hard edges of his mouth turning up. Really careful, he clarified. Her fingertip traced his smile. I'm sorry I was so crazy about the healer giving me blood, but I really can't stand it yet, even thinking about it. When we're together, it seems different, something beautiful and natural, but the thought of anyone else, her stomach lurched, and she broke off. Jacques' mouth skimmed her face, settled on her lips for a brief, disturbing moment. I understand. I am stronger now, little red hair. I can care for you properly. Her eyebrows shot up, and she frowned. That isn't exactly what I meant. Don't go all macho on me. That would make me sicker than finding some cute human male to feed off. She was teasing him. Intellectually, he knew it, but for a moment a red haze of jealousy clouded his mind. Rage welled up, and he forced it under control. He knew immediately that he was lucky she didn't want to take sustenance from another man. Something in his fragmented mind, or perhaps it was his possessive nature, would not stand for it. No man, human or Carpathian, was going to be completely safe until he learned to control his fear of losing her. Jacques raked a hand through his hair. I have a long way to go before I will be normal again. She burst out laughing. No one has said you ever were normal, Jacques. He felt the flood of warmth at her teasing and basked in it. Stay here, little red hair. Stay safe for me. She lay back, lazily reclining on the flat rock. Her bright red hair spread out around her like strands of silk. The clean lines of her nude body, her full breasts and tight, fiery curls beckoned to him. Jacques backed away from her. He was going to have to learn a lot about self-control over the next few hundred years. He turned abruptly and walked away. Once through the small passageway leading back to the tunnel, he shapeshifted as he hurried through the maze of pathways. His body compressed, smaller, even smaller, until he was the very creature Shea was terrified of. Small wings took him gliding quickly through the network of tunnels, upward to the shortcut. It was a tiny chimney cut by centuries of water constantly trickling through solid rock. He charged up it and out into the night sky. Almost instantly his body reshaped itself in flight, taking on the larger, more powerful, and much more formidable shape of an owl. Razor-sharp talons and hooked beak, thick feathers and eyes that easily pierced the night, served him well. He winged his way over the forest canopy toward the cabin housing the three hunters. Jacques had deliberately ordered their compliance. They would stay the night, unable to figure out why it was so important, but unable to defy his hypnotic suggestion. He had taken their blood, directed their minds, and could call them to him at will. The hunters had not intended to stay, as the land was inhospitable to them and they were beginning to believe the superstitions of the locals. He knew the memories he had implanted would remain for as long as he wanted, and that they would always answer his bidding if he so desired. The beauty of the night, seen through the owl's eyes, was incredible. Far below, on the forest floor, small animals scurried for cover. The green canopy blanketing the trees swayed and danced in the wind, a beautiful ballet. The breeze caught at feathers, lifted them, and rushed at him with a feeling of sheer joy and power. He spotted the cabin below and swooped down toward it. Almost immediately, he realized something had to be wrong. No smoke came from the chimney, and on a night like this, the three hunters would need warmth. The owl banked sharply and glided in, talons extended. He landed as a man on his feet, his senses alert to any impending dangers, flaring out to scan the area. He caught no signs of life, but he smelled death. The stench was in his nostrils, along with the pungent scent of terror. Someone had died violently and had known it was coming. Jacques moved carefully, cloaking himself against the sight of humans. He detected none in the immediate area, but then, he hadn't found Smith or Wallace either. He could find no threat, yet he continued to move warily toward the darkened cabin. He found the first body beside the porch. The man was mangled, his throat torn, the wound gaping and brutal, as though a huge animal had attacked and killed him. He was drained of blood. Jacques stood beside the hunter's body for a moment, angry with himself for exposing the human to danger needlessly. Of course Rand would know he would need to feed often. He would look for Jacques' source and cut it off. Jacques remained very still while he took stock of his surroundings. The kill was fresh, minutes old, the body still warm. The vampire was somewhere in the immediate vicinity, waiting for him. Jacques had no doubt he was next on the vampire's list. Jacques could not detect any evidence of him, yet he knew with a certainty he was being stalked. He inhaled sharply and allowed the demon inside to awaken with an ugly roar. Jacques could feel the faint stirring in his mind, the gentle, warm inquiry. "Do not attempt to contact me, Shea. The vampire is attempting a trap. I cannot be distracted. Then I will come to you." Shea was very alarmed. Jacques could almost see her face, the enormous green eyes wide with worry, her chin determined. "You will do as I bid, Shea. I cannot worry about both of us and succeed." He used his firmest voice, sending a reinforcing push toward her. He could feel her reluctance to obey him, but she did not protest further, believing she might endanger him. Jacques moved up the stairs stealthily. The door was slightly ajar, the wind pushing it gently to and fro. The hinges were old and rusty and squeaked with each shift of the wind. Jacques slipped inside to the smell of death and fear, the overwhelming scent of blood. The floor was a pool of dark, nearly black liquid, sticky and thick. The two bodies had been flung carelessly aside after the vampire had sated himself on the adrenaline-laced sustenance. He had deliberately drained the rest of the blood from the bodies so that the smell of it would further trigger Jacques' need to feed. He also made certain there was nothing left for Jacques to use to ease that biting, gnawing hunger. It was growing in him every moment, weakening his body, preying on his strength. "No, it's not, Jacques." Shea's voice was a soft, clean note in his head. "You are not weak. You are strong, very strong and healthy. The vampire has set another trap for you. Get out of the house, get into the open air. You are young and strong. There is nothing he can do to you." In her mind there was complete confidence in him, not so much as a shadow of worry or doubt. She believed in him. Jacques could do no other than to follow her lead and believe in himself. Very carefully he searched the interior of the cabin, looking for hidden traps. When the feeling of doom persisted in creeping into his mind, he reached for Shea's reassuring presence. She was always there, utterly loyal, determined to make him see himself as she saw him. Her belief in him enabled him to see how the vampire's trap was preying on his mind. He found himself smiling grimly, without humor. He acknowledged the vampire's power and expertise in illusion, but Shea had broken the spell with her unfailing belief in him. Jacques was strong enough to deal with the undead. It was only a matter of perceiving the traps for the illusions they were. Jacques made his way outside into the cool night air. The wind tugged at his clothing, raked at his long hair. A lone wolf howled, endlessly calling for a mate. The sound caught at him, touched a spot in him, and he lifted his head and crooned softly into the night. The wolf was wandering far from its companions, alone, an outcast to those who did not understand its predatory nature. A sound alerted him, a mere rustle in the underbrush, but it was enough to draw his mind away from the wolf and back to the enemy stalking him. He lowered his body into a crouch, centering himself for the attack. When he turned his head, Rand moved out into the open. He was smeared with blood, his fangs exposed, his eyes red-rimmed, and his nails long, clawed tips. His skin, fleshed from his recent kills, was stretched taut against his skull so that he had the look of death clinging to him. "I knew you would leave your bride to feast upon the humans. You could not resist when blood was there for the taking," Rand said in a voice edged with contempt. Jacques' eyebrows rose a fraction. "You seem to help yourself to whatever you desire. Does that include other men's life mates?" Rand's mouth twisted into an ugly snarl. "You took my life mate from me. You and your brother. Yet now both of you have found the very thing you would never allow me to have. I will destroy Mikhail and his woman, and I will take back from you what is rightfully mine. Maggie is dead, Rand, and only you are responsible. You left Noelle to the human butchers while you rushed out to see your life mate, yet you did not have the courage to bring her before Mikhail and announce her as such. She would still be alive if you had. Noelle would have murdered her. She threatened to do so many times. Mikhail would never have allowed such a thing, and you know it. It was your own lack of courage that killed her. Any Carpathian male worth anything will stand up for the one he chooses for his life mate. Is it possible, Rand, that you were so warped with all your womanizing that you simply did not want to make a full commitment to Maggie? Perhaps you liked having the two women, liked to taunt Noelle. Perhaps the two of you had a twisted, perverted relationship, and you could not quite bring yourself to give it up for something so right and pure." Rand roared, his head back, the sound issuing forth one of anger and agony. "You go too far, Dark One. You think I cannot see what you really are? You are a killer. It is plain to those of us who see you with clear eyes. Do you not feel the need to destroy? Do you not enjoy the power? You are one with me, whether you choose to see it or not. Your nature is dark and ugly, like the world you and your brother forced me to occupy. I do not need to destroy one such as you will do so on your own. The woman will see what you are eventually. Shea knows exactly what I am, and she is willing to live with me. You chose your own life and your own fate, Rand. You rose before your time. I felt the rending tear when my life mate chose death. That does not excuse your responsibility in the matter. She would not have chosen death had you been man enough to take her before Mikhail and show the world she belonged to you. And you could have chosen to follow her to her fate, but again you left her to face the unknown by herself. Instead, you blamed others for your inadequacies and set out to revenge yourself. Tell me, Rand, why did you deliver your own son into the hands of those butchers? He was a boy, a mere 18. What had he done to deserve such a terrible fate? Rand's face twisted into a snarling mask of hatred. I gave him a chance to join me, to seek retribution for what Mikhail and you had done to me. I went to him, his own father, and explained my plan. He was so brainwashed by you, by Mikhail, that he called me vampire. I could see you had twisted his mind. He would not listen to me. I could not allow such a traitor to live. My slaves dealt him with. They thought they controlled me, but I put thoughts into their heads at will. They named me Vulture and thought to destroy me after they had used me. It was amusing to turn them against one another, to force them to set each other up for the kill. Wallace and Slavinsky were evil men and easy to ensnare. Smith was weak, a follower, a good sacrifice. You had them torture and mutilate your own son. And what of the others? Why the others? Rand smiled, a wicked, humorless parody of amusement. For the fun, of course, for the practice. Grigori thinks he is the only one who can use the dark secrets, but he is not as smart as he thinks. And do you plan to kill him also? I do not have to take that chance. He will turn soon. There was a wealth of satisfaction in Rand's voice. He will not choose death as you all think he will. He has battled too long, and he is far too powerful. He will rip this world apart. And he will squash like bugs those who seek to destroy him. Aiden and Julian together might have a chance, but they too are close to turning. Together we will rule, as our race should have from the beginning. It is your brother who has kept our people from their rightful place. Humans are cattle to be used to sate our hunger, to serve our needs, yet we hide from them like cowards. The others hate me now, but soon all the ancients will join me. And what of Shea in this master plan? She will become one of us after your death. Her blood is Maggie's blood, and she belongs to me. You had no right to her. And you believe that you can defeat me in battle? Jacques' head was up, the demon in him struggling for freedom, wanting the joy and thrill of the fight. Hatred rose for this man who had destroyed his innocence, his family, his memories, his beliefs. Savage hatred for this man who had created a dark, dangerous being in the place of a gentle Carpathian rose and began to spread like a dark stain across his soul. You will defeat yourself, Dark One. Your woman is tied to me. When you strike me, she will feel the pain. Every slash, every cut, it will be the woman who bleeds, not just me. She will also feel your joy in the act. She will know you for what you are, and she will know your need to inflict pain and death. She will finally see you as the monster you really are. She will see you kill her father, see your joy in the act, and she will feel each blow. Pain exploded in the region of Jacques' temples as he desperately tried to remember if what the vampire was saying could be so. Would Shea feel pain inflicted upon Rand? Was her father's blood in her veins sufficient to cause such a thing? He needed the answer immediately. Rand had him backed into a corner with this revelation. Before Jacques could send off an inquiry and resolve the dilemma, the vampire launched himself, moving with supernatural speed, a blur of claws going for the jugular. Jacques leapt out of the way, felt the burn across his throat as the tips of Rand's nails caught him and opened a shallow cut. Jacques retaliated without conscious thought, raking his own talons down the vampire's face. Rand screamed with pain, a cry of fear and hatred. Jacques kept at him, whirling in and out of visibility, inflicting lacerations across the vampire's chest to drain him of his strength. He kept his mind firmly from Shea's. He could not think she was in danger, that this savage fight could somehow affect her. The joy in him increased until his mind and body were alive with power. The vampire fell back under his onslaught. With one last desperate attempt to turn the battle in his favor, Rand disappeared, fled to the tree line, calling on the sky to do his bidding. A bolt of lightning slammed to earth, scorching the area close to Jacques' body, singeing the tips of his hair. A second bolt hit the precise spot where the Carpathian had been standing, but Jacques was already overhead, high in the trees above Rand. Wings beat the air strongly as he launched himself. Rand screamed as the razor-sharp talons ripped into his chest, sought his pulsating heart. Shea, hear me. Join with me. Save me now. I am your father. You must join with me to save me from this monster tearing insanely at my flesh. Jacques reached for the organ, tore it free, and flung it far from the vampire. You are dead, vampire, and you go, I hope, to some semblance of peace. The crimes you have committed against me and my family are avenged. You go to meet your God and his mercy. I feel none toward you. You would have taken her with you had you been able to do so. Carpathian justice has been dispensed. Rand staggered forward, his gray face slack, tainted blood flowing freely. His mouth working convulsively, he fell to his knees. Jacques leapt back from the thrashing body, careful that the grasping claws did not touch him, that not one speck of the dark blood splattered on him. His hand was burning as he wiped it clean in the shriveling grass. The air around them stilled, the wind completely silent. The earth seemed to groan. An eerie steam rose from the wriggling body, mixed with a noxious odor. Jacques instinctively moved farther away from the spectacle. Vampires died hard, all fought to overcome death with every trick they had. The tainted blood trickled across the ground toward Jacques' boots, guided by the dying vampire's last evil thoughts. Jacques watched without emotion as the vampire crawled toward him, inched his way closer and closer, his face twisted with depravity, with hatred. Jacques shook his head. You hated yourself, Rand. You hated yourself all these years. All of you had to do was find the courage to follow her. Maggie would have saved your soul. Low, pitiful growls escaped from the hideous mouth, blood spewed forth, and Rand collapsed in front of Jacques, still reaching for him, still determined in his last moment to kill. Jacques inhaled sharply, caught his first whiff of fresh, clean air, and knew the vampire had fully expired. With a little sigh, he carried the bodies of the hunters to an open area and carefully collected what dry branches he could find. There could be no evidence left of this night. The vampire, too, had to be completely consumed by the fire so that there was no chance the tainted blood could find a way to revive him. The power of the vampire's blood was incredible. Weakness was becoming an increasing concern for Jacques. The fight had used up his last energies, and he still had to create and maintain a huge conflagration in the midst of a rain-soaked forest. The wolf howled again, this time much closer, obviously loping toward the scene of death and destruction, perhaps drawn by the smell of blood. Jacques scored the earth with a lightning bolt, directing it along the river of blood. No creature needed the madness of that fluid in its belly. An unusually large, rare, golden wolf trotted out of the timberline, circled the area warily, and sat down on its haunches only feet from Jacques. It watched him steadily with its strange golden eyes, completely unafraid. It seemed not to be affected by the fire, the lightning, or the Carpathian male. Jacques watched the animal equally intently, certain he was facing more than a wolf. The creature did not make an attempt to use the common mental path to communicate. It simply watched him, taking in the bizarre scene, the golden eyes never wavering. A humorless smile curved Jacques' hard mouth. "If you are looking for action tonight, I am too tired to oblige you and far too hungry." The wolf's shape contorted, stretched, shimmered in the smoke of the fire, and soon a large, heavily muscled man was facing Jacques. His long, shaggy mane of hair was blonde, his eyes golden, his body perfectly balanced. "You're Jacques, brother to Mikhail. I heard you were dead." "That is the story going around," Jacques assented warily. "You have no memory of me?" "I am Julian, brother to Aiden. I have been away these last long years. The far-off mountains, the places without people, are my home. The last I heard, you were fighting wars in distant lands." "When the mood is upon me, I fight where it is needed," Julian agreed. "I see you do also. The vampire lies dead, and you are pale beyond imagination." Jacques' smile was grim. "Do not allow my color to fool you. I am no vampire yet, and if ever I fear turning, I will go to Aiden, and he will destroy me if I cannot do so myself. If you wish to take blood, then I offer it freely. The healer knows me. You can ask him if I am a reliable resource." There was the slightest of smiles, a self-mocking humor. "What are you doing in these parts?" Jacques asked suspiciously. "I was traveling through, on my way to the United States, when I heard the butchers were back, and I thought I would make myself useful to our people for a change." Jacques found himself admiring Julian's answers. This was a man not in the least worried about anyone's opinion or impression of him. He was self-contained, at ease with himself. It didn't bother him at all that Jacques was suspicious, that he was firing questions at him. "Healer, hear me. I have need of blood, and this one before me, Julian, the golden twin, has said you will vouch for him. No one can vouch for one such as Julian. He is a loner, a law unto himself, but his blood is untainted. If Julian turns, it will be Aiden or I who hunts him, no others. Avail yourself of what he offers." "Did he give me a good recommendation?" Julian's smile was frankly sardonic. "The healer never gives good recommendation. You are not his favorite, but he agrees there would be no harm." Julian laughed softly, put his wrist to his mouth and bit, then casually reached out to offer his life-giving fluid to Jacques. "I am too much like him, a loner, one who studies too much. I dabble in things better left alone. I fear Grigori has given up on me." He didn't sound worried about it. Jacques nearly staggered as he moved to take the proffered wrist. His mouth clamped tightly over the ragged wound. The blood flowed into Jacques' withered, shrunken cells. The surge of strength and power was incredible. He had not realized how depleted his system was until the nourishment flowed into his body. It was an effort not to be greedy, to feast at the rich supply. "Do not worry, I have no duties to perform this night. Take what you need, and I will hunt in town before moving on." Julian made the offer casually. Jacques forced himself away from the flowing supply. He closed the wound carefully and looked up at the handsome, weathered face. There was intelligence there, coolness, self-possession, and something else. Jacques could read the dangerous stillness in him. Julien was a man always ready for the unexpected. "Thank you, Julien. If you ever have need, I expect to return the favor," Jacques said sincerely. "I will finish up here," Julien offered. It is a shame these 3 men had to die this night. When they do not return and no search party can find their remains, it will only feed the legends of vampires stalking this country and these parts. I should have expected Rand to use them against me. He knew I would keep them to feed. Jacques regretted their deaths bitterly. "You did not kill these men, the vampire did. And you rid the world of one of our monsters. Both humans and Carpathians are indebted to you. Think only of that, Jacques. I wish you good journey and long life." "Good journey and long life to you, Julien," Jacques answered formally. Chapter 18. Jacques entered the maze of tunnels, his body moving with supernatural speed. He could hear every sound, the water dripping, then roaring, the high squeak of the bats, even the slight shifting of the earth itself. But he could not detect what he wished to hear most. There was no sound coming from the pools. No ripple of water, no humming, no soft breath from sleeping. No heart beating. Shea was lying motionless on a rock when Jacques entered the steamy underground chamber. He stood very still in the entrance, afraid to move or speak. She had not responded to his telepathic call to her. If she were lost to him, the monster that was Rand would win after all. No one would ever be safe again until Jacques was destroyed. He shook his head. No, if she were dead, he would not leave her to face the unknown without him. Rand would not win. Jacques would follow her, find her. They would spend their life in the next world together. He cleared his throat carefully, noisily, wanting her to turn to face him. She didn't move, her body utterly still. Jacques inhaled sharply and caught the faint scent of blood. He cleared the distance between them in a single leap, his speed so great, he was almost unable to stop before plunging headlong into the pool. As it was, he teetered precariously on the rim of the boulder before regaining his balance. There was blood smeared on the rock beside Shea's naked body, a faint crimson ribbon over her breasts. Jacques cried out, dropped to his knees beside her, gathered her up to press her against his chest. Her heart was not beating. He could not feel a pulse or find a thread of life. "No!" He shouted it hoarsely, his voice echoing through the chamber eerily. The voice was lonely and lost, his heart ripped out like Rand's. "Jacques?" The voice was faint and far off, but unmistakably Shea's. Jacques held his breath for a moment, afraid he had truly lost his mind. "Shea?" He breathed her name, a whisper of silk like the feel of her hair on his body. "That light. Where are you, little love? Come back to me." Jacques pressed his forehead to hers, his hand over her heart. He felt the first strong beat in his palm, the first rush of blood through her veins and arteries. He captured her mouth with his to take the first breath from her lungs. His own heart could beat, his own lungs could work. He felt tears on his face and held her close. "What happened to you out there?" she asked softly, clinging to him. "The vampire and I fought," he said into her mass of red hair. He caught a strand on the tip of his tongue, ran it through his mouth, needing the feel of her close to him. "I know. It was Rand. I felt you hit him. I could feel his hatred. It was terrible, like something alien in my body. When you struck, I could feel his pain. Right away I began to bleed. I knew he would use it against you somehow, so I tried to do what you said all Carpathians could do." She looked ruefully around her at the smears of blood. "It took a while to figure things out, but eventually I was able to put myself to sleep." She took his breath away with her bravery. "Why did you not contact me?" "I was afraid it would distract you, Jacques. I knew you were in a fight for your life. The last thing you needed to do was worry about me." "You are still bleeding," he pointed out softly, holding her away from him so he could examine her. "It doesn't really hurt all that much, now that you're back and safe," she assured him. "I'm sorry it was your father. I know how much having a father, some member of your family, alive would have meant to you." He bent his head to the angry cut across her left breast. His tongue lapped at the wound gently, the healing properties in his saliva instantly closing the laceration. Her skin, recently so cold and lifeless, was suddenly beginning to heat. Steam rose all around them, enfolding them in its embrace. "My family will have to be your family," he added softly. "We will make our own family." Shea rubbed her face against his chest like a kitten, her mouth wandering up the column of his throat. We have a strange family, Jacques, every one of them. I guess we'll have to be the sane ones. He loved the laughter in her voice. As sad as she must be at this moment, with the man who was her father responsible for so much death and hatred, she still found it in her to try to make him feel better. His arms tightened protectively. I suppose we cannot tell them we feel this way. Better not. I think they're under the mistaken impression that something is a little off with us. Shea moved her head, swinging the silky hair away from her neck, exposing a long, deep scratch for his attention. Jacques instantly bent his head to accommodate her. His tongue tasted the sweet spice of life, caressed and teased, moved up her neck to find her ear. His teeth nipped gently. He could feel the responsive shiver run through her. Her skin was soft and warm, bringing life to his own. And we can create our own family eventually, Shea. Our child. When he felt her stiffen, he held her closer, his voice a velvet soft whisper. Not now, Shea, later, when you are strong in our world and sure of yourself, and I am completely healed. Our child. Children. Your dream has become my dream. We can have it, Shea. Don't, Jacques, Shea said. We can, my love. I am remembering things much faster now. I know as we grow together, I will be able to feel as you feel. I want our child. I want you happy. I want to give you a family. Do not close out the idea from your mind. We have centuries to come to this decision, but know this, I want it too. When you can promise me you will remain and love and guide our child should something happen to me, then I will gladly agree. His teeth touched the side of her neck. Thanks to you, I have faith in myself. I will someday be able to give you such a promise. I will also tell you, if such a thing should occur, that the child would be my hope on this earth, and when she or he had a family, then I would gladly join you. She could feel the tears swimming in her eyes. Then I am truly happy, Jacques. You could never give me a more beautiful gift than you already have. Even if you never reach that point, I will always love you for wanting to reach it and striving to do so. Your happiness is of great importance to me. You smell different, Jacques. Shea inhaled his scent sharply, pulled back so she could look into his eyes. Why do you smell different? He laughed softly. It is not a woman, red hair. Why are you so suspicious? I met another one such as myself in the forest. I was in need, and he offered his aid. And you took it? She was astonished. Jacques had certainly come a long way from the wary, dark, dangerous man she had first encountered. He was a total stranger, yet you allowed him to help you. You were a total stranger, and I allowed you to do more than simply aid me, he teased, his mouth warm against the corner of hers. In fact, you gave me all sorts of interesting ideas on how you could further aid me. I did not. As I recall, I told you I was your doctor, nothing more, and you would not listen to me. You know, Jacques, that's a very bad habit of yours, not listening to me. His mouth wandered back to her ear, his breath stirring her blood. I promise to remedy the situation as soon as humanly possible, he whispered with a sorcerer's magic. Shea could feel his breath right down to her toes. Then she saw an ugly slash wound marring his shoulder. She lowered her mouth to heal it and tasted the unique flavor that was Jacques. She felt his involuntary response and deliberately squirmed closer, bringing her body right up against his. She tasted his essence. She tasted the adrenaline, the primitive joy of battle. She tasted his pain. Humanly. Possible, huh? She mused. I don't know if I like the way you put that. It seems to me you'll be able to get around that one fairly easily. Shea circled his neck with her arms and pulled his head down to hers. Blindly, unerringly, she found his mouth with hers. She put everything into her kiss, her love, her fear, her acceptance of his ways. Her desire for him, her need of him, all of it rushed from her to him. Jacques' arms tightened possessively. His mouth was hungry against hers, needing to feed on her sweetness, her purity, to wipe out the remnants of the lingering demon. Her body was pliant and welcoming, her mouth as hungry as his. He flung his clothes in every direction and moved to gather her even closer. He felt her shift her weight, felt them both teeter, and then they were tumbling into the pool beneath them. Locked together, they went to the bottom, their mouths clinging to one another, their shared laughter in their minds. He kicked his legs strongly as she wrapped hers around his waist. Their heads broke the surface, sending rings of ripples skipping over the water. She was laughing, catching his face in her hands. "You are so incredibly romantic, Jacques. I can barely catch my breath here." His hands moved up to cup her buttocks, to massage suggestively. He raised one eyebrow. "Are you saying this was my fault?" "Woman, I never lose my balance. I needed to follow you into the water to keep you from embarrassing yourself." Her hand found the back of his waist, caressed the intriguing little niche there, and moved to follow the line of his hip. "I think, wild man, you need me very much." She pressed her body closer to his, found the hot, thick evidence of his desire. "Very, very much." Shea tightened her legs around his waist and settled herself over his aggressive length, taking the thick weight of him into her. His breath exploded as velvet fire seemed to enfold him. His teeth found the slim column of her neck, holding her pinned and still for his invasion. There was such beauty in the moment. He felt suspended in time, caught in another dimension. Her hair floated around them like silken sea kelp, and her full breasts pushed into the heavy muscles of his chest. She was soft and pliant, flowing around him like warm honey, yet her muscles were firm and moving convulsively to keep him within her body. Water splashed up around them with the movement of their bodies, brushed their sensitive skin like fingers, a warm, loving caress. She was his world in that moment, the true meaning of living to him. Colors were dancing around them, not the gray, bleak world he had existed in for so long, but true colors, vivid and real. Feelings were strong, emotions deep, his heart thudding with wonder, his protective instincts and great capacity for love stealing into his soul. In contrast to his world of pain and rage, of utter coldness and despair, this love for her was a miracle. She would never understand what she truly meant to him, not even reading his mind, because the depth of feeling was so great. He had hungered and needed for so long, with no hope, yet now she was in his arms, her body one with his, her heart and mind in tune and rhythm, her soul locked irrevocably with his. Jacques knew, as his body moved gently and lovingly into hers, as his hips thrust forward and he buried himself ever deeper, that his life was changed forever. He would have a home, a family, children. He would have love and laughter surrounding him all the days he chose to remain on earth. He would have her body, her heart, her purity and goodness to temper his predatory nature. His hell had become a paradise that he had somehow, through all his mistakes, managed to reach. Because she could read his mind so easily, because he rarely left her completely, Shea could glimpse his feelings. She laid her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and allowed the building explosion to overtake her. Her arms tightened around Jacques, around her anchor, her security. Whatever happened in the future, whatever they were forced to face and deal with, they had one another, and that was all anyone could ask. Jacques lifted them to the heavens, and they soared there together while the water in the pool splashed and receded around them. He framed her face gently with his large hands and looked into her vivid green eyes. "I love you, Shea. I always will," he vowed softly. "I love you too, Jacques," she whispered back. He found her mouth, the warm sweetness only she could provide, and took it hungrily. They slipped deeper into their embrace, and the water closed over their heads. Laughing, coughing, they broke apart and swam to the surface, the horrors of the day drowned in the depth of their love.